Hey, here's what if Sam and Dean met the Fentons in Amity Park? Summary. When Sam and Dean Winchester receive a call about a mysterious new type of ghost causing havoc, they're skeptical at first. After all, they've seen just about every ghostly entity there is. But when even Bobby can't identify it, he points them to a small Illinois town called Amity Park and two scientists, Dr. Jack and Dr. Matty Fenton, who claim to specialize in all things spectral. Sam and Dean, ever cautious, head to Amity Park with weapons in tow, ready to face whatever's lurking. As they arrive, the Fentons are preparing to unveil their latest invention, a powerful ghost portal that promises to revolutionize paranormal research. However, the Winchesters quickly realize that this device may be more dangerous than it seems. Caught between their duty to protect the world from supernatural threats and a city oblivious to the dangers in their midst, Sam and Dean are forced to make difficult choices, ones that could change the fate of Amity Park, its people, and even their own futures. Get in. Dean threw the shotgun away. Rock salt's not working, he yelled as he drew his pistol and fired. The bullets just went straight through the strange ghost in front of him. Damn it, he cursed under his breath as he lowered his gun. The ghost cackled loudly, its green tentacles stretching out towards him, its comically large red eyes bulging in delight. Dean tried to retreat but only ended up with his back against a wall. Sam. A gout of flame came bursting out of a doorway to the right and Dean huddled against the decaying sheetrock, shielding his head with his arms. The ghost gave a cartoonish squeal and fled to the other side of the room, its green tentacles streaming behind it like banners. Sam darted into the room, still brandishing the can of hairspray and lighter he had used as a makeshift flamethrower. Dean, you all right? He asked, keeping his eyes on the cowering ghost. Dean stood, brushing himself off. A little toasty. Sam chuckled, hey, sorry. His eyes narrowed. The fire seemed to scare it, but it doesn't look hurt. Dean opened his mouth to reply that if they hit it with everything, something was bound to work eventually, but before he could say a word, a small, swirling green vortex bloomed on the wall near the ghost. Before their eyes it expanded into a rough sphere, still swirling and changing unpredictably. In what could only be described as a mad dash for freedom, the ghost made a break for the strange whirling thing with Sam dashing after it, makeshift flamethrower belching a hot jet of flame. The ghost touched the floating phenomenon and seemed to be sucked towards its center, growing smaller and smaller as it went. Just as Dean reckoned the ghost had shrunk to nothing, the whirling green thing pulsed and vanished, taking the ghost along with it. Sam lowered his arms, letting his thumb off the lighter switch, and approached the place where the ghost had vanished. He trailed his fingertips along the wall behind it. There's no burn marks, he mused. Dean approached the wall warily, trying to keep watching the rest of the room and examine the unmarked wall at the same time. I've never seen a ghost like that, Sam said, putting the lighter into his pocket. Does Dad's journal say anything about a monster matching that thing's description? Let's confine any bookworming to places far away from here, Dean said, holstering his gun. I don't wanna be here if that thing decides to come back. Sounds good to me. In the car a few minutes later, Sam's curiosity won over his patience and he pulled John's journal out of the glove compartment and started flipping through it. Dean, absorbed with his own thoughts, let him be during the 15-minute ride back to the motel. As soon as they had locked the door to their room behind them, however, he was all over Sam, wanting to know if he had found anything. Holding the journal high above his head, significantly out of Dean's reach, Sam pushed him back to arm's length and said, rather annoyed, I haven't finished looking yet. Dean deflated and wandered off to take a shower. Let me know if you find anything, he said morosely, shutting the bathroom door. Sam huffed and sat, poring over his father's writing, drawings, and collected newspaper clippings. Over the half hour that Dean took in the shower he found exactly nothing that even resembled the strange creature they had fought in the abandoned house earlier that day. Dean stepped out of the steamy bathroom and finished toweling off his hair. Sam was still sitting at the table, but now he was typing away on his laptop. Dean threw his towel back into the bathroom. Find anything? Dad's journal doesn't say anything about something like that thing, and when I search, Green Ghost, online, all that comes up are screen caps from the Ghostbusters movies, Sam pouted, slamming his laptop shut and rubbing his eyes. Dean sighed and started packing his duffel bag. What are you doing? Asked Sam, sitting up. There's only one person I can think of that might have the information we need, Dean said, haphazardly shoving clothes into his bag, Bobby. Only 15 minutes later, the brothers were on the road again. Hey, Bobby. Dean got out before Sam snatched the phone away from him. You're driving, he hissed. Then, putting the phone up to his ear, he said, cheerily, "Hey, Bobby. I'm gonna put you on speaker." "We're not in Texas, asshole," muttered Dean under his breath. "Would you idiots quit arguing and tell me what the hell you want?" Bobby's voice sounded from the phone's tiny speakers. Sam spoke up first. "We recently had a run-in with a type of ghost we've never seen before. The only thing it reacted to was fire, and even that didn't hurt it." Bobby paused, ing quietly to himself over the line. "I can't believe it," Dean said quietly to Sam. "We found something Bobby's never seen before." "I can hear you," deadpanned the older hunter, "and no, you haven't found something I ain't never seen before. I take it you're on your way up here?" "Sure are," said Dean. "Okay, well I'll tell y'all about it when you get here," Bobby said. "It's a mite complicated." "Sounds good." Sam hung up the phone. "I'm actually curious what it is," Dean said, musingly. "Yeah, well, whatever it is, we need to hurry and get back to finding the yellow-eyed demon," Sam said. "We've been spending too much time hunting other things." Dean bit back a retort and drove on silently. Sam glanced at him but remained silent as well. After a few seconds, Dean punched the power button on the radio and Van Halen's Runnin' with the Devil cut in from a local radio station. A few hours later, in Bobby's cluttered living room, Dean was penciling a rough sketch of the ghost they had seen on a notepad. "And it could change shape a little bit," he said, drawing the eyes. "At one point this little tail thing back here turned into a bunch of tentacles." He tossed the notepad onto Bobby's desk and crossed his arms. Bobby picked up the notepad. "This looks like something out of a cartoon," he muttered to himself. Sam leaned over Bobby's shoulder to look at the drawing. "Nope, that's actually pretty close to what it looked like," he said, eyebrows raised at Dean's drawing skills. Bobby was still staring at the picture. "Well, there can't be any doubt now," Bobby said, sighing. He got up and hurried into the kitchen, sitting down at his computer. Dean and Sam followed quickly, although Dean stopped by the fridge to grab some beers. Passing one of the beers to Sam, Dean placed another on the desk for Bobby and popped open the last one, taking a swig as Bobby switched the computer on and unlocked it. Bobby typed Amity Park, Illinois into the search engine. A bunch of realtor websites popped up, but Bobby scrolled down the page until he found what he was looking for. He clicked on the link and an article popped up on the Amity Park News website titled "Local Experts Identify Flying Green Blob as Ectoplasmic Being." The picture at the top of the article looked very similar to the ghost the brothers had run into, except that this one had no tentacles. The ghost was inside a large, sophisticated-looking glass tube that had the word Fenton Ghost Chamber plastered in bright letters across the top. Next to the tube stood a large man and a rather petite woman, both wearing absurdly colored hazmat jumpsuits. Dean scoffed and took another swig of beer. Long regarded as crackpots by the scientific community, Drs. Jack and Madeline Fenton have recently had their chance at redemption when they captured a glowing green blob that was terrorizing shoppers at the downtown mall last week, Bobby read aloud. The couple used what they termed Fenton ghost nets to nab the blob as it flew past. When interviewed later by reporters, the Fentons revealed that the blob was in fact an ectoplasmic being intent on causing mischief in our world. The Fentons went on to say that they have spent the majority of their lives studying an alternate dimension they call the Ghost Zone, where these and other more dangerous ectoplasmic entities live. "We're closer than ever to a major breakthrough regarding these beings and their habitat, the Ghost Zone," Dr. Madeline Fenton commented, laughing. Her husband, Jack, joked that Amity Park News would probably be back over in a few weeks. Bobby scrolled back to the top of the article. "This was written a month ago, but nothing else has been posted about the Fentons since then," he said, turning to Sam and Dean. Dean took another swig of beer. "Looks like we're heading to Amity Park." He headed off into the living room as Sam and Bobby worked on tracking down where the Drs. Fenton lived. Dean wandered out into the scrapyard and leaned against the hood of the Impala, staring into the distance as the sun set. His thoughts were not on the green blob they had failed to kill. Nor were they on the Drs. Fenton, as strangely captivating as they were. His beer hung forgotten from his fingers. "You have to save your brother, Dean, and if you can't save him." Dean shook his head, driving the memory from his mind. Why did it have to be this way? He was the older brother, the responsible one. Why did it have to be Sammy? His years of hunter experience made him flip through all the knowledge he had collected over the years, searching desperately for a solution. "If you can't save him, you have to kill him, Dean. Sam has to die." Dean chuckled cynically. It was always about killing with hunters. Cut it, shoot it, burn it, purge it, destroy it. Except this time it was his little brother. He tried to picture himself holding a gun to Sam's head. Looking down the barrel into his eyes is what flickered there. Denial, betrayal, disbelief, realization. No, he'd have gone dark side at that point. Something evil would be staring back through Sam's eyes, curling his lips into a cruel smile. The lips moved in his mind. What? You gonna shoot your baby brother? You can't do it. And it was true. Even in his mind, Dean couldn't pull the trigger. He sighed deeply and sipped his beer. It tasted more bitter than usual. Then, Sam and Dean ran into a strange new ghost that was immune to all of the normal ghost repellents, including salt. After the ghost escaped into a strange, swirling green portal, the dumbfounded brothers contacted Bobby to see if he could identify the creature. Bobby directed them to Amity Park, Illinois, to the home of the DRs. Fenton, who had recently been featured on the Amity Park news website for capturing one of these green blobs. Unbeknownst to Sam, Dean struggled with himself over his father's morbid last words, coming up empty in the end. Now, Danny said goodbye to Tucker and Sam at the corner of the street. "Dude, what about Nasty Burger?" asked Tucker, his eyebrows drawing together. "It'll still be nasty tomorrow," Danny quipped. "I've got to finish Lancer's essay so I can have Jazz look over it tonight." Tucker shrugged. "Okay then, see you tomorrow." He and Sam waved as they continued on towards Nasty Burger. Danny waved back, then turned and walked towards the eyesore he called home. As he gazed up at the vaguely UFO-shaped ops center that sprouted from atop his otherwise normal two-story house, he thanked his lucky stars that there was no wall in his neighborhood. His dad was currently in the process of installing a large, light bulb-encrusted sign that read Fenton Works to the front of their house. The sign itself was already in position, but his dad had forgotten to install the light bulbs before securing the monstrosity to the side of the building, so it was still a work in progress. As if his skinny physique didn't already give him enough reasons to be bullied for. He was 2 houses away from his own when a shiny black car that looked like it belonged at an antique show roared past him and purred to a stop at the curb in front of his house. The doors creaked open and 2 huge men stepped out. Each of them wore enough layers of clothing to take care of at least half of the homeless in Amity Park. Danny wondered if they were sweating beneath all those shirts. He looked them up and down as they slammed the car's doors. The shorter one looked aggressive, like a dog with its hackles constantly raised, or a nervous squirrel. The taller one's hair almost covered his eyes and he looked vaguely uncomfortable with the whole situation. "Hey look," the shorter one laughed, flashing his teeth in a way that Danny was sure gave him the pick of the ladies in the room. The man pointed up at the sign on the side of Danny's house. "They even labeled it for us, how considerate." Danny's brain gave him a non-computing error. Had these guys come to visit his family? By now he had almost reached them. He racked his brain for distant relatives that matched the descriptions of these 2, but couldn't come up with anything. Yeah, let's go." The taller one shoved his hands into his pockets and headed for Danny's front door. Danny's feet kept walking, muscle memory carrying him along behind the 2 men as his brain tried to reboot. The shorter one slapped the taller one's shoulder. "Why the long face, Squidward? We're getting first-hand lore about a completely new species of the supernatural. Cheer up, geez." Danny's brain almost shut down. These guys were coming to visit his family about ghosts. The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. "Who are you guys?" The 2 men whipped around, the shorter one reaching behind himself and grabbing the waistband of his pants. They stared at him. The taller one recovered first. "Do you know the DRs? Fenton." Danny felt like he was in a dream. DRs. Fenton. Nobody ever remembered that his parents had PhDs. He swallowed. "I'm their son." The 2 men exchanged a look, and the shorter one let go of his waistband. Danny eyed him and decided he probably had issues Danny didn't want to think about. "You're their son?" asked the shorter one. "We didn't know they had kids." "Yeah." Danny couldn't stop himself. "Me and my sister, Jazz." The taller one again recovered first. He held out a plate-sized hand. "Well, then it's nice to meet you, Danny." Danny shook the man's hand. They both sounded younger than they looked, but Danny was pretty sure they were still much older than him. At least 18. "It's nice to meet you, Danny. I'm Sam Winchester and this is my brother Dean. We're here to see your parents about their research on ghosts. Are they home right now?" Danny retracted his hand, trying to determine if this moderately creepy question deserved an answer. In the end, he didn't have to say a word. "Heads up, Danny and the two men looked up in time to jump out of the way as a small waterfall of light bulbs crashed onto the pavement, scattering glass everywhere. Before any of them could react further, Danny's front door flew open and a woman in a teal hazmat jumpsuit stuck her head out, already yelling. "Jack Fenton, the Fenton fanny pack is not meant to carry more than 5 light bulbs at a time." "Oh, hello Danny." The speed at which his mother could change from yelling to normal conversation gave Danny whiplash on a regular basis. Danny boy, it was indeed Jack Fenton, garbed in bright orange jumpsuit and rappelling from the roof of their house, that had dropped the cascade of light bulbs on the group. Danny waved half-heartedly, his parents' behavior characteristically making him walk the thin line between crushing embarrassment and debilitating anxiety. "What the hell?" The shorter of the Winchester brothers, Dean, muttered, his eyes wide, again letting go of his waistband. Sam didn't move, resembling a deer caught in headlights or perhaps a moose. He was too big to be a deer. Danny rubbed the back of his head, looking anywhere but at their guests. "Yeah," he chuckled, "they're home." His mom noticed the brothers. "Danny, who are your friends?" "This is Sam and Dean Winchester," Danny said, gesturing. "They're here to talk to you and Dad about." He cast a questioning look at Sam and Dean, trying to ask them without words if they really wanted to broach this subject with his parents. The brothers didn't get the hint. Sam spoke up, "We're here to see you about your research on ghosts." "Ghosts?" Jack's voice was still boisterous, but muffled by distance. "Don't get me started about ghosts." Maddie smiled apologetically and pushed the hood of her jumpsuit back. "It's not often we get visitors asking about ghosts, but I suppose that article that Amity Park News wrote did give us a little bit of recognition." She gestured as she spoke, beckoning them inside. "Did you know we've been researching ghosts and other ectoplasmic beings since we were in college? In fact, that's where I met Jack." And on she went. Dean gave Danny a look that said, "Kill me now," and Danny could only smile and shrug as the brothers were bustled inside the Fenton residence. Danny was about to follow them when Jack's voice called him again from on high. "Danny boy, grab the broom and clean up that mess, will you? I've got to refill the Fenton fanny pack." Without waiting to see if Danny had even heard him, Jack began hauling himself back up the side of their house. Danny sighed and followed the Winchesters inside. Dean felt like he had been run over by the metaphorical semi as he situated himself on the Fentons' couch. Judging by the look on Sam's face, he felt the same way. Dr. Madeline Fenton, or Maddie, as she had introduced herself, was a fire hose of information and hadn't stopped talking since she had first stuck her head out the door to berate her husband for dropping the light bulbs. Has she even breathed yet? Dean realized he had completely zoned out of the conversation. Of course the Fenton nets are old news by now. We've developed a much more efficient method for capturing ghosts that involves very little precision aiming. This will help Jack, I think. He's never had very good eye-hand coordination, but we haven't had a chance to test it on an actual ghost yet, so this is all theoretical at this point." She noticed her son, Danny, coming out of the kitchen with a broom and a dustpan and turned her fire hose on him. "Danny, sweetie, before you do that, could you please get our guests something to drink?" Danny stopped and sighed long-sufferingly. Maddie was talking to them again. "What would you like? We have water, orange juice, milk, pop. Beer?" Dean asked, slightly desperate. Sam elbowed him, smiling through gritted teeth at Maddie. "Water would be fine, Dr. Fenton," he said. Danny made a noise as if he wanted to say something. Mom, Dad hasn't fixed the filter in the fridge yet." Maddie's eyebrows drew together. Yes, that ectoplasm is proving much more difficult to clean out than originally thought." "There's ectoplasm in the filter in your fridge?" asked Sam, concerned. "Yes," Maddie explained. "Jack does projects on the kitchen table sometimes and the ectoplasm gets everywhere. It doesn't clog things up so much as possess them. We couldn't use the toaster for a week and a half because it kept launching charred bread at us when we weren't looking." Maddie chuckled at the memory as if possessed kitchen appliances were the norm. The Winchesters shared another look before Maddie asked them if they'd like something else to drink. Dean glanced at Danny as Sam tried to convince Maddie that they really weren't that thirsty. Danny's face was bland and he rolled his eyes when Dean made eye contact. Dean smirked. He kind of liked this kid. Freed from his duties as butler, Danny hurried outside to sweep up the broken light bulbs. He felt sorry for the Winchesters. They were going to get their ears talked off for at least the next 2 hours if they didn't manage to extricate themselves in a hurry. However, when he came back inside he found, to his surprise, that the brothers were fully engaged in his mom's descriptions of the ghost zone, the theoretical alternate dimension where all ectoplasmic beings originated. He stopped in the doorway, re-evaluating the men. Were they just as crazy as his parents? So these ectoplasmic beings, Sam started, they aren't the result of people dying in violent circumstances. Angry spirits, so to speak. Maddie dismissed his question with a wave. Of course not. Spirits, if they existed, would be incorporeal. No, these ghosts are fully physical, although they do exhibit powers such as intangibility and invisibility. If I had to guess, I would say the stories you hear about ghosts, she did finger quotes as she said this word, are probably people just trying to give a name to these ectoplasmic beings because the abilities they exhibit are so close to the legends surrounding ghosts. She did finger quotes again. Danny wished she would stop. The conversation in the living room followed him as he continued to the kitchen to put the broom away. We had a run-in with one of these ectoplasmic beings. Dean said the words as if they were in a foreign language, and it didn't react to anything. Anything you hear normally hurts. Again he hesitated. Ectoplasmic beings. Salt, iron, fire, nothing worked. You can call them ghosts if you want, Dean. Jack and I normally call them that so we don't have to explain what ectoplasmic means to everyone. You know the saying, fight fire with fire, right? It's the same principle here. Ghosts can only be harmed by ectoplasm, the same material that they are made of. Well, that and ungodly amounts of electricity. You'd have to take out the power grid of a small city to have even the mildest hope of killing a ghost. But if this ectoplasm comes from the ghost zone, how do you get it? Sam asked. Danny shook his head as he shut the pantry and started back towards the living room. They really were just as crazy as his parents. And he'd had such high hopes. A step away from the entrance to the living room, Danny was stopped cold by his mother's next words. Ah, so you want to know about our portal project? I'm surprised you heard about that, it happened so many years ago. A portal project? His parents had tried to rip the fabric of the universe and this was the first he had heard about it. Yeah, your portal project. Danny rolled his eyes as he listened. Dean wasn't nearly as smooth as he thought he was. Heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs. You want to know about the Fenton ghost portal? At point-blank range, his dad's voice overpowered any reply his mom had tried to make. To the lab, Danny jumped. They were coming this way. Quick, act natural. He launched himself at the kitchen table, leaning awkwardly on his elbows and fixing his eyes resolutely on the salt shaker as if it was his entire world. I really don't think this is necessary. Sam had been taken captive by his dad, who steered him ahead of himself into the kitchen and towards the stairs to the lab. Dean was herded a few steps behind by his mom, still looking bewildered. You have a lab, he stared at Danny, in your basement. Danny shrugged. Wrong move, Danny boy, it's about time we showed you the Fenton ghost portal. Let's go. Jack wrapped a huge arm around Danny, verily plucking him from the ground as he tried to escape. Dad, I have homework. Danny pushed against Jack's arm in vain. There is always time for ghosts. Well, thought Danny, so much for finishing Lancer's essay tonight. Then, Sam and Dean arrived at Fenton Works only to be sucked into the world of ectoplasmic beings by the overly enthusiastic DRs. Fenton. After an engaging discussion with Maddie about the origin and nature of these new ghosts, Jack decided to drag everyone down to the lab to see the Fenton ghost portal, the Fentons' latest project. Danny was dragged along against his will and was forced to give up any hope he had of finishing his homework that evening. Now, still steering Sam by the shoulder and holding Danny aloft in one arm, Jack led the party down the stairs and into the lab. Sam stumbled into a room that was much larger than any basement in a residential district had any right to be. The place was littered with bits and pieces of scrap metal, tools, and various gadgets all bearing the name Fenton, but the main attraction had been installed in the back wall, a huge circular hole dripping with wires and metal plating. Sam peered into it, but it was so dark inside that he couldn't see very far before his view dissolved into blackness. There was something about it that chilled him. Danny was also staring. He hadn't come down to the lab very often recently, as was evidenced by its current clutter. But still, how had they managed to construct something this big without his knowledge? Jack released him so he could point out to Sam the various bells and whistles of the portal in progress. Danny was left to stand alone directly in front of the gaping maw. Another dimension, where would it open? Right past the rim of the hole, right? He slowly stretched his arm out and was genuinely surprised when his fingers met only the open air inside the tube. He felt, rather than saw, Dean come to stand next to him. Dean placed a hand on the edge of the portal and leaned his head inside. This is one creepy asshole in the wall, he said, his voice bouncing eerily off the metal innards of the portal. I wonder what it will look like once it's turned on, Danny said, strangely transfixed, retracting his hand and hugging himself. Why was he suddenly so cold? Dean paused at the comment, stood up straight and re-evaluated the kid. Danny barely came up to his shoulder, and he was so scrawny that Dean couldn't imagine he was very popular in school. Guess he still had yet to hit his growth spurt. Danny's hair was neat, black, and maybe just a tad too long for his face, but Dean understood this was probably the current style and couldn't fault the kid for it. Out of all his features, however, Danny's eyes were the most memorable. The kid didn't look at him as he wondered about what a portal to the ghost zone would look like. He just stared straight into the blackness of the unfinished shell. His eyes, huge and blue, seemed to glow with an unearthly light. You didn't see a lot of kids with black hair and blue eyes, Dean mused. Only in anime. LLLLLLLLLLLEAVE is in peaks. Dean jumped and whipped his head back towards the portal. Danny also started. Dean whispered, please tell me I did not just have my first auditory hallucination, because if so I would like a refund. Danny didn't smile at the joke. I heard it too, was all he said, his luminescent eyes widening farther. After a second more of staring at the portal, Sam's irritated and slightly desperate voice called Dean from across the lab and the spell was broken. After assuring himself that no immediate threat was presenting itself from the portal, Dean joined his flustered brother. While Danny and Dean had been left alone to inspect the portal, Sam had been hauled over to an easel supporting a large notepad full of sketches depicting the portal's various parts. Jack and Maddie had boxed him in on either side and had started flipping through the pages, Maddie trying to explain the science behind the portal and Jack just ranting about ghosts. That seemed to be his thing. It only took a few minutes for Sam to reach his limit. He was pre-law for crying out loud, not a damn STEM major. Politely disengaging from Maddie and Jack's respective rants, he called out to Dean and started heading towards the stairs. Jack and Maddie followed him, still talking, with Dean close behind. When Danny didn't immediately follow the group, Dean called back, yo, kid. Danny started and whipped his head around to look in Dean's direction. You coming? Danny nodded, glanced once more at the portal, and headed for the stairs. After wishing Jack and Maddie farewell and exchanging phone numbers, the Winchesters hopped into the Impala. Dean turned the key, and the old car roared to life. I feel like I've been run over by an ectoplasmic truck, he said, rubbing his eyes. When Sam didn't respond, Dean glanced at him and saw his brother's face contorted with thought. He snapped his fingers under Sam's nose, startling him out of his trance. Hey, what's up? Sam slapped Dean's hand away. A portal to an alternate dimension sort of seems like a bad idea, don't you think? Dean nodded thoughtfully, remembering the strange whispers he and Danny had heard. He decided to leave out the part about hearing voices for obvious reasons, only saying, yeah, that whole concept was bugging me. Are you thinking we should do something about it? Sam nodded. Dean put the car into drive and started heading down the road. Okay, so we call them back tomorrow and say we had a few more questions about those ectoplasmic beings, or whatever, and then one of us sneaks down and switches around a few wires or something. Sam snorted. What? Dean asked, offended. That's a good idea. I'm just glad you didn't suggest that we set off an IED in their basement, Sam snickered, but yeah, that is a good idea. Dude, I'm not stupid. I know. Sam chuckled one last time, just to rub it in. Then he had a thought. What if they just build a new portal? How do we know that this will stop them for good? From what Maddie said, they've been at this since college, so what's to say they won't just try again? Dean thought for a moment, the rumbling engine filling the silence. Then a look of annoyance crossed his face. We'd need to take their notes. Scientists have notes, right? I assume so. That sketch pad they were showing me is definitely part of it, but I bet they have other notes somewhere with the super preliminary data. Damn, Dean's look of annoyance deepened, so now we've got to disable a friggin' ghost portal, find a stack of papers in that catastrophe of a mess, and get that sketchpad and notes out without them noticing. He trailed off into brooding silence. Sam raised his palms in a calming gesture. Okay, so we've got a plan then. You distract the Fentons and I'll sneak into the lab and cross a few wires and steal the notes. Dean almost laughed. Wait, hold up. You, the lawyer. I was pre-law. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, you, Mr. Pre-law, want me, with all my years of mechanical experience, to distract two highly educated scientists while you, Mr. Pre-law, sneaks your gigantic ass into their basement and crosses a few wires. A task which I, with all my years of mechanical experience, Okay, okay, Sam raised his hands in surrender, I get your point. You cross the wires while I distract the Fentons. Thank you, just remember to get the notes. If we don't get the notes then we'll have to come back in. Dean turned up the volume on the radio until he couldn't hear Sam anymore. Got it, Mo, geez, I know what I'm doing. Danny couldn't focus on his essay. He tapped the eraser of his pencil against the paper in frustration and pushed his chair away from his desk. Crossing his arms across his chest, he tried to hold back a shiver. The mysterious cold from the portal seemed to have followed him from the basement to his room. Even 2 stories above the lab, he was conscious of the portal's exact location in the back of his mind. Like it was watching him. SSSSSSSSSS is Savior RRRRRRR. That's what the whispers had said. Or what he'd thought they said. Now, hours after the fact, Danny had mostly convinced himself that he had imagined the voices, but one tiny part of him still lingered over the hissing word. Savior. Who was he supposed to save? And from what? He huffed in annoyance and picked up his pencil again, trying to banish the intrusive thoughts from his mind. He'd have to save himself from Mr. Lancer if he didn't finish this essay on time. He read the prompt at the top of the page for the 1000th time. In 500 words or less and using the persuasive essay format you learned in class, write whether or not Hamlet should have listened to his father's ghost in the beginning of the play. Every time he read the word ghost he would remember standing in front of the portal and the weird sensation of someone watching him would return. He huffed again and stabbed his pencil into his rocket-shaped desk organizer. He knew he wasn't going to get anything done on this essay tonight. Sighing, he had just leaned over to retrieve his math book from his backpack when someone knocked on his door. He immediately knew who it was. Only one person in this house respected his privacy. Come in, Jazz, he called, laying his math book on his desk and turning to face the door. As Jazz came through the door, the smell of something hot and savory filled his room and Danny's stomach grumbled, a reminder of how late in the evening it was. I rescued a bowl of soup for you before Dad started working on the water filter again, she said, placing the steaming bowl on his desk. She glanced at the math book next to it, gasped, and pushed the textbook aside. I remember Hamlet, she said, picking up his unstarted essay. So many family issues and childhood trauma, she muttered, scanning the prompt. Danny grabbed the bowl of soup and took a bite, bracing himself for the psychoanalytical tirade he knew was coming. To his surprise, Jazz only frowned at the empty paper and then at him. Danny, she said, haven't you been working on this essay the whole afternoon? Danny swallowed, not sure whether he should feel guilty or annoyed. Yeah, why? He replied before taking another bite of soup. It's just that studies have shown that bashing your brain against something for hours isn't very productive. Danny rolled his eyes. Tell me about it. And you've been working really hard ever since the school year started. I mean, it's like you're always up here in your room, studying. Danny cocked an eyebrow at her. And that's a bad thing. Well, it's certainly not healthy, Jazz said, sitting on the corner of his bed. I bet your vitamin D levels have gone down significantly since the beginning of the semester, and the lack of physical activity is probably affecting your psyche, not to mention the effect of decreased contact with your friends. How often have you hung out with them since school started? First, Danny swallowed another bite of soup, that's none of your business. And second, I'm trying to get good grades from the start so I can get into a good university, so I can get into the space program at NASA. Not studying sort of defeats the purpose, don't you think? Universities look for more than good grades, you know. Jazz crossed her arms, not conceding anything. You should hang out with Sam and Tucker some this week. Just let go and have some fun. It might clear your mind enough for you to finish this essay by Friday. She got up and started for the door. How'd you know it was due on Friday? Danny asked her, retreating back. I took English with Mr. Lancer too, remember? She vanished down the hall. Danny shook his head and took another bite of soup before facing his homework again. By the time his eyelids refused to stay open another second, he still hadn't gotten anything done and the portal was still haunting his subconscious. Flipping his desk lamp off a little more aggressively than was absolutely necessary, Danny went to bed with Jazz's words repeating on loop in the back of his head. Universities look for more than just good grades, you know. To his chagrin, he was woken several times during the night to loud mechanical noises coming from the lab. With the Winchesters' visit, his parents' drive to complete the portal had reached a frantic level, and they had been working on it ever since the brothers had left that afternoon. The only time they had come up for air had been when his dad had come up to the kitchen for water and discovered the filter was still possessed. When he woke the next morning, it was 7 minutes before his alarm was set to go off at 6 and he felt just as tired, if not more so, than when he had fallen asleep the night before. The noise that had woken him was the high-pitched whirring of some sort of power saw and he knew that he wouldn't be able to ignore it and go back to sleep. And so, reluctantly, Danny threw back his covers and got ready for the day. By the time he made it downstairs, the noise had stopped. A peek into Jazz's room on the way down had told him that she had already left for school. No doubt she was curled up in the school library reading an article about the trauma that possessed water filters could inflict on teenagers or something equally as boring. Before he left for school, Danny peeked down into the lab to check on his parents. "Danny boy," his father ambushed him at the door and steered him towards the portal. From deep inside, Danny could make out his mother illuminated by the flame from a blowtorch as she welded something in place on the wall of the long, metal tube. "How's it going in there, Maddie?" his father called. The blowtorch shut off and Danny could hear footsteps approaching from within the darkness. "I'm just about finished," Maddie said as she stepped into the light of the lab and removed her goggles. "We'll be all set for testing this afternoon." Danny gaped at her. "Y'all are testing this thing today?" Despite his general revulsion at all things ghostly, the concept of opening a door to another dimension excited him beyond words. "Can I bring Sam and Tucker over to watch?" Touched by their son's excitement, Jack and Maddie unanimously agreed and sent him off to school so they could finish the portal in time. As Danny walked down the street, he saw the Winchesters' sleek black car round the corner heading for his house. Buoyed by his anticipation, he waved at them as they passed. When he reached the entrance of Casper High, he spotted Sam's dark hair and Tucker's red beret in seconds and hurried over to them. "Guys," he called as he approached, "you'll never guess what's going to happen this afternoon." Then, the Fenton parents forcibly showed off their portal project to Sam, Dean, and Danny. While their son was creepily entranced by the non-functioning interdimensional doorway, the Winchesters were less enthusiastic and left Fenton Works with plans to return the next day to sabotage the portal. Their plans were timed perfectly as, the next morning, Danny's parents revealed that they planned to test the portal that very afternoon. Now, the school day couldn't seem to go fast enough for Danny. Although he tried his hardest, every time he focused on what his teachers were saying, some word or sound would trigger the memory of the portal test and it would be a long while before he could think of anything else. The longest period of time when he wasn't thinking about the portal was during a pop quiz in history. He got all but one of the questions right. It was hard to connect the feudal system to a ghost portal. As soon as the last bell rang for the day, he had grabbed Sam and Tucker by the arms and bolted out of the classroom almost before Mr. Faluca could wish them a good weekend. "Danny, you're pulling my shoulder out of socket," Sam complained as Danny forcibly towed her and Tucker down the street. Danny screeched to a halt and dropped his friend's arms, then started speed walking towards his house, talking over his shoulder as his friends struggled to match his pace. His feet weren't the only things that were going a million miles per hour. "Oops, I'm sorry Sam, but I just can't calm down. I'm so excited they're going to test the ghost portal today and I don't want to miss it. I mean, imagine a doorway to another dimension. It's almost as exciting as living in zero gravity on the International Space Station." He paused to take a breath, but before he could continue, Tucker intervened. "We know, dude, you've been talking about it all day." Normally Tucker was very supportive of his friend's interests, but the level of excitement that Danny had maintained throughout the day had drained him. Seeing Danny take another huge breath, Sam quickly added on to Tucker's complaint. "I mean, if you're this excited about it, we'd better save our breath so we can get there faster." Tucker shot her a look of gratitude. "You're absolutely right," Danny agreed. He shut up and walked even faster, pumping his arms up and down with enthusiasm. Sam had to stifle a laugh as an image of a middle-aged woman wearing leg warmers and a leotard came to mind. Earlier that morning and across town, Sam Winchester had begun to think of the Fenton household as a black hole. No sooner had he and Dean pulled up to the curb of the strange house than Maddie had whisked them both inside and sat them down in the kitchen with a whispered plea for them to entertain Jack while she put the final touches on the ghost portal. Before he had recovered from that whiplash, Jack had begun to bombard them with long-winded diatribes against ghosts as he shoveled fudge into his mouth faster than Dean could shovel pie. After a while, the banging and clanking noises from the lab had mostly quieted and both of the Winchesters started to get desperate. Sam didn't see any way that they would be able to sabotage the portal before it was tested. "Yup," Jack sighed, licking another crumb of fudge off the glove of his jumpsuit, "as soon as Danny gets home from school today. You should have seen the look on his face when we told him we were going to test the portal this afternoon. The idea struck Sam like lightning. He leaned forward, the picture of a rapt audience. That sounds so cool. It will be one small step for man, but one giant leap for ghost hunter kind. Could Dean and I stay to watch the test too? Dean was looking at him like he was crazy, so Sam bumped his leg with his knee, smiling widely in Jack's direction. Dean stared hard at his brother. What the hell did he think he was doing? They didn't want to watch the test, they wanted to destroy the portal before the test. But Dean glanced at Jack, then at the clock on the kitchen counter. They had been here for hours without a single opportunity to carry out their plan and they were running out of time. Inwardly, Dean sighed. Here goes nothing. Of course, he rejoined enthusiastically, Sam and I were just talking about how cool it would be to see such a grand and historical event. Sam gave him a genuine smile and turned back to Jack. Mischief managed. Now for the shot in the dark. You know, Sam continued, cutting off Jack's overjoyed reply before he could start rambling again, a test of a ghost portal sounds kind of dangerous, too bad we left our protective jumpsuits at home. He looked pointedly at Jack, willing the wheels in his head to turn faster. Sam hadn't actually seen where the Fentons kept their iconic hazmat suits, but he was hoping it was the lab. Please be in the lab. Jack twiddled his thumbs for a moment, muttering about their lack of protective equipment and running possible solutions through his mind. Ah, he said, his dramatic realization startling the Winchesters, we have a bunch of extra jumpsuits down in the lab for emergencies. I'm sure we can find some in your sizes. Sam opened his mouth, but Jack had already scooped the brothers up and was herding them towards the stairs. To the lab, he shouted in Dean's ear. The next few minutes were a whirlwind as Dean and Sam were shunted in and out of various rubber jumpsuits. When he tried to remember later, Dean could only recall a blur of orange and teal and an uncomfortable tightness in his nether regions. Jack, a doofus in most other respects, turned out to be quite the genius when it came to sizing jumpsuits. Soon, Dean and Sam found themselves standing outside the entrance to the makeshift fitting rooms in the vault the Fentons apparently had in their basement. Jack clapped his hands in triumph as they examined themselves critically. With his almost unrealistic height, Sam had to borrow one of Jack's extra jumpsuits and, although the shoulders fit, his, for lack of a better word, paunch region was lacking. The loose hazmat suit flopped around like a drowned fish every time he moved. Dean, luckily, fit almost perfectly into one of the white jumpsuits the Fentons had prepared for Danny when he got older. You look. Dean trailed off into quiet giggles as he tried to find an adjective suitable to describe Sam's appearance. Just as ridiculous as you, I'm sure, Sam said, pointing to Dean's chest. Dean looked down to find a large Jack-shaped sticker staring back at him. His smile instantly dropped. He ripped that accursed thing off as soon as Jack had his back turned, tossing it into what he hoped was a trash can. The three of them emerged into the lab, all clad in rubber, just as Maddie stepped out of the portal and removed her goggles. All finished, she crowed, tossing a screwdriver into a toolbox. Now, who wants some lemonade and fudge? Jack raced for the stairs shouting me, like a child. Maddie and Sam followed at a much slower pace. I think I left my phone in the, vault, Dean said, patting the pockets of his jumpsuit. I'll meet y'all up there in a minute. Okay, just don't touch anything and you should be fine, Maddie said a little absently as loud bangs echoed down from the kitchen. Dean gave her and Sam a wink and a thumbs up and they disappeared up the stairs. Dean turned towards the portal, rubbing his hands together. Alrighty, let's get to it. Danny burst in the door of his home onto a strange scene. His dad was standing on the couch, one foot on the arm, one foot on the cushions in a stance reminiscent of Christopher Columbus. In his right hand he held aloft a platter of fudge, and in his left he held a glass of lemonade with a tiny paper umbrella in the top. You can't stop me, he was shouting at Sam Winchester, who was reaching as high as he could and swiping his hand through the air just beneath the plate of fudge. He was wearing one of Jack's extra jumpsuits, the front of which fit him so badly that every time he made a move, it would flop around like an abundance of loose skin. His mom was attempting to sneak up on Jack from the other end of the couch. As Danny watched, she took a flying leap and landed on top of Jack's massive shoulders. Jack Fenton, she said as she reached for the plate of fudge, you will hand me that fudge this instant. But, Jack began, but as he lowered the plate away from Maddie's outstretched hands, he put it within reach of Sam's, who snatched it triumphantly and backed away to the other side of the living room, a little out of breath. Maddie flipped off of Jack's shoulders and onto the floor in front of him as he started to go after Sam. Sit down, Jack, she said forcefully, pointing at the couch. Jack opened his mouth, but Maddie cut him off. "Or no more fudge for you." Jack immediately clammed up and parked himself on the couch. "That's not fair, Maddykins," he said, cradling his lemonade. "Using a man's weak point against him is just plain cruel." "It's not cruel, honey, it's tactics," Maddie fired back, relieving Sam of the plate of fudge and heading back into the kitchen. Danny took the lull in the action as an opportunity to enter, pulling Sam and Tucker behind him. Jack slumped down into the couch, pouting while Sam Winchester turned to the teenagers. "Hey, Danny," he said, a little breathless, planting his hands on his hips. "Did you bring your friends to watch the portal test?" Danny nodded. "Sam," he said to the younger Winchester brother, this is Sam and Tucker." The Sams stared at each other. "This is going to get confusing," Sam Manson said, rubbing her temples. "I'm just going to call you Sammy." Sam's face hardened a little and he crossed his arms. "Only if I get to call you Samantha." Danny intervened before a hardcore glaring contest could get underway. "Why don't you call each other by your last names?" he suggested. "Sam Winchester, meet Sam Manson." "Winchester," Sam nodded curtly. "Manson," the other Sam nodded back. "So, Winchester," the Manson Sam said, not having quite relaxed yet. "Danny tells us you and your brother hunt ghosts." The Winchester Sam nodded. "Among other things." "What, you hunt vampires and zombies too?" Fortunately, Dean stomped up the stairs to the lab at that moment, clamoring for something stronger than water and cut the tension before it could build again. He caught sight of Danny and company standing awkwardly in the living room. "Hey, kid," he said, "who are your buddies?" Danny took a deep breath. "Dean Winchester, this is Sam Manson and Tucker." "That's gonna get confusing," Dean said, glancing at his brother. Before he could say anything else, Sam stomped up to him and stuck out her hand. "Sam Manson," she said, "my friends call me Sam, but you can call me Manson." Inwardly, Danny was impressed. What a power move. Outwardly, he facepalmed. Dean looked uncharacteristically flustered, but he gripped Sam's hand firmly, accepting her unspoken challenge. "Dean Winchester, I guess you can call me whatever as long as you don't call me Mr. Winchester." Sam grinned like the feral goth she was. "Oh, I wasn't planning to." Dean raised his eyebrows, at a loss at what to do with the small angry child in front of him. It was only as she walked away that he muttered, "Snarky brat," so that only his brother could hear. "All right kids, let's get you suited up and we can all go watch the portal test," Maddie said as she re-entered the living room. A few minutes later, the majority of the Fenton clan along with the Winchesters and Sam and Tucker were gathered around the black pit of the portal. Jack and Maddie busied themselves performing last-minute checks on the machine while nobody noticed Dean cross his fingers behind his back. Danny, of course, was in his custom white jumpsuit, fidgeting uncomfortably between Sam and Tucker, who were both garbed simply in long plastic aprons and goggles. With the cost of building the portal, Maddie and Jack couldn't buy jumpsuits for everyone no matter how much they wanted to. Clucking disapprovingly, Maddie pointed to a clear structure that had been set up against the back wall. "Behind the blast shield, kids." She made eye contact with the Winchesters. "You too. We don't want things to get messy if something goes wrong." "Yeah," thought Sam Winchester, "because punching a hole into another dimension in your own basement is so safe." But the brothers made their way behind the shield without any audible complaints. They watched the DRs. Fenton inspect their machine, holding their breath until a loud ripping sound tore their attention to the group of teenagers beside them. They turned just in time to see the Manson girl toss a Jack Fenton sticker into the garbage can. She stopped Danny halfway through his protests. "You'll thank me later," she said, turning away to watch the proceedings. Shrugging, Danny followed suit. "I really don't think this is a good idea," said Tucker, a little out of the blue. "Huh, why not?" asked Danny, more puzzled than he should have been under the circumstances. Tucker favored him with a look that said, "You're gonna make me explain." "Think about it, Danny," he said, speaking slowly, "your parents are literally trying to rip a hole in the fabric of space. In your basement, in the middle of a crowded neighborhood, using the city's electric grid. The list goes on." Danny frowned, Tucker's logic not quite cutting through his euphoria. Thankfully, Sam, the female one, came to Tucker's rescue. "I think he's trying to say that if this thing goes wrong somehow the blast shield isn't going to be enough." Collectively, the three teens gulped, both afraid and thrilled. The Winchester brothers shared a look. Sam leaned closer to Dean, whispering, "You sure this will work?" Dean, palms sweaty, nodded, eyes wide. "I sure as hell hope so." He crossed the fingers on his other hand too, just in case. "All right everyone," Maddie said, ushering Jack behind the blast shield, a remote in his hand. "It's time for the big boom." "Please don't use the word boom, Mom." Danny was turning a bit green. Maddie didn't seem to hear him. "Goggles on, everyone." She waited until everyone had slid the tinted goggles down over their faces before patting Jack's huge shoulder. "Go ahead, dear." Grinning like a maniac, Jack plunged his finger into the big red button in the center of the remote and cried, "Bonsai." Then, the day was spent by all parties in high anticipation of the Fenton's ghost portal test. Daydreams abounded, jumpsuits were fitted, and blast shields were erected. But the real question is, did Dean manage to disable the portal, or did he doom all of them to death in a fiery explosion? Now, Jack and Maddie Fenton were by no means idiots. A little eccentric, to be certain, but brilliant. Maddie remembered very well her college days with Vlad and Jack, experimenting in their lab. Despite Vlad's horrible accident with ectoacne, she knew that they had been close, so close, to punching a hole into the ghost zone. She had kept all their notes from their college years and had spent days and nights rechecking everything. Every dot and tittle she re-examined. Where there were lingering doubts, she experimented. Where there were errors, she corrected. Where there was reliable information, she copied laboriously. When Danny and Jazz had been born, 3 years apart, Maddie had taken a break to raise her children and expand her horizons. It had been when Danny was a toddler that she and Jack had started developing weapons and researching ectoplasm and ghosts in real depth. The kids had grown up surrounded by ghosts and technology. Slowly, Maddie forgot about her dream to build a ghost portal, and the notes she had so carefully maintained became dusty in the cabinet she had locked them in. It was only many years later, at the dinner table of all places, that Maddie was reminded of her ambitions. "Mom, Dad, I got accepted into Stanford." Jazz had come running into the kitchen with the day's mail. "Good for you, Jazzy Pants," Jack had exclaimed, leaping up to envelope his daughter in a bear hug. In the midst of all the congratulations, however, Maddie remained at the table, suddenly realizing how much time had gone by. All the years came crashing down on her and she was reminded of her own college days with Vlad and Jack. Remembering the ghost portal, she was conscious of the exact location of the locked cabinet in the lab beneath her. It felt like something was pulling her towards it. The longing overwhelmed her and a tear slipped down her face. "Mom," Jazz was looking at her, a little confused and concerned. Maddie swiped her hand across her face. "I'm just so proud of you, sweetheart. You've grown up so much." Rather belatedly, she joined the group hug. Maddie really had been proud of Jazz. Intensely so. But, as everyone knows, there are two sides to every coin. So maybe now you, dear reader, can understand the crushing feeling of disappointment and confusion that crashed down on Maddie's heart and soul when the portal word sparked and died on the other side of the blast shield. For the second time in Jazz's senior year of high school, the weight of all those years suffocated her as all of her hard work sputtered out of existence before her eyes. What happened?" asked Dean, breathing for what felt like the first time in days. He didn't dare hope that his plan had actually worked. "I don't know." Maddie's knees were shaking. She felt herself swaying in place, then Jack's large, warm hands around her shoulders. "I checked and rechecked everything. It was all perfect." Jack, for all his flaws, loved his wife dearly. So, he gently steered her up and out of the lab and into their bedroom, where no one could see him cradle her in his arms as she cried. The rest of the group stood in the lab, not sure how they should feel. Dean alone had no issue with diagnosing what he felt. He felt like he had stolen candy from a baby. One more threat ended, one more life ruined. He bumped his brother in the shoulder. "Come on, Sammy." The brothers changed back into their clothes in the vault and emerged clad in flannel and denim once more. They found the 3 high schoolers gathered near the portal, peering curiously inside. Sam stuck his hands in his pockets, shrugging uncomfortably. Y'all take care." He waved half-heartedly at the kids. They mumbled their goodbyes as the 2 giant men made their way out of the lab and out of the house. In the street, the sky was glowing orange and red in the sunset. Dean glared at the beautiful panorama. The world had no right to keep on spinning when he felt so miserable. Pulling the keys to the Impala out of his jacket pocket, he set his face in stone and headed to the driver's side. "I need a drink," he said to no one in particular. Sam sighed and compressed himself into the passenger seat just as the car growled to life. Together they roared off into the entirely too beautiful sunset to find a cheap bar. "Danny," Sam and Tucker waited until all the adults were out of the lab before talking at a normal volume. It really sucks that it didn't work, Tucker said morosely. It would have been a technological marvel. Tell me about it, said Danny, leaning cautiously towards the hole in the wall. Listening hard, he tried to detect a trace of the whispers he had heard the day before. He couldn't hear anything now. Shrugging internally, he tuned abruptly back into what Sam was saying as she pointed at him and said, "Ghost." What? He jumped a foot in the air. Where? Sam only raised an eyebrow. Your jumpsuit. It makes you look like a ghost. Danny blinked at her and she sighed long-sufferingly. Because it's white. Danny started and looked down at himself. His jumpsuit was indeed white. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, it kind of does. Hey, Sam snapped her fingers suddenly, startling both Danny and Tucker. Climb in the portal and I'll take a picture. It'll make it look like there's a ghost coming out of it. Danny felt suddenly short of breath. You want me to climb in there? He asked as Sam scampered for her spider backpack, withdrawing a camera. Yeah, she said brightly, flicking the camera on and focusing it on Danny. Danny looked to Tucker for support. His best friend caught his scared look and turned to Sam. I don't think this is a good idea, Sam, he said, and Danny is pretty uncomfortable with it. Sam frowned and put the camera down. Uncomfortable. Then she grinned. You mean scared? It's just a hole in the wall, Danny. I mean, granted, it is dark and ooky spooky, but that makes it all the more perfect for this picture. She held the camera up and snapped a quick photo of the two boys. Come on, she cajoled, it won't take but a few seconds. Danny and Tucker exchanged another look. Tucker could tell that his best friend was still a bit uncomfortable with the idea, but Sam had accused him of cowardice and that was one thing he knew Danny couldn't stand. Fine, fine, Danny said, holding up his hands in surrender, but you better get it the first time. Sam gave him a victorious thumbs up as he clambered gingerly into the portal. Barely a foot from the opening, he turned and posed half-heartedly. Sam didn't even have to say anything. Sighing, he edged his way farther into the darkness of the hole. A few feet from the opening, the hole dissolved into almost impenetrable blackness. Offhand, Danny mused how that probably wasn't a thing that should be physically possible, but he was too busy trying not to trip to give it much more thought than that. Can I get a light in here? He asked as his foot snagged on a piece of something in the dark, making him take a forced step forward. He braced his hand on the wall to keep from face-planting and he felt something shift under his palm. Hope that wasn't important, he thought, quickly withdrawing his hand. There was a whirring sound and Danny looked up, hoping he was hearing things. Something sparked green in the darkness and Danny was thankful for his insulating jumpsuit. Then there was a bright flash and Danny felt like he was going to die from the sudden agony that assaulted him. Amity Park turned out to be a very kosher town. Dean and Sam could only find one bar in the whole place. Granted, Dean didn't spare much time to look around after they spotted it. The two brothers sat inside, some of the first customers of the day, and ordered beers. Sam expected Dean to get food as well, but Dean hadn't stopped staring at a spot on the back wall since they'd sat down. He didn't lighten up even after his third beer. When he raised his hand for a fourth one, Sam intervened, waving away the bartender. Dude, what's wrong? He asked. You haven't said a word since we left the Fentons. Dean looked at him blearily, just buzzed enough that the tip of his tongue was numb. Unfortunately, Dean had always been a silent drunk, so he said nothing for a long time. When Sam didn't look away, Dean sighed and rubbed his forehead. Just tired, he said. It's nothing. I kind of feel bad for Maddie, Sam said, facing forward again. I mean, that portal must have taken years to complete. Dean sighed again, more loudly. I don't want to talk about it. I think we did a good thing, though, Sam continued, musingly. I mean, imagine if that thing had actually. Dean cut his brother off by slamming his hand down onto the counter. I said shut up. Sam frowned, but quieted. After glaring at Sam for a moment longer, Dean raised his hand and called out, Yo, barkeep. You got anything stronger back there? The bartender, a buff guy with a shock of blonde hair, gave Dean a measured look before turning and pulling a bottle off a high shelf. I got Everclear and some single malt whiskey. Which one do you want? Whiskey on the rocks, Dean said, slumping back down into his chair. Sam rolled his eyes. Could I get one of your salads, please? He asked, leaning forward. The bartender glanced up from twisting the lid off a bottle of amber liquid, raising an eyebrow. Grimacing, Sam leaned back again. Actually, you know what? Never mind, I'll eat later. He settled instead for watching as the bartender sat a clear glass on a frilly napkin in front of Dean and began pouring. Just as he was withdrawing the bottle, there was a buzzing sound and the lights flicked off. In the dark, something clanged loudly and Sam could hear the pitter-patter of liquid hitting the floor. The bartender swore loudly. What the hell? Sam fished his flashlight out of his pocket, clicking it on and shining it around. The bartender had disappeared from view, but Sam could hear vile mutterings about new shoes coming from behind the counter, so he assumed the man was fine. Dean was already out of his seat, feeling his way to the door and clicking his own flashlight on. Carefully, Sam caught up with his brother. Demons? He asked, more than a little nervous. Dean pushed the outer door open and peered out into the twilight. The town was completely dark. Dean didn't know what to think. Power outage or demon attack? It was so hard to tell sometimes, but with the Winchesters, a coincidence was too good to be true. Huffing, he walked back to the bar, slapping some cash on the wood and downing the whiskey in a single gulp. Let's go, Sam. As they opened the doors of the Impala, power flickered back into the town and the street lamp above them blinded them as it blinked on suddenly. Cursing the pain in his eyes, Dean slid into the driver's seat and twisted the key in the ignition. He didn't wait for Sam to buckle his seat belt before he tore off down the street, wheels squealing. Punching the radio on, he twisted the tuning dial until he found the station he wanted. A woman's calm voice chattered out of the speakers. Should be advised that the power outage has been dealt with and power should return to most homes within a few minutes. The cause of the massive blackout is still being determined by the staff of the power plant, but the manager assures us that there will be no rest until the problem is found and dealt with. Citizens are recommended to call their electricity provider only if power has not returned after 4 hours. I repeat, the power outage has been taken care of and the problem is being located and dealt with by city. Dean flipped the channel to a local rock station. Power outage my ass, he muttered. As soon as we get back to the motel, we grab our stuff and get the hell out of Dodge. Got it. Sam nodded, heart still beating a mile a minute as Creedence Clearwater Revival's Bad Moon Rising played over the radio. I see a bad moon arising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightnin'. I see bad times today. Danny, bro, come on. Open your eyes, man. Danny felt strange. Lighter than air, only just aware of the hard concrete he was lying on. Crud, his parents are coming. Quick, help me drag him into the vault. What? Why? He needs help, Sam. He needs to go to the hospital. He's not gonna make it out of this house if his parents find him. Help me get him into the vault. Danny groaned and shifted as 2 pairs of hands touched him. Then he felt himself being pulled, lifted, pushed, and prodded. He felt kind of achy now. Like he'd exercised a lot and was just now feeling the soreness. It's gonna be okay, Danny, just hang on a minute longer. Lift him higher. His head's gonna clang. Danny felt that. That hurt. A lot. His eyes opened. Ow, he said. Danny. Sam and Tucker completely filled his field of vision as he looked up from where they had set him down on something hard. The floor. Danny rubbed his head. What happened? He asked. His friends exchanged a look, then looked back at him. Sam opened her mouth, but at that moment, loud footsteps echoed from somewhere. Where was he again? Sam and Tucker jumped at the sound. Then Sam grabbed Tucker's arm and pulled him away. Sam, wah, Tucker stumbled along after the goth. Just follow my lead. We can't let them find him. Sam, he's hurt. He needs. Sam whirled on her friend. He is a ghost, Tucker. A god-forsaken ghost. If his parents find him now, they will kill him. Sam considered what she had just said and added, again. Voices in the lab. Sam grabbed Tucker's hand and pulled him behind her again. Just follow my lead. And they were gone. Danny sat up on his elbows carefully. He didn't remember what had happened to him, but he felt like any small movement would trigger pain. The pain never came, though. The portal works. His mom. Jack, the portal works. Eureka. His dad. There was the sound of people jumping up and down, rejoicing. Danny's memory slowly came back, like your vision does after you've seen a bright light. Bits and pieces slowly came into focus until he remembered everything. The darkness. The green light. But, most of all, the pain. He looked down at himself and found that his once mostly white jumpsuit with black accents was now a mostly black jumpsuit with white accents. He considered his newest memories about the portal test and Sam forcing him and Tucker to take a photo. Of climbing into the portal. Of tripping. Of D'ing. He figured the panic would set in soon. Gingerly, he climbed to his feet. No pain, just that weird, achy feeling. Glancing up, he caught sight of himself in the mirror above a utility sink. And that's when the panic hit him. It was so sudden, so jarring, that Danny almost fell to the floor again. His hands grabbed parts of himself, his clothes, his hair, his arms, his gut. The figure in the mirror copied his every move, glowing green eyes staring back wildly. His breath came fast and ragged, tearing at his throat and lungs. Shouldn't he be feeling lightheaded right about now? He jerked his gaze away from the mirror, staring instead at the wall. He struggled to calm himself, to analyze the situation, but bizarre questions kept shooting through his brain and crowding out all logical thought. Am I dead? Really dead? What do I do now? How do I know for sure? What will my parents say? What will they do? Will I have to leave? Will anything ever be normal again? Slowly, he calmed himself and organized the questions into a single file line. As he tried to answer them, all he could come up with was a single sentence, I don't know. Then, that sentence started flying around his brain and banging into his skull, knocking things over like a rampaging cat. He breathed in and out, slowing things down, trying to pick up the pieces of his sanity. It's okay, it's fine, he whispered, trying to keep his nervous limbs still. We will figure everything out. It will be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be fine. His panic was gradually overtaken by an insistent curiosity. He looked at his now white-gloved hands and wondered what the rest of him looked like. He felt like he was still about the same height and weight. He felt his hair. He was surprised how well he could feel with the rubber jumpsuit covering his fingers. That brought his thoughts around to his skin. I hope the whatever that was didn't melt the jumpsuit to my skin. That would suck. Danny found the zipper on his chest and pulled it down, revealing his naked chest. Apparently you weren't supposed to wear clothes under these things. When he peeled the jumpsuit away from his skin, what he saw made him whip around and face the mirror on the sink again. All across his chest and stomach were glowing green Lichtenberg figures, lightning scars. He had his zipper open to just beneath his navel and as far as he could tell, they extended farther down his body. In the mirror, he could see them extend onto his collarbones and, he assumed, over his shoulders. He extracted one of his hands from the jumpsuit and turned it over in the dim light from the lamp above the sink. The scars shimmered as he moved, a dull toxic green on his arm and hand. He didn't really know how to feel about them. Sighing, he put his hand back into the sleeve and zipped himself up. He could deal with those later. Looking back into the mirror, he examined his face. The Lichtenberg figures were very faint here, thank goodness. He could probably cover those up with makeup or something from Jazz's stash. His hair had turned a glistening white, shimmering like snow when he moved it. That would be harder to hide. Great, I'm a My Little Pony now. All covered in sparkles. The change in his eyes, though, was the most stunning. Danny walked right up to the mirror, resting his hands on the sink and leaning close. Whereas before his eyes had been blue, baby blue, his mother had said, now they were green, like the Lichtenberg figures, and glowing brightly. Danny blinked a few times and rubbed his eyes, but the ones staring back from the mirror still glowed, green and bright. The panic began to set in again. White hair, glow sticks for eyes, the Lichtenberg figures, not to mention the drastic change in his jumpsuit. It was all too much. At that moment, his right hand slipped and he cracked his head against the glass of the mirror. And kept right on going. His shriek of surprise was cut off as his mouth followed his head through the mirror, not that he could tell. He was too busy staring at the inner workings of the cinderblock wall. His only thought was, I can't get stuck in here. Using his left hand that was still groping at the rim of the sink, he pulled himself quickly back out of the wall and stumbled away, sitting down hard. What the ever-loving crud? Through the ringing in his ears, he could hear questioning voices coming from the lab followed by loud and hurried explanations. Then Sam and Tucker were beside him again. Dude, are you good? Tucker asked, helping Sam lever him into a standing position. Through the confusion and panic still swirling around like a miasma in his brain, a million answers and witty comebacks came to mind. He went with the first one that made it to his tongue. I fell through the mirror. Sam and Tucker glanced at the mirror, looking as solid as ever, then exchanged a look. Are you sure you didn't just hit your head on the mirror? Asked Tucker, like, really hard. Danny frowned impatiently. No, gah. He cut himself off with a yelp as his feet were swept out from under him and he found himself floating, upside down, in midair. He looked at his friends wildly. What the heck is happening to me? Carefully, Sam and Tucker helped maneuver him into an upright position, still a foot off the ground. "Danny," Sam started, wringing her hands. That worried Danny. Sam had never been the kind of girl to wring her hands in a stressful situation. "We think you're a ghost." Danny immediately plopped back onto the floor, sitting down hard for the second time in as many minutes. "I'm a what?" Then, after not dying in a deadly explosion as a result of Dean's meddlings with the ghost portal, the Winchesters were driven out of Amity Park by a widespread blackout that they mistook for a demon attack. Danny's first attempt at being a model for jumpsuits fails horribly when he apparently dies by electrocution as the portal turns on with him inside. Now, the Impala rolled into the parking lot of the roadhouse after a long and exhausting hunt. Vampires were really more of a pain than they had any right to be. To make matters worse, the impromptu vampire purge had come directly on the heels of Dean's capture by that damn djinn. Sam climbed out of the driver's side and slammed the door, perhaps a little harder than it needed to be slammed. The car jostled and woke Dean, sleeping in the passenger seat. He tried to jerk awake, but his body was still recovering from both the djinn attack and his small role in the vampire hunt, so he lulled his way to consciousness instead. Sam hadn't let him do much but snipe the vamps from afar with bullets full of dead man's blood. Staggering a little, Dean made his exit from the Impala and followed Sam into the roadhouse, just catching the screen door as it swung shut behind his brother. The inside was smoky from some older hunters having a few cigars off to the side. "Sam, Dean," Ellen called from behind the bar, "how's it been?" Dean smiled to acknowledge her as he looked around for Joe's blonde hair, leaving Sam to do the talking. He meandered his way slowly over to the bar, keeping his head on a swivel for Joe. As he moved through a cluster of hunters, he caught a couple of words he hadn't heard in quite a while. Amity Park. The hunter who'd been talking nodded conspiratorially at his mates around the table as if he had just told them a juicy bit of gossip. Dean slid silently into the table next to theirs, his back to them and his head in his arms, every bit the exhausted hunter that he was. With his face buried in his arms, he kept one ear tuned into the conversation at the next table. "Amity Park?" asked one scruffy voice, "so someone decided to take on that giant ghost infestation over there." Giant ghost infestation, Dean thought. Apparently, Dean recognized this as the hunter he'd heard first. Inviso Bill, they call him. A ghost himself according to some rumors, but I think he's just got himself a hold of some major mojo. I've heard tell he goes around shooting ghosts down with some sort of soup thermos contraption. The other hunters muttered, "A soup thermos?" One of them checked. "Yeah, he's either working with those nutjob Fentons or he borrowed some of their more reliable inventions. And get this, he's apparently young." "How young?" "The rumors vary on the age. Some say as young as 12, but the oldest I've heard is still only 17. My guess is it's a local high school kid with a score to settle with the supernatural." Dean heard murmurs of assent from the other hunters. It was a common enough story. Loved one gets offed by a specter and the kid decides his only purpose in life is getting revenge on all ghostkind. It wasn't too different from Dean's own story. The way into hunting is just as bloody as the way out. He mused to himself. I hope this kid knows what he's doing. Dean's mind returned to the boy with the two wide blue eyes from their misadventure in Amity Park 6 months previously. He hoped Danny was taking care of himself. Big hunts could rip a town up from its roots, he knew from experience. Behind him, the hunters continued going back and forth with speculations and rumors about the new kid hunter of Amity Park, but Dean was only half listening now, his stamina having deserted him. Someone kicked his leg. Dean mumbled frostily what they could do with their foot, but the person only kicked him again. "I said you could go." He opened one eye in the direction of his assailant and trailed off as he caught sight of the long blonde hair and bright eyes of Joe. "Shove it up my ass?" she asked, tilting her head and giving him that thin-lipped smile that usually came before him getting his butt whooped. Dean blushed through his freckles and pushed himself into a sitting position, smiling sheepishly. "You look like hell," Joe remarked, grasping Dean's arm in support as he swayed in his seat. "Yeah, well the gins suck," Dean mumbled, pressing his palms into the edge of the table to make the world stop spinning. "I'll get you some water." With Joe's hand gone from his shoulder, he nearly toppled out of the chair before deciding head down was better. Mere seconds after she had departed, the chair next to Dean made a low squealing sound as somebody pulled it out and sat down. That was fast, Dean thought, opening one eye. Instead of being greeted with Joe's smile, however, he was assaulted with Sam's concerned stare. "What do you want?" he said into his arm. Completely overlooking his brother's pale, sweaty face, Sam said, enthusiastically, "So, get this, there's rumored to be a kid ghost hunter in Amity Park." Dean just stared at him with one eye. "You know, with the Fentons and the portal and the green ghost." Dean mumbled something unintelligible. "I was thinking, after you recover we could head over there and see if he needs any help." "If the Fentons got that portal working again?" Dean raised his eyebrow. "I know, but that Maddie was a smart one, she might have figured out whatever wires you switched and fixed it by now." Dean finally figured he needed to actually contribute to the conversation. He sat up slowly, eyes clamped shut. "What about the yellow-eyed demon? We just gonna let him go?" "Let him go? Dean, we never had him," Sam said. "We can wait for Ash to come up with another lead, but in the meantime, we can go help this hunter kid." "Sam," Dean was cut off by the chill of something freezing touching the fingers of the hand on the other side of his crossed-arm pillow. He yelped, jerking upright. Joe smiled slyly and slid the cold glass toward him. "Ash wants to see y'all," she said, nodding towards the bar where Ash had his nightmare of a laptop open. Ash waved them over. Dean gave Joe a glare and was about to get up when she reached out and pushed him back into his chair. "Wah, you're not going anywhere until you've drained that glass," she said, smiling gently. "You almost fainted on me a minute ago." Dean grimaced and gulped down the water as Sam waited for him. The water was cool and refreshing and Dean instantly felt much better, slamming the drained cup back down on the table and pushing himself to his feet. Joe smiled, scooping the glass up and walking away without another word. Dean watched the swaying strings of her apron as she retreated. Despite the restorative powers of the water, Dean was forced to sit down on a bar stool to hear what Ash had to say. "I got y'all a lead," Ash said, spinning his laptop around so the brothers could see the screen, a map of Illinois with a red pin in the northwest region. "Y'all ever heard of Amity Park, Illinois?" Dean raised an eyebrow at Sam as he responded, "Apparently it's all anyone's willing to talk about around here." Sam looked confused. "I thought there was just a big ghost infestation in Amity Park," he said, crossing his arms. "Sounded to me like someone was getting their hands into something they shoulda stayed well enough away from," Ash said, pressing the spacebar on his laptop. The map zoomed in on the Illinoisan town, showing more map pins in blue and green. "What are those?" asked Sam, indicating the pins. "Incidences of strange occurrences or ghost sightings," Ash replied. "The blue pins are for strange occurrences like a building found destroyed overnight. The green pins are ghost sightings, which I feel are self-explanatory." Dean cringed. There were a lot of green pins. Looking closer, he saw that a lot of them had small, black letters on them. "IB," Dean said, pointing at one such pin. "What does that mean?" Ash leaned over to see where he was pointing. "Ah, yeah, IB. Stands for Invisible. No one really knows who or what he is. Some people say he's a ghost, other people say he's a hunter. No one can get a good enough picture for me to tell, but from the ones I have seen I can tell you two things. One is that he seems to patrol the town picking fights with ghosts. Two is that there ain't no way he's older than a HGH schooler." Dean thought about his and Sam's trip to Amity Park months ago and came up with another question. "What about the Fentons? Amity Park's self-proclaimed ghost hunting experts." Ash snorted derisively. "What about 'em? What did they think about all this?" Ash chuckled and turned his computer back around, typing and clicking as he looked something up. "They're pretty clear on their position," he said, spinning his laptop back to face the Winchesters. Ash had looked up a video on the website of Amity Park News and had started playing it, muting it so Dean and Sam were forced to read the subtitles. A male reporter stood before the smoldering ruins of what looked like a warehouse. Lance Thunder here with the Amity Park News. Last night, witnesses reported yet another ghost attack on the warehouse you can see behind me. Video submitted by eyewitnesses showed that, yet again, Invisible was involved. This time fighting his old rival, a ghost calling himself the Box Ghost. The scene cut to a crude video recorded on some handheld device. The view wobbled, focusing in on a green and blue light storm coming from the warehouse Lance Thunder had been standing in front of. As they watched, a small, lithe form zipped into the air above the warehouse, its black jumpsuit kept from blending into the night sky by the dull green aura that surrounded it and the glowing white head of hair that swirled in the wind. More subtitles scrolled across the bottom of the screen. Eyewitness 1, "Oh my gosh. It's Invisible." Eyewitness 2, "Let's get closer." The camera wobbled its way nearer to what Sam and Dean could now clearly see was a battle. Even with all the jerking from whoever was holding the camera, they could see the small white-headed form that Dean assumed was Invisible, hold his hands in front of himself and release a green glowing beam of energy into the warehouse. A return fire of crates and cardboard boxes forced Invisible to perform some rather impressive evasive maneuvers before he could fire his green beam of energy back at whatever was attacking him. As he moved, Dean could see that he didn't have legs. Below the white belt that demarcated his hips, there was only the wispy form of a long black tail. From that white belt, Invisible suddenly pulled a small tubular contraption that glinted silver in his green aura. That must be the soup thermos those other guys were talking about, mused Dean. Pointing it down into the warehouse, Invisible fired a blue blast of energy into the interior. Apparently he missed. Box ghost beware. Another barrage of boxes flew out of the warehouse, barely missing Invisible. The two eyewitnesses were now fairly close to the warehouse, and a crate smashed beside them, just out of view of the camera. The camera jumped, whoever was holding it inadvertently turning it to face the broken remains of the crate. Eyewitnesses 1 and 2, Og. Invisible, what the heck are you two doing? Get away from here, it's dangerous. The camera flicked upwards suddenly, focusing on Invisible, who was now zipping towards it, glowing green eyes wide with adrenaline. As he approached, the video started to be overtaken with static fuzz. Eyewitness 2, Invisible. Invisible, for the last time, it's. The video fuzzed out completely, apparently cutting Invisible off. The video cut back to Lance Thunder, still standing in front of the warehouse remains. Lance Thunder, as always, the video feed cut out as Invisible approached. We've asked 2 experts, and here Lance visibly rolled his eyes, to the scene today to ask why that is and if Invisible's continued presence in Amity Park poses any risk to our city's electric grid. Thunder beckoned to someone off-screen in the DRs. Fenton fairly skipped into view. They hadn't changed much since Dean had last seen them. They still wore their skin-tight rubber hazmat suits and had way too much energy. Lance Thunder, Jack and Maddie Fenton, Amity Park's very own ghost experts. What are your thoughts on Invisible's extended stay in our fair city? Maddie Fenton, well Lance, Jack Fenton, that Invisible. When I get my hands on him I'll rip him apart molecule by molecule. Maddie Fenton, of course you will, dear. As I was saying, Lance, we believe Invisible is a very violent ghost who is right now content with only taking out his urges on others of his kind. Who knows when his violent tendencies will turn themselves on humans? Rest assured, Jack and I are working diligently to extinguish this menace once and for all. We've even got some new weapons to help us. Jack and Maddie pulled out 2 very large guns that shouldn't have been able to be concealed in their teal and orange jumpsuits. Thunder backed away, eyes wide, as did the cameraman. Maddie Fenton, don't worry. These are perfectly harmless against humans. Lance Thunder, that's what you said last time. Jack Fenton, bonsai. Jack fired his shoulder cannon into the air and a large, glowing green projectile shot out of view. A few seconds later, Thunder was covered in a pile of green goop as the projectile fell out of the sky and onto his head. He looked more annoyed and resigned than angry, raising the microphone to his mouth, making eye contact with the camera. Lance Thunder, back to you, Sharon. The video ended. Dean's eyes were wide with shock. On the one hand, there was apparently a teenage boy somewhere in Illinois going around and blasting warehouses to pieces. On the other hand, the Fentons were as eccentric and wild as ever. He needed some time to digest this new information. Can you send me that video, Ash? Sam asked, also sitting down. Ash grunted and spun his laptop back around, clicking and clacking away. Sam turned to Dean. So, the Fentons think this Invisible kid is a ghost. And they're hunting him. Dean massaged his temples. I need a beer, he said. We need to go help this kid. Sam exclaimed as Ellen plopped 2 beers down on the bar in front of them. Dean grabbed his, but had to hand it back to Ellen for her to open it for him since his arms still felt like lead. Sure, he said as she popped the top off and handed it back, but first, a drink. Then, 2 months after meeting the Fentons, Sam and Dean find out that there is a large ghost infestation in Amity Park that is apparently being dealt with by a lone teenage boy that the media has dubbed Invisible. The Winchesters decide to investigate while they await news of the yellow-eyed demon. Now, Danny had been having a busy day. He'd been having a lot of busy days lately. Really, it had been a busy few months. Ever since that day in his parents' lab where he had half died, he felt like he'd been fighting for his life, or his afterlife. He didn't really know, non-stop. He didn't know what it was about bullies, but they seemed to be unable to stay away from people who tried to fight back. Take Dash Baxter, for instance, one of Danny's human bullies. Danny had stood up to him one time after becoming part ghost, and now it felt like he was getting shoved into his locker, or a toilet, every day. This trend apparently continued even after people died. Since his parents' portal had started working again after Danny's half-death, ghostly bullies had been plaguing the city of Amity Park. Like with Dash, he had stood up to each of them one time, and now they couldn't seem to haunt the human realm without making trouble for him. No rest for the wicked, Danny thought, resignedly, as he shoved his homework back into his backpack and ran to the restroom of the Nasty Burger. He and his friends had been hanging out there a lot more recently, since it was safer for him to go ghost there than it was at home. As he pushed open the bathroom door, Danny released the breath he had been holding, allowing the little blue wisp that indicated the proximity of a ghost to escape. He had developed a habit of holding his breath every time he could feel his ghost sense about to go off, which wasn't very often, unfortunately. There had been a few close calls at home where his parents had thought he had been possessed. Although he'd managed to convince that he was just cold, he didn't know how long they would buy that sad excuse, hence the move to the Nasty Burger and his nascent habit. Making sure the bathroom door was locked, he said, "Going ghost." And transformed. Sam and Tucker had criticized him relentlessly for saying something so cheesy, but it really did seem to help him trigger his transformation into his white-haired alter ego, Danny Phantom. Sam and Tucker had teased him about the name too. In his defense, he'd had about 5 seconds to think of a suitable name when he'd come up with it. Despite being a full-time ghost fighter with an endless supply of snarky banter, he wasn't great at thinking under pressure sometimes. Knowing that his friends would take care of his backpack, he zipped through the ceiling and into the sky, turning invisible until he was a good distance above the ground. Now he mused to himself, "Where are you, O ruiner of study time?" The range in which his ghost sense would be activated was a complete mystery to Danny. With no real way to test it, he had to depend on his sharper-than-normal senses to track down the offending ghost whenever the little blue wisp made its appearance. He started flying in expanding circles, looking out for anything that could indicate the presence of a ghost. He really hoped this was a false alarm. Some small, inconsequential ghost just passing by him on their way to harmlessly rattle a few trinkets in someone's attic before disappearing back into the ghost zone. But then an explosion sounded a block away and his hopes were dashed. Johnny 13 zipped by below Danny, his shadow not far behind, heading towards the park. Danny grimaced and pursued. Johnny seemed to be on a joyride on a new motorcycle, and the explosion Danny had heard was the backfire of the engine. Probably not the greatest thing to hear from a motorcycle, but then again, it was a ghost motorcycle. Danny dipped down so he was at Johnny's level and shouted over the racing wind, "Yo! Rides that dead belong in the ghost zone. Why don't you take it back before I deliver it there in a scrap heap? As if you could, punk." Johnny flicked a finger and shadow charged towards Danny, who just barely managed to dodge the swiping claws. "I don't know, Johnny," Danny said, "I'm getting a real sense of déjà vu here." Keeping his attention on the shadow, Danny reached back a hand and fired an ectoblast into Johnny's back tire, which promptly blew out. As the bike slowed down, Johnny screamed, "This is a new bike, YOU!" But whatever he was going to finish his sentence with was drowned out by the wind as Danny charged at Shadow, who was coming back for a second pass. Putting his fists together in front of him, Danny fired another ectoblast straight into the Shadow's leering face, sending it careening backwards. "New bike, but still the same old moves, Shadow. You need an upgrade," Danny yelled as he closed in. "Let me help with that." And with a few well-placed punches, Danny quickly dispatched the Shadow. As it fell to the ground, Sam and Tucker, who had finally caught up to him on their motor scooters, sucked it into the Fenton thermos. Danny turned back to Johnny just in time to see him run towards Sam and Tucker. Instantly Danny was diving, but he was too high up to intercept Johnny in time. His stomach plummeted as Johnny reached his friends, but instead of grabbing them or otherwise injuring them, he just shoved them aside and hopped onto one of their scooters, zooming off. Relieved, Danny landed near his friends. "Are you guys okay?" he asked, keeping one eye on Johnny as he zipped around a corner and out of sight. "Just peachy," Sam said, giving him a thumbs up as she pushed herself off the asphalt, grabbing the Fenton thermos from where it had been knocked out of her hands. "My scooter," was all Tucker replied. "Don't worry," Sam said, brushing herself off, "if he breaks it, I'll buy you a new one." "I keep forgetting you're loaded," said Danny, sniggering. He knew Sam hated to be reminded of how rich her family was, but that just made it more fun to tease her about it. "Danny," Sam's yell made him jump. "What are you doing?" He rubbed his head, nonplussed. checking to make sure you guys are okay. What about Johnny? She asked, waving wildly in the direction the other ghost had gone. Oh yeah, Danny leapt into the air and sped off. He zipped around the corner. He had seen Johnny turn around and almost ran headfirst into the windshield of a car. There was a loud screeching of brakes and the blare of a horn as the car swerved to avoid him. Pulling up short, he glanced to make sure the car and its passengers were unharmed. The car, a vintage-looking black model, had stopped, but seeing no broken glass, blood, or deployed airbags, Danny resumed his hurried pursuit of Johnny 13. His highest priority, now and forevermore, it seemed, was catching ghosts. He would have sighed as he rounded another corner following the sounds of screams and Johnny's maniacal laughter, but the adrenaline of the chase was in him now and all he could do was smile. Dean got out of the Impala to watch the glowing boy fly off down the street and disappear around a corner. He hadn't gotten the clearest of looks as the kid had almost rammed straight into his windshield before zooming away, but Dean was absolutely sure it had been the infamous Inviso Bill. On the other side of the car, Sam stood, looking in the same direction. That looked like Inviso Bill, he said. Dean harumphed and got back into the car. That's such a stupid name. Who even came up with that? Probably the kid, said Sam, also re-entering the vehicle. Well, then he's a dumbass. Dean pressed down the accelerator and the pair continued down the road. Suddenly, a motorized scooter zipped around the same corner where Inviso Bill had come from and Dean had to slam on his brakes again to avoid hitting it. The scooter swerved around the Impala and a girl's angry voice shouted, "Hey, watch it." Sam whipped around to watch the motor scooter, which he now realized had 2 passengers, were off down the street in apparent pursuit of Inviso Bill. I think those were Danny's friends, Sam Manson and Tucker, if I remember correctly. What were they doing following Inviso Bill? Once again, Dean pressed down the accelerator, an extra wariness in his touch this time. Probably just thrill-seeking. I'm surprised Danny's not with them. Yeah, Sam seemed to be lost in thought. How long until we get to the motel? I can't read the future, Sam, Dean grumbled, focusing on the road. They cruised along peacefully for a while until Dean turned another corner and had to slam on his brakes again as a herd of glowing green octopi swam lazily down the street. What is the deal with this city? When they had started moving again, Dean was hyper-aware of his surroundings. Now that he was looking, the entire town seemed to glow faintly green from all the ectoplasm dripping off of everything. Benign ghosts occasionally drifted across the street, paying no heed to the traffic they were crossing. More astounding to him were the people, the human people, that is. For the most part, they seemed completely fine with the ghostly takeover. The occasional excitable teenager or high-strung adult would freak out and start screaming, but as Dean passed a park, he saw a little kid attempting to share his ice cream cone with the little green ghost of a dog. By the time the brothers reached the motel, they were completely flummoxed. How had so many ghosts taken up residence in one of the most populous cities in the area without any hunters noticing? When he posed the question to Sam, he found his brother had been thinking along the same lines and had come up with a hypothesis. I bet this all happened slowly since we were here. Maybe a few smaller ghosts at first, but then they were so ingrained in the city that people just stopped paying them any attention once they realized that they mostly wouldn't hurt them, Sam said, typing away on his laptop. If anything, I think this confirms that the Fentons got their portal working. And not long after we left, either seconds later, Sam had pulled up article after article of vaguely worded new posts that alluded to the ghost infestation without actually saying the word ghost. Most of them, surprisingly, were from the school newspaper of the local high school, Casper High. Students say school lunch is more undead than usual. New student counselor. Missing OR dead to begin with. Deceased alumnus seen roaming the halls, but WHO would want to come back to high school. Sam noticed these plus many more articles were all by the same person, Wesley Weston, an unfortunate name if ever Sam saw one. He wrote it down. He and Dean would have to check out this Wesley character later. I think we should head to the Fentons, first and then to the local high school, Casper High, Sam said, looking up to where Dean was finishing laying out a line of salt around the entire perimeter of the room. Didn't salt not work on that one ghost we fought a few months ago? Sam asked. Well, we know it works on at least some types of ghosts, and the fewer ghosts drifting through the room, the better. Dean plopped the mostly empty container of salt on the table, then sank into the chair opposite Sam, rubbing his eyes. Abruptly, Sam remembered that Dean was still recovering from the gin attack he had suffered a few days ago. Gingerly closing his laptop, he said, brightly. Well, I'll call the Fentons and ask if we can go over there tomorrow, but in the meantime we can just relax, have a beer or two and get some rest. This case seems like it's going to be a headache. Dean looked like he wanted to protest, but in the end, he just sighed and sank a little lower in the plush chair. Okay, he said, closing his eyes. Before Sam left their room to grab the promised beer, he made sure to leave Dean a glass of water on the table. Then, grabbing the keys to the Impala off the bedside table, Sam headed out, closing the door softly behind him. The motel they were staying at was called the Nevermore Motel. The doors were all faded black along a building painted in a shade of lavender that was just off. It was run by a couple who were most decidedly goth and had flyers of heavy metal concerts and local death poetry slams littered around their lobby and on the announcement bulletin board outside. Sam idly scanned some of the flyers on his way to the Impala. Dumpty Humpty coming to Amity Park, November 17th. This particular flyer was completely black except for the minimalist image of an egg wearing sunglasses at the bottom. Then, another flyer caught his eye. Circus Gothica, where your nightmares come to life. Cross over to the dark side. A list of show dates followed. Sam snorted at the dramatic font and verbiage. Right as he was about to get into the Impala, a loud bang echoed overhead and he flinched, looking up. There appeared to be a dogfight going on a mere 100 feet above the roof of the hotel. Two airborne somethings chased each other in figures of 8, blasting back and forth at each other with green and pink blasts of energy. Occasionally, two of the multicolored beams would collide in midair, causing an explosion that produced booms like the one he'd heard. Sam squinted at the figures, trying to discern more details, but suddenly, one of the pink bolts of light hit its opponent, throwing it back. As what had, until now, appeared to be a black and white projectile settled into stillness, Sam could see that it was none other than Inviso Bill, his glowing hands raised defensively in front of him as he tried to shake off the hit he'd just taken. Had he shot that green energy out of his hands? The other projectile stopped moving too, revealing itself to be a magenta-clad female figure riding was that a hoverboard. Come on, what happened at Axion Labs was an accident. I had no more control over the situation than you did. Inviso Bill yelled across the intervening space, the words carrying to Sam down below in the parking lot. Sam made a mental note to look up this Axion Labs place. Shut it, Ghost, the girl yelled back, stunning Sam for two reasons. First, her voice was much younger than he had assumed it would be. Around middle or high school, he guessed. Second, she'd just referred to Inviso Bill as a ghost. A mistake, perhaps. You ruined my life and now I'm going to ruin your afterlife. She shot at Inviso Bill again, but he dodged out of the way. Oh, yeah, said Inviso Bill, real original. She shot at him again and he dodged. They started circling each other in the sky, each with their weapons at the ready, Inviso Bill with his fists raised, and the girl with her gun. I don't want to fight you, Valerie, Inviso Bill tried again. Apparently saying her name was a bad move. It's Huntress, you piece of ectoplasmic scum, screamed the girl, firing off a rapid-fire sequence of shots. And before Sam could take another breath, they had zoomed away across the city, fighting just as viciously as they had been when Sam had first seen them. After a few more seconds of staring at the sky, Sam shook his head, equal parts bewildered and amused. Then, without further ado, he compressed himself into the Impala and roared off to the liquor store, thoughts whirling through his head all the way. When he got back to the motel later, Dean was fast asleep in one of the dark purple beds. It looked like he had managed to slip only one of his shoes off before falling asleep. Sam set the bag of beer and food down as quietly as he could and grabbed his laptop, taking it and a beer outside so he wouldn't disturb his brother with his typing. The first thing he looked up was Axion Labs. It turned out to be a large technology development and production plant on the edge of Amity Park. It looked like this facility might be the place where most of the city worked and made their living. As he scrolled through the search results, he found a news report from a few weeks before with the information he was looking for. Axion Labs, the hub of Amity Park's jump into the 21st century, was nearly leveled on Friday as local threat. Inviso Bill rampaged through the facility with his pet, a ghostly green dog allegedly named Cujo. The facility had just recently installed a security update courtesy of Damon Gray, former head of the R&D department. Mr. Gray declined to comment, but higher-ups in the corporation say that he had been assigned the job with the intent of making the facility ghost-proof in lieu of the recent ghost influx into the city. One ghost in particular, the dog now known as Cujo, ran rampant through the facility on a regular basis for 3 days before Mr. Gray began installing the updates to the security system. The day after the new system was installed, Inviso Bill accompanied Cujo on his rampage through the building, completely destroying the new security system and many hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment. Mr. Gray was subsequently demoted. Axion Labs could now be facing a lawsuit from several concerned parents whose children were part of a school field trip touring the facility that day. Before being sequestered by their lawyers, Jeremy and Pamela Manson told reporters that there will be hell to pay for the individuals responsible for the endangerment of our child. When told about Mr. Gray's demotion in light of the catastrophe, Mrs. Manson commented that that's one down, one to go. We're coming for you, Inviso Bill. Sam reread the article a few times, making sure that there was no Valerie mentioned. Then he sat back and thought. That Valerie, or Huntress, as she had insisted Inviso Bill call her, had sounded young. Young enough to be in high school. Sam glanced through the article again, his eyes landing on the word school field trip. Pulling up several social media sites, Sam searched a variety of different names and phrases and eventually found the Facebook profile of Valerie Gray, a high school student at Casper High School and daughter of Damon Gray. Her unwisely public feed, which was littered with daily selfies and pictures of her fashionable friends, had been suspiciously silent since the day of the Axion Labs incident. It fits, Sam thought, connecting the pieces in his mind. Aside from Damon Gray, the person bearing the primary responsibility for the destruction of Axion Labs was Inviso Bill. It was plausible that the Grays blamed him for Damon's demotion. Although he had been demoted, Damon Gray was still working for Axion, meaning both he and his daughter still had access to some of the most high-tech equipment in the country. The only thing Sam couldn't wrap his head around was how a freshman in high school had managed to pull off the theft of what was likely thousands of dollars of said high-tech equipment, even if she'd had her dad's help. Would Damon want to risk jail time so soon after almost losing his job? Either way, it was clear that Valerie, at least, was up to her ears in plotting revenge by hoverboard against Inviso Bill, who himself seemed to be ending up at the center of everything. An unfortunate place to be, Sam mused sympathetically. Getting up, he re-entered the motel room and dug around in his backpack, pulling out some sticky notes, a Sharpie, a box of tacks, and some yarn he kept for just such an occasion. Heading to the far wall, he removed a cheap painting and stuck 2 sticky notes on the wall. One read Inviso Bill and the other Valerie Gray, Huntress. Using the tacks, he strung a piece of yarn between the 2 sticky notes and took out another one, writing Axion Labs on it. He strung a piece of yarn from Valerie's and Inviso Bill's sticky notes to this one. Taking one last sticky note, he wrote Casper High on it and connected it with yarn to Valerie's post-it. He looked at Inviso Bill's sticky note. He had also been young. His voice definitely hadn't dropped yet. Was it possible he went to Casper High too? Shrugging, he connected Inviso Bill to Casper High, but with a different color of yarn so he would remember his uncertainty. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, he was struck suddenly with a thought. Taking out one more sticky note, he wrote Ghost on it. Valerie had referred to Inviso Bill as both a ghost and an ectoplasmic piece of scum. Or was Valerie just saying mean things because her life had been ruined? Hesitantly, Sam stuck the note on the wall and connected it to Inviso Bill's with the same color yarn he'd used to connect him to Casper High. If it was nothing, but it was definitely something to investigate. He glanced at the clock. It was past midnight and he had been traveling and dealing with this strange haunted city all day long. He was exhausted, maybe not as much as Dean, but still. Looking back at the triangles of sticky notes, he felt the smallest spark of pride. It may have been a long day, but at least it had been a productive one. Then, Danny has adapted quickly to life as the nascent superhero, Danny Phantom, even if everyone still calls him Inviso Bill and even if everyone still thinks he is a menace to society. Although he finds joy in his ghost hunting side job, his misunderstanding about the Axion Labs incident with Valerie Gray and her father has resulted in Valerie becoming Huntress and Sam Winchester finally gaining a foothold in the quagmire of mysteries that is Amity Park. Neither of which look great for Danny, who, even though he almost caused Dean to wreck the Impala, is blissfully unaware that the Winchesters are back in town. That might change when they visit his parents, though. Now, when Dean and Sam woke up the next morning, Sam told Dean all that he had seen and heard the day before. Even though Dean thought it was very interesting, he still teased Sam about the sticky notes on the motel wall. "What are you, a private investigator?" Dean chuckled when he saw the triangle of post-its connected with yarn. "Look, you even have yarn connecting them. So cute. Do you always carry yarn around with you, ya big grandma?" Sam's sigh was answer enough. Dean took a swig of the vending machine canned coffee he was substituting for breakfast and studied the sticky notes more carefully. So are you thinking we should head to the school first or to the Fentons? I think the Fentons, first, then the school. We still need to confirm whether or not the portal is working, and I'd like to get Maddie's take on the ghost infestation. If we could somehow talk to Inviso Bill himself, that would be a big help, but every time I've seen him he's been in the middle of fighting someone or chasing something. Dean nodded, then pointed to the sticky note with ghost written on it. You really think this is something we should check out? Everything we've heard so far says he's just got some weird mojo that's letting him use his weird powers. Sam sighed again, crossing his arms. Yeah, Huntress called Inviso Bill a ghost multiple times, so I thought I'd at least allow for the suspicion. No matter how far-fetched it seems. I mean, we've done more for less. Good policy, Dean said, plucking at one of the strands of yarn. Hey, Sam batted his hand away. You'll mess it up. Dean sniggered, but relented. Grandma pie. After a light breakfast of coffee and Pop-Tarts, courtesy of the vending machine, the Winchesters piled into the Impala and headed over to the Fentons' house. Although it was a Monday, they had decided to plan on visiting the school on Tuesday just in case the Fentons wouldn't let them go before school got out. Sam had made sure to call the Fentons the day before, asking them if the brothers could visit, but he honestly doubted whether this would make any difference in the way they were received. When they pulled onto the street where the Fenton residence stood, the first thing they noticed was that the huge Fentonworks sign was fully functional, lighting up a perfectly sunny morning. Dean wondered how much they were spending on electricity with that monstrosity running all the time. As they approached the house, Dean noticed several for sale signs on the doors of houses across the street. Sam knocked on the Fentons' door while Dean kept watch for ghosts. There hadn't been many out this morning, but Dean was paranoid after almost crashing the Impala multiple times the day before. A harried-looking Maddie opened the door after a good minute of knocking. Despite her haggard appearance, she smiled widely before inviting them inside. Dean looked forlornly at the bright blue sky, knowing he might not see it again for many hours. Good morning, boys, Maddie said, shutting the door. Can I get you anything to drink? We're fine, Dr. Fenton, Sam replied, settling himself on the couch. Dean sat down beside him. Maddie sat across from them in a purple armchair. It's so nice to see you again. How have your ghost hunting endeavors been going? Pretty good, actually, said Dean, deciding this was a great point at which to segue into the main reason for their visit. We heard about your ghost problem here and came to see if we could help out in any way. Maddie seemed a little miffed by this comment, but quickly composed herself. We are handling the ghost problem, she did air quotes, quite well. Our capturing technique has gotten much better over the past few months. She trailed off as a ghost zipped up the basement stairs and through the front door. It greatly resembled the ghost that had first gotten the Winchester brothers to go to Amity Park, a blobby head with long tentacles streaming out behind it. Maddie stared at her front door for a second longer before another ghost zipped up the stairs, following the first. Jack, she yelled, startling the brothers. A third ghost zoomed by, cackling. Yes, dear, came the faint reply from the basement. Maddie jumped up and ran towards the stairs. After a second, Sam and Dean followed. Several yards ahead, Maddie burst into the basement, already on a tirade. Jack Fenton, what have I told you about opening and closing the portal? Sam gave Dean a worried look. So the Fentons had managed to get the portal working. Sam and Dean emerged from the staircase to find Jack Fenton standing by a big green button set into the wall next to a large door covered in black and yellow warning stripes. As they watched, he pressed the button and the doors slid to either side, allowing the bright light of the portal to enter the dimly lit laboratory. The Winchesters stared at the portal. It was large, taller than Sam, and swirling in toxie shades of green. Jack pressed the button again and the doors whooshed shut. Just before they met in the center, another ghost made its escape. It didn't make it as far as the others. Scything through the air, a beam of blue light caught the ghost in mid-flight. Wailing in an almost annoyed way, the ghost was sucked into a contraption that Maddie held tightly in her hands. Angrily, she capped the gadget, shutting off the beam of light. Chucking it unceremoniously onto a lab bench, she stalked the rest of the way over to Jack and grabbed his hand before he could press the button again. Jack, you can't be opening and shutting the portal like that. It lets out the ghosts, Maddie said. Jack looked surprised. Ghosts? He asked excitedly. And then he was off. Where are they, Maddykins? I'll catch 'em all. He swiped up the contraption that Maddie had discarded on the bench and started aiming it around the room, apparently searching for ghosts. In a couple wild swings, he was facing towards the stairs and pointing the ghost capture weapon straight at Sam and Dean. "We have guests?" Jack asked, withdrawing the weapon and looking at Maddie. "Yes." Maddie approached and gently took the weapon away, setting it on the bench. She looped her arm through Jack's. "Remember the Winchesters, dear?" "Sam and Dean." "Hi." Dean raised his hand. Jack beamed at them. "Of course I remember the Winchesters. My ghost hunting buddies." He detached himself from Maddie and ran up to them, enveloping them in a bear hug. Dean felt the air get squished out of him as he awkwardly returned the hug with a pat on Jack's huge back. Jack let the both of them drop back to the floor, winded. "Welcome back to Amity Park, my boys. Do you want to see the portal?" he continued, hurrying towards the big green button. Maddie intercepted him, forcing him away. "They've already seen the portal work, Jack, dear. They saw it just now as they came downstairs. Right, boys?" She looked pleadingly at Sam and Dean. "Ah, yes, it was quite the light show," Sam said quickly. Dean was more interested in the strange contraption Maddie had used to capture the rogue ghost. He stepped over to the bench to examine it. It appeared to be a high-tech soup thermos. Made out of what looked to be expensive metal, it had a gauge and several buttons on the side. Dean remembered the video that Ash had showed them back at the roadhouse of Inviso-Bill using a soup thermos to take down the box ghost. Had he gotten his tech from the Fentons? "Isn't this what Inviso-Bill uses to take down ghosts?" he asked, pointing at the thermos. Maddie frowned, obviously annoyed. "Yes. We don't know how he got it. We've taken to ghost-proofing the house at night with a ghost shield, but he's still getting in and stealing things somehow. We've seen him use some of our other inventions too. If it weren't for the portal, we would have ghost-proofed the lab full-time by now." "From what I've seen," chimed in Sam, "Inviso-Bill had his own arsenal in his hands. Why would he need this thermos thing?" Jack answered this time. "Inviso-Bill thinks he's so cool with his ecto-beams, but for all he can do, he has nothing that can rival the Fenton thermos, our most advanced ghost-capturing device." Jack swept the thermos back off the counter, fiddling with a couple knobs. "All you do is pop off the lid, like so, aim, and," Jack pressed the button on the side, aiming the thermos harmlessly at a wall. To the surprise of all, the ghost Maddie had just captured, along with several others, immediately whooshed out of the thermos, escaping through the ceiling. The last one spared a moment to give the assembled humans a rude parting gesture. Everyone looked at Jack. "Drat," he mumbled, fiddling with the thermos again, accidentally reversed the polarity. "So, what?" Dean crossed his arms, a little confused. "Inviso-Bill is capturing these ghosts in this little thermos thing. What does he do with them?" Maddie brightened. "I'll show you." She beckoned them over to a computer on the far side of the lab. She searched through the files in a folder labeled Flagged Security until she found the one she wanted. Clicking on it, it revealed itself to be a short video, no longer than 30 seconds. She pressed play. The brothers looked on a scene of the lab from some ceiling corner. It was mostly dark, with only the glow of a couple instruments full of ectoplasm to provide light. It stayed that way for a few seconds until a human-shaped something popped into existence near the shadowy outline of the portal. This video was much clearer than the one Ash had shown them, and they could immediately see that it was Inviso-Bill. Just like in the video of the warehouse, he was glowing faintly, illuminating his surroundings. He floated about a foot off the floor, looking around with eyes that burned like viridescent stars. His white hair drifted over his forehead, reminding Dean vaguely of a candle flame, but sticking mostly to the hairstyle of a young boy. After making sure his environment was clear of overenthusiastic ghost hunters, Inviso-Bill landed on the floor and walked over to the big button next to the portal. Below the button was a circular receptacle the brothers hadn't noticed before. From his belt, Inviso-Bill took a thermos identical to the one still in Jack's hands. Uncapping it, he plugged the open front end into the receptacle and pressed another, smaller button below it. The video was soundless, so the Winchesters couldn't hear the whoosh of the portal opening on screen. Light spilled into the lab, giving the dormant equipment long shadows that reached across the floor like fingers. Inviso-Bill stood back a little, hands on hips as the portal whirled much like water in a flushing toilet, sucking the few unwilling ghosts from the thermos back into the ghost zone. When the last ghost had been flushed back into its home dimension, Inviso-Bill took the thermos out of the receptacle and hooked it back onto his belt, turning to face the camera. Then, he yawned widely. Dean leaned forward, noticing for the first time the large, dull green bags under the kid's eyes and recognizing them from looking in the mirror. Behind him, the portal slid shut again, cutting off the light. The glowing outline of Inviso-Bill rose slowly off the floor, then drifted sleepily upwards and out of view of the camera. The video stopped. "And he just comes in here whenever he wants?" asked Sam. "It appears that way," replied Maddie. "That was a lot of ghosts he flushed back into the ghost zone there." Dean looked pointedly at her. "No ghost problem, huh?" She sighed. "We would appreciate any help you can give." The next few hours were a montage of preparation and training as the Winchesters prepared to enter the spectral battlefield that Amity Park had become. Dean was thrilled to be introduced to some of the Fentons, larger weapons like the Fenton bazooka and the Fenton foamer. The latter ejected a stream of anti-ghost goo capable of restraining a ghost and nullifying its powers, while the former was just as fun and explodey as its non-ghost counterpart. Meanwhile, Sam was intrigued by the Fenton Finder, a device that purportedly used satellite data to locate ghosts. "This little baby's still a work in progress, unfortunately," said Jack, taking the gadget from Sam and placing it sadly on a shelf. "For some reason it keeps pinging our boy Danny every time we test it." Sam was disappointed. He had hoped to use some of the technology from the Fenton Finder to upgrade one of Dean's homemade EMF meters. "What's this?" he asked, picking up something that looked suspiciously like a boomerang. Jack's face brightened immediately. "Why, this is the Fenton boomerang. It locks onto a ghost's unique ecto-signature and follows it around. Those phantasmal fiends can run, but they can't hide from the Fenton boomerang." Jack wheeled back his arm and hurled the boomerang, making Sam duck. The device zoomed around the lab a few times, forcing Dean and Maddie to dive out of the way, before zipping off up the staircase. A loud clang came from the ground floor, followed immediately by an ow. And a few seconds later, Danny Fenton made his disgruntled way into the lab, holding the boomerang in one hand and rubbing his head with the other. "Your boomerang got away again," he said, pushing the device into his mother's hands. It was then that he noticed Sam and Dean. His eyes widened at the sight of Dean hefting the Fenton bazooka. "Hi," he said hesitantly. "What, he cleared his throat, "what are you guys doing back in town?" Sam responded first to take away Danny's attention from Dean and the large gun he was holding. "We heard about the ghost infestation and wanted to see if we could do anything to help. Tear him apart molecule by molecule," Dean added enthusiastically, parroting a phrase Jack had said at least 10 times since they'd entered the house that morning. Sam knew the intended effect was to lighten the tension, but Danny only seemed to become more nervous, although he tried to hide it. Yeah, molecule by molecule." Danny made a weak attempt at a gung-ho gesture. "I'm gonna go do my homework. Bye." He fairly bolted back up the stairs. Sam caught Dean's gaze and nodded. They'd need to talk to Danny later. Was there something going on behind the scenes that they hadn't noticed? Jack took the boomerang from Maddie and scratched his head. "Yeah, still working out the kinks on this one too. Do a lot of your inventions hone in on Danny?" Dean chuckled, setting the Fenton bazooka down. "Yes," sighed Maddie, "we're not sure why either, although we think it might have something to do with the inordinate amount of ghost attacks that happen at school. We suspect he's exposed to a lot of rogue ectoplasm that way." "Dratted ghosts attacking children," Jack muttered darkly. "Ghosts attacking the high school, interesting," Sam thought, remembering his and Dean's suspicion that Inviso-Bill was somehow connected to Casper High. He decided now was as good a time as any to bring up the vigilante. "Speaking of the high school, do you guys think that Inviso-Bill is somehow connected to it?" Maddie stopped what she was doing and looked at Sam. "What do you mean, connected?" "I mean, I suppose he does tend to show up at all the ghost fights that happen at the school, but he shows up at all the ghost fights no matter where they are, really." "Oh, no," Sam clarified, "connected, as in, maybe Inviso-Bill is attending Casper High as a student." Jack and Maddie exchanged bewildered looks and then simultaneously burst into laughter. Dean and Sam were both nonplussed, but laughed along hesitantly. "I mean," Dean said, "what would be so crazy about him being a high school student? He looks to be about that age." He trailed off as both Jack and Maddie realized the Winchesters were being serious. Maddie pursed her lips in the attitude of someone speaking to a child. "Dear," she said, "Inviso-Bill is a ghost. There is no way really, could be attending Casper High. At most, he just hangs around the school because he likes to pick on high school students." Seeing that the brothers were still a little hesitant, Maddie added, "He is a menace. He wreaks chaos everywhere he goes and we've seen him in the company of some other very dangerous ghosts. The day we capture him and tear him apart, molecule by molecule," Jack added. Will be the day the world can rest easy, Maddie finished without missing a beat. She made eye contact with both Sam and Dean, making sure they had gotten the point. Satisfied, she clapped her hands together. Now, who's ready to go on patrol? Sam and Dean were dubious, but they both grabbed a few of the green and silver weapons and headed up the laboratory stairs to get to the Fentons' garage. As they passed through the kitchen, they saw Danny grabbing a water bottle out of the fridge and Dean had a sudden inspiration. Hey, y'all go ahead. I'm going to grab a quick bathroom break. I'll be there in a second. The Fenton parents barely spared a second to nod before hustling into the garage with Sam. Dean turned back to where Danny was now using a long stick to poke a bag of chips in the pantry. Dean figured that if anyone could figure out what had been bothering Danny down in the lab, it was himself. Sam hadn't really had that much interaction with him the last time they'd been here and, if Dean was really honest with himself, he felt that he had some sort of special connection with the kid. "Whatcha doing?" he asked. Danny, satisfied that the bag of chips wasn't possessed, grabbed it out of the pantry and opened it. "Getting a snack," he said, popping a handful of chips into his mouth and crunching loudly. Dean nodded indulgently. "Listen, I wanted to talk with you about all this ghost stuff that's been going on." Danny swallowed, a little too fast, it seemed, because he immediately started coughing. When the coughing had subsided, Danny looked him up and down with eyes that Dean thought were a little too discerning for someone his age. "I thought you were going to the bathroom," Danny said, his eyes glinting weirdly in the kitchen light as he tilted his head back to take another drink of water. "Well, I'm going to in just a second." Dean had forgotten how frustrating it was to talk to teenagers. "I just wanted to check on you. You seemed pretty nervous earlier." He leaned against the countertop to try and make the conversation more casual. "Nervous? PSH, I wasn't nervous," Danny said quickly, spilling half of his water on his shirt. He deliberately didn't attempt to wipe it up. "Yeah, you seem pretty jumpy to me." Dean had an idea what the problem was, so he took a chance. "Listen, it's okay to be scared of ghosts. The ones in this town are weird and they scare the hell out of me too. It's nothing against you that the supernatural is a little outside your comfort zone. Trust me, I've been there." "Scared of ghosts?" Danny phrased it like a question, but then continued, his words almost running over each other. "Oh yeah, ghosts are so scary. I'm so scared of them. They fight dirty and, they destroy so much property." Again with the interrogatory phrasing. Dean reflected that if Danny had been an adult, he would have pegged him as a suspect. But he's just a nervous, awkward teenager, he rationalized. And who wouldn't be, with parents like his? Readjusting the strap of the Fenton bazooka over his shoulder, Dean turned and started towards the garage where he could hear the sound of a loud engine rumbling. "Well, I'm off to tear some ghosts apart molecule by molecule. Have fun with your homework." Danny's already pale face paled even further and he gave a forced laugh. "Haha, yeah, homework. Man," Dean thought as he piled into the back of the Fenton family ghost assault vehicle with Sam, "if I didn't know any better, I'd say he was going to blow off homework and go hang out with his friends." Something niggled at him. On a hunch, he interrupted Jack's ghost hunting song and asked, "How's Danny doing in school?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sam give him a strange look, but he ignored it. "Oh, well he doesn't get Jazz's grades, but he passes," Maddie said. "The ghost attacks have impacted all the kids' grades, though, so we're hopeful that he'll pull them up by the end of the semester." "Did you know Danny wants to be an astronaut?" Jack joined in. "I've tried to persuade him to be a ghost hunter with his old man, but I guess an astronaut is okay too. Who knows, maybe there are ghosts in space." Dean let Jack take the wheel in the conversation after that, which he drove just as chaotically as he drove the Fenton family ghost assault vehicle. Holding on for dear life in the back seat, Dean mentally started coming up with some questions to ask when they visited the school the next day. "So Inviso Bill is a ghost," said Dean as he turned a corner towards a diner they'd seen on their way into town the previous day. Sam noticed that he hadn't phrased it as a question. "Well, I think our source was a little biased," he hedged, but Dean waved a dismissive hand. "The Fentons are, without a doubt, and although I hate to say it, the people with the most experience when it comes to dealing with these types of ghosts. Their opinion has to count for something." "What, so we're going to take the word of some self-proclaimed, professional, ghost hunters and just run with it?" "Sam, we're self-proclaimed professional ghost hunters." Sam huffed. "Yeah, but they're a little, what, crazy?" Dean shook his head. "What do you think people think about us when we tell them all this supernatural crap is real?" "Yeah, but we should at least investigate that a little more." And we will, Dean said, not wanting a fight right before a meal, tomorrow at the school. How is going to the school going to help us confirm whether or not Invisible is a ghost? Do you remember what the Fentons said about Danny? How his grades were suffering because of all the ghost attacks at the school? Sam sat in silence for a moment before responding. So, we're going to go to the school and hope that a ghost shows up for Invisible to fight. Ding ding ding, we have a winner, Sam sighed, massaging his forehead. Okay, fine, but what if he doesn't show up? We can stake out the school for a few days or something. From the number of articles you said you found about ghost attacks at the school, it sounds like they happen at least once a week. You have no idea how creepy that sounded. Dean turned another corner. What? We'll just stake out the school for a few days. Sam parroted mockingly. We're two grown men, Dean. We'll get arrested. Dean huffed, not wanting to admit he was wrong. We've staked out places before. We've gotten arrested before. It's not like we actually are creeps. Plus, I don't hear you coming up with a better plan. Sam waved his hand to both signal defeat and stop Dean's verbal barrage. He was getting a headache. Fine, fine, we'll sneak some of the smaller Fenton weapons in one of those thermos things. Already done, Dean said, pointing to a duffel bag in the back seat. Dean, what? You said we were going to steal them anyway. Whatever, Sam massaged his temples. So we take the weapons and go to the school. When, Dean cut in. Sam held back his temper, barely. If Invisible shows up for a fight, we'll observe him and try to talk to him and see if he's a ghost. If he's not, we can help him out with the Fentons, weapons, and if he is, we can off him right there. But in the meantime we can get information from the students. Wait, Sam trailed off into uncharacteristic silence. Dean glanced at him. What? Danny and his friends have seen us. They know we're hunters, they know we're ghost hunters. They'll never buy a cover. Dean smiled as he turned into the parking lot. Nah, me and Danny get along really well. I'll just tell him we're investigating the ghost infestation undercover and he won't cause any problems for us. And, by extension, his friends won't cause any problems for us. The hardest part for them is probably going to be containing their excitement. Then, the Winchesters visit the Fenton household and discover many new and exciting things. Among them, a host of ghost weaponry that only seem interested in targeting the Fentons' young son, Danny. The Drs. Fenton also confirmed Sam's suspicion that Invisible is a ghost, but the brothers agree that they need to investigate this claim further. Dean is very confident in his plan to stake out the high school so they could test out their theory on Invisible if he showed up to fight a ghost, but will the teens of Casper High be more than a match for the brothers? Now, panic, Danny thought, was too strong a word for what he was feeling. He was, after all, a hero, fighting ghosts and dishing out witty comebacks all day, every day. So, no, Danny would not say he was panicking. It's just that the two ghost-hunting Winchesters had returned to Amity Park to help his parents with the ghost infestation. They had also undoubtedly informed the brothers that the number one persona non grata, or umbra non grata, to be technical, was himself, Danny Phantom. Of course, they had probably told the Winchesters that his name was Invisible or some such nonsense. Danny was still trying to get his real pseudonym to stick. A real pseudonym, he pondered as he walked into Casper High the day after he had discovered the Winchesters in his parents' lab. Does such a thing exist? He would have to ask Sam and Tucker what they thought later. Speaking of his friends, Danny peered as best he could over the crowd of milling high school students filling the halls of Casper High, but couldn't see them. He continued to look around as he made his way to his locker down the hall. Well, if it isn't Fentina, just in time for his morning beating. Danny sighed. He knew this voice very well. With an almost robotic tone, he turned and said, "Oh no. Please don't," but he was upside down in a locker before he had even finished his sentence. Dash's laughter faded down the hall as he and his posse of tagalongs moved away. Floating there upside down, Danny waited for what seemed like an eternity until he heard a light knock on the locker door. Invisibly, he drifted through the door and settled himself between Sam and Tucker as they stood shielding his locker. "Thanks guys," he said, unlocking the locker door so he could put his books away right side up. "Sorry we took so long. We were avoiding Valerie," Sam said, only a little poison in her voice. Danny immediately brightened. "Valerie." He looked around as if to find her. Sam rolled her eyes and slapped Danny upside the head. "She's the enemy, remember? We need to stay away from her." "She's not the enemy," Danny protested, although a bruise on his ribcage from their skirmish 2 days before said otherwise. She's just. Sam raised an eyebrow, waiting for Danny to finish. Misled, he hated how uncertain he sounded. I agree with Sam, man, Tucker chimed in, crossing his arms. Valerie hates your guts. No, Danny held up a finger, she hates Phantom's guts. Sam just groaned and stomped off down the hall. They had been going back and forth on this argument for a few weeks now and had gotten exactly nowhere. Even though Valerie did want to kill Phantom, Danny couldn't help but admire her resolve, her stubbornness, and her natural fighting skill. Plus, she was beautiful. He sighed a lovesick puppy kind of sigh and his ribs twinged again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tucker giving him a strange look. What? He asked. Tucker shook his head. You got problems, man. Serious problems. With that, Tucker followed Sam down the hallway. Danny pouted for a second before turning to shut his locker. Hey, Danny. Danny jumped a foot in the air, whipping around, his fists up. It was Dean Winchester with his brother, Sam, not far behind. Whoa, there, kid. We're not gonna bite you. Dean chuckled. He cleared his throat, hastily putting his hands down. What are you guys doing here? He noticed they were wearing suits. We're trying to track down that Inviso-Bill character, said Sam. We think he may be connected to your school. Danny was torn between indignation that people were still calling him Inviso-Bill and horror at the fact that two ghost hunters were hunting him inside his own school. That's so interesting. Are my parents here with you? He needed to know how many potential threats he'd be facing if it came down to a fight. Nah, said Dean, just us. Then, he leaned down and said, in a much softer voice, we're pretending to be investigators from the Board of Education. Agents Abercrombie and Fitch. Danny raised his eyebrows in disbelief as Dean pulled out a very convincing fake badge. Abercrombie and Fitch like the store? He asked. Dean cleared his throat and shoved his badge back into his pocket. We just wanted to let you know so you wouldn't accidentally out us, Sam said. Could you let Manson and Tucker know? We're on the way to see the principal right now, but we'll be pulling aside some students later to ask some questions. Do you know Valerie Gray? Or Wesley Weston? Danny had to fight to keep a neutral expression. Of all the students in this dreaded school, they wanted to talk to the one who wanted his insides splattered on a wall and the one who had managed to correctly guess his secret, respectively. This was not good. Thankfully, at that moment, the bell rang, signaling that he was about to be late to class yet again. Hastily spitting out a string of excuses, Danny dashed away as fast as he could. For once Mr. Lacer's classroom beckoned like a beacon of safe harbor. When he got to his desk and sat down, however, he found that he couldn't concentrate on Mr. Lancer's lesson on crime and punishment. Normally, he would be falling asleep in this class after a long night of ghost hunting and patrols, but today he was all adrenaline. Sam, as per usual, was sitting next to him, with Tucker at his back. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. Taking out a piece of notebook paper, he wrote, "The Winchesters are looking for Phantom at school." Folding the paper surreptitiously, he passed the note across the aisle to Sam, who read it, wrote something on it, and passed it back to Tucker. A few seconds later, Danny felt a tap on his shoulder, and reached back the next time Mr. Lancer turned to write something on the board. In Sam's disaster penmanship was written, "Why?" Below that, in Tucker's much neater writing, "What do they want with Phantom?" Danny decided that it would be much better if he told the whole story rather than wasting time playing question and answer, so he wrote out everything he knew. He wrote that the Winchesters had been at his parents' house yesterday getting really cozy with a lot of ectoplasmic firepower. He wrote that they were pretending to be with the Board of Education here at the school and that they had fake IDs. Lastly, he wrote that they had mentioned both Valerie and Wes by name. "But Wes thinks you're Phantom," wrote Tucker, a little of his panic showing through the shaky penmanship. "And Valerie won't have a problem giving them all the information they need to take Phantom down," wrote Sam. "You said they had fake IDs, though we can work with that. All government agents should have a unique ID number, right? Tucker, if we can get you their cards, could you run a check on their ID numbers? Then we could get the results to the principal and she'll kick them out of school." Danny put a star next to Sam's idea and passed it back to Tucker. When he next got the paper, Tucker had assented to Sam's plan. "Danny, do you remember where they put their badges?" Sam had asked. "Underneath. Breast pocket on the inside of their jackets." Sam tapped her pen against her lips for a little bit before writing down her reply. "Can you snatch them from there using your intangibility?" Danny thought about it for a second, then decided to experiment a little. He put his eraser inside his desk, then, without looking, he phased his hand discreetly through the wood, grabbed his eraser and phased through the bottom. That had been simple enough, but to get the ID he'd have to grab a piece of laminated paper from between two pieces of fabric. He needed to up his game. He put his eraser into his pencil bag inside his desk and then tried to phase through the pencil bag and grab the eraser on the way. It took him a couple of tries, but he found if he concentrated on the texture of the eraser, it was much easier. As a last-ditch attempt, he tried to phase through his own wallet and grab his student ID on the way through. After a couple of minutes, he was succeeding most of the time. "If they are standing still enough, I think I can do it," he wrote. "What's our plan B?" Tucker asked nervously. "I'll take care of it," Sam wrote with an air of finality. Neither of the boys questioned her. Danny was halfway through writing, so, should we do it during lunch or earlier? When the door to the classroom was pushed open a crack and Principal Ishiyama stuck her head in, beckoning to Mr. Lancer. After a quick, whispered conversation, Mr. Lancer turned to the class. "Ms. Gray, Principal Ishiyama needs to see you." Confused, Valerie picked up her bag and headed out of the classroom with the principal. Mr. Lancer shook his head dismissively and then resumed teaching. Danny exchanged a look with Sam and Tucker, seeing his half-written question answered in their eyes. His hand shot up into the air. "Mr. Lancer." Mr. Lancer didn't even turn around. "Yes, Mr. Fenton. I need to. You know where the hall pass is, Mr. Fenton. I'll see you in remediation on Saturday." Danny grimaced. "Yes, Mr. Lancer." He grabbed the hall pass and ran out the door. Valerie was halfway down the hall with Principal Ishiyama already, but both of them turned when he crashed into the hallway. Principal Ishiyama raised an elegant eyebrow at him and he wordlessly held up his hall pass. The pair continued on their way, but not before Valerie had sent a heart-melting smile in Danny's direction. It was all he could do to prevent himself from running into a wall as he turned in the opposite direction. When he rounded the corner and broke line of sight with Valerie and the principal, he quickly transformed and jumped through the wall. After a little bit of searching, he found the pair just as Principal Ishiyama was leading Valerie into her office. Through the crack in the door, he could see the Winchester brothers sitting calmly in some chairs in front of the principal's desk. "Take all the time you need, gentlemen. I'll be just outside," said Ishiyama before shutting the door. Danny zipped around the principal and stuck his head through the door, making sure he stayed invisible. "Please, have a seat, Ms. Gray," said Dean, gesturing to a folding chair that had obviously been moved into this room for the occasion. Valerie sat hesitantly, glancing suspiciously between the two men. Sam slapped a charming smile on his face, pulling out his fake badge. "My name is Agent Fitch," he said, "and this is my colleague, Agent Abercrombie. We're from the Board of Education here investigating the effects that the rampant ghost attacks in your city have had on students like yourself." Abercrombie and Fitch. Danny had to give Valerie credit for keeping a straight face. "Like the store?" Dean chuckled, but Danny could tell there was an annoyed edge to it. "We get that a lot. It's part of the fun of working together." Danny rolled his eyes and drifted slowly into the room. Even though he knew he was as silent as the grave when he was hovering like this, habit made him move cautiously. Sam cleared his throat. "How have you been dealing with the ghost infestation, Ms. Gray?" It was clear that Valerie still didn't trust the brothers, but she answered, "Fine, I guess." Dean leaned forward, putting the tips of his fingers together. "Even with the whole Axion Labs incident, I can't imagine how much stress that must have put on you and your father." Valerie's countenance visibly darkened. "How do you know about that?" "Easy, Ms. Gray," Sam intervened, "we heard about it on the news. That's why we wanted to talk to you first, to make sure that you're doing all right." Danny was hovering to Sam's left, his invisible hand poised over the place where he knew Sam had stashed his badge. He licked his lips. Here went nothing. Concentrating on the feeling of laminated paper in his fingers, he phased slowly through Sam's suit jacket. The man shivered as Danny's hand continued on through his chest and out his back. Empty. Danny cursed silently and tried again, concentrating harder. Sam shivered again at the passage of Danny's hand through his chest. Danny held his breath and looked at his hand. Empty again. He waited until Sam had relaxed and then focused again on the feeling of laminated paper between his fingers. He moved his hand even more slowly through Sam's breast pocket, closing his eyes to better concentrate. When his hand came out the other side, it was accompanied by the badge of one Agent Fitch. He did a silent fist pump and moved over to Dean. Meanwhile, Valerie had recounted with increasing emotion the horrid tale of the day her life had fallen to pieces. That Danny Phantom ruined my life. She finished, and his little dog too. Wait, Dean held up a hand, shifting enough that Danny had to reposition himself. Danny Phantom, you mean Inviso Bill? PFF'd, you guys still using the stupid name the Fentons came up with? Valerie laughed at the two hunters, who exchanged a glance. No, his name is Danny Phantom. Although I've heard some of the bigger ghosts call him, Ghost Boy. Bigger ghosts? Asked Sam. Valerie looked back and forth between them as Danny made his first pass through Dean's posit. You guys are from out of town, aren't you? Dean shivered like Sam had, but Danny came up empty. He tried again. Nothing. Dean shivered again and a crease split down his forehead. As Danny positioned his hand for a third try, Dean abruptly shifted, taking his wallet out of his breast pocket and sliding it into his back pocket. Oh, this was going to be awkward. Danny hesitated, then repositioned his hand. Steeling himself, a ghost boy's gotta do what a ghost boy's gotta do. He concentrated and passed his hand through Dean's pocket, through his butt, and out the front of his thigh. Dean actually jumped. Danny almost swore aloud. His hand was empty. Hey, Sam gave his brother a look that inquired politely if he had lost his marbles. Valerie looked like she was moment by moment losing more faith in the U.S. Board of Education. Not that she'd had much to start off with. Sorry, Dean muttered, sitting back down. He rubbed his arms in an attempt to save the moment. It's a bit chilly in here. Valerie, sitting sedately in her tank top and short skirt, rolled her eyes. Danny took a deep breath. He would try for the entire wallet this time. It was bigger and easier to grab than the badge, and he needed to get out of here. Exhaling slowly, he passed his hand through Dean's back pocket again. Dean restrained a violent shiver, looking around warily. Danny froze, but Dean just rubbed his arms again and shifted around in his seat before settling. Clutching Sam's badge and Dean's wallet gleefully in his hands, Danny zipped back through the office door just as Valerie said, "Let me catch y'all up to speed." 45 minutes later, when the bell had rung, Dean and Sam dismissed Valerie to go back to class. They had learned a lot from her. As Dean had secretly been hoping, Inviso Bill was just a name that the media had dreamt up and the real troublemaker they were looking for was Danny Phantom. Dean gave this new alias a 3 out of 5 stars only because it was lacking in originality, he felt. Additionally, the brothers had now heard from two sources, the Fentons and Valerie Gray, that Danny Phantom was a ghost who took the form of a high school-aged boy to terrorize the city. Other than the incident at Axion Labs, Valerie had disclosed many other times when Danny Phantom had endangered private and public property as well as the good people of Amity Park. He often did this while engaged in violent battles over territory with such ghosts as Technus, the Lunch Lady, Skulker, and, with annoying frequency, the Box Ghost. Dean remembered him from the video Ash had shown them back at the roadhouse. Scarcely had Valerie's curly hair disappeared around the door frame than a tall, red-headed boy slipped inside, shutting the door quickly behind him. Who are you?" asked Dean. "Wesley," said the kid, hastily sitting down in the seat Valerie had just vacated. "Wesley Weston, but I go by, Wes. I heard you guys were asking questions about Phantom. Or should I say Fenton?" The Winchesters were nonplussed. Dean rubbed his forehead. "I didn't realize it was already headache o'clock," he muttered. "Start at the beginning, Wes," prompted Sam. After a good 10 minutes of solid ranting, the Winchesters had only gathered two things from Wes. First, that he was hell-bent and determined that Danny Phantom, the ghost, was really Danny Fenton, the human boy, in disguise. On the one hand, it aligned with the Winchesters' original theory that Inviso Bill, or Danny Phantom as they now knew him to be called, was really just a kid that had gotten his hands on some wacky mojo. On the other hand, Wes was not exactly the most reliable of sources. Because the second thing they learned from his rant was that he was in dire need of some sleep and a bracing shot of whiskey, but Dean was really the only one thinking that last part. "And no one believes me," Wes finished, falling back into his chair. "Gee, I wonder why," Dean muttered, desperately wishing he had a beer in his hand. "So you said you saw Danny Fenton, I mean. You saw him transform into Danny Phantom?" asked Sam, incredulous. "Yeah," he raised his arms over his head, shouted, "I'm going ghost." And then these white rings appeared and passed over him like a scanner, and he turned into Phantom. Right there in the boys' locker room. Sam Manson and Tucker Foley are in on it too, I'm sure of it. The way they're always right there wherever Phantom is fighting. Well, not always, but most of the time. Wes' eyes were wide with fervor. And plus, Danny Phantom, Danny Fenton, he waved his hands like they should be seeing something obvious. I mean, it's right there. They even look alike. How do you? Sam started, but he was cut off as Wes whipped a folder out of his backpack, flipping it open with a snap. He shoved 2 pictures in front of Sam's nose so closely that he could only make out 2 blurred figures. Keeping his cool, Sam gingerly took the pictures from Wes, leaning so that Dean could see them too. One of the pictures was obviously of Danny, taken from afar as he walked down a sidewalk with Tucker and the Manson girl. It was equally obvious from the leaves that poked in around the edges of the photograph that this picture had been taken without Danny's knowledge. "Did you take this photo?" Dean asked, glaring at Wes. Danny had enough troubles without a stalker on his tail. I mean, no. No, I got it from a friend." "Would this be the friend you see every morning in the mirror?" Wes turned red and looked away. Dean looked at the other picture. This one was of Danny Phantom, a little grainy, but still recognizable. The perspective of the photo was strange, as if it had been taken from below. Not so strange, the Winchesters realized as they remembered that Phantom could fly. The ghost boy was poised in midair, legs spread for balance, hands up and glowing green with what Sam knew to be an ectoplasmic charge. "See," exclaimed Wes. "Same height, same build, same facial structure. It's all there." Yeah, but I don't know if you can tell from these pictures, but Danny has black hair and blue eyes while Phantom has white hair and green eyes," noted Dean, sarcastically flicking the pictures back to Wes. "Does he take a few hours to dye his hair and put in colored contacts or something?" "No, I told you, the white rings." Yeah. Dean waved a hand. "You told us all about his magical girl transformation sequence. Now are you gonna tell us that he has a theme song to go with it?" Wes looked like a bright red balloon ready to explode. After staring at Dean for a moment, he snatched up his folder and shoved it in his backpack. "Non-believers," he muttered angrily. Then louder, "You'll see. One day, everyone will know the truth about Danny Fenton. Get back to class, kid." Dean made a shooing motion with his hands. With one final look that rained hellfire, Wes slammed out of the office, leaving the brothers in silence. "Good grief," said Sam, collapsing back into his seat. "This is why I hate kids." Sam didn't even look up at him. "You don't hate kids. You enjoyed every second of that." Dean paused, considering, and a wide smile spread across his face. "You're right, I did, little twerp." "So," Sam began thoughtfully, "what did you think about?" In the middle of his sentence, Principal Ishiyama came into the room. Dean was about to be annoyed when 2 security guards stepped in behind her. Whoops looked like their cover had been blown. "Gentlemen," said the principal, a stony expression on her face, "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Sam put on his best innocent angel face. "Why? Did something happen?" It was obvious the principal didn't buy it for a second. "Impersonating federal agents is a serious matter, gentlemen. If you leave now and never come back, I won't have you arrested." "Impersonating?" Dean asked, reaching into his back pocket for his wallet. Sam did the same, reaching into his breast pocket. Sam pulled out his wallet and flipped it open in Ishiyama's direction while Dean patted his empty pocket. "What the hell?" Dean said, patting the rest of his pockets. But it was true, his wallet had disappeared. Principal Ishiyama arched an eyebrow, reached into her own pocket, and pulled out both of their badges between 2 deft fingers. Sam flipped his empty wallet around, flabbergasted. "Thanks to some quick-thinking students, we were able to run your badge numbers with the Board of Education. Agents Abercrombie and Fitch don't exist. You named yourselves after a clothing store." One of the security guards burst out. He was a little on the younger side and probably frequented the establishment in question based on the amount of gel in his hair. Ishiyama fumbled. "A clothing store? Yeah, Abercrombie and Fitch," said the guard, laughing. "It's at the mall. It's really popular. I can't believe you didn't see through that." "Don't speak to your superior in that tone, young man," Ishiyama snapped, turning red with what Dean could only assume was embarrassment. He decided it was about time to defuse the situation. He raised his hands, rising slowly to his feet. You're right. I really do have to apologize. We lost a bet with a drinking buddy and a lot of money was on the line. You know how it is." Ishiyama's gaze could have frozen hoarfrost. "No, I do not." Dean shrugged. "Either way, if you'll just give us back our fake badges and we'll be on our way." He held out his hand and Ishiyama placed both badges in his palm. He handed Sam's to him. While Sam put his back in his wallet, Dean asked, as casually as possible, "Could I also have my wallet back?" Ishiyama raised her eyebrows. "I don't have your wallet." Sure you do, said Dean. My badge was in my wallet and my wallet is missing. Sir, groundless accusations are not helping your case. Groundless. Dean exploded, taking a threatening step forward unconsciously. Sam immediately stepped in front of him. Hey, calm down, Sam said, maybe you left it in the car. I had it in my hand when. Maybe, Sam said, a little more forcefully, we should go check the car, just in case. Dean finally looked at his brother. Sam's eyes were full of silent messages all to the effect of let's go before you get us arrested on assault charges. Fine. Dean stepped back and adjusted his suit jacket. Fine. The brothers made their way to the office door. Just before they stepped into the hallway beyond, Sam turned and said, in his most casual voice, you know, the kids who figured this out are really smart. That they are, Ishiyama assented suspiciously. Do you know who they are? Her expression instantly converted to frosty hostility. As if I would tell you. Now leave. Principal Ishiyama's glare followed them all the way out of her office until the security guards took over to escort them through the halls. What did they think the Winchesters were going to do? Run away and hide in a supply closet? Dean tried to maintain a calm exterior, but inwardly he was seething. Which punk kid had alerted the principal to their fake badges? The only kids who knew that they were fake were Danny and his friends, assuming Danny had told them. And Danny would never, or would he? Dean pondered this question as he and Sam were escorted through the main doors of the school, which were summarily slammed behind them. Are you thinking? Ventured Sam as they made their sullen way back to the Impala. Their wavelengths were similar enough that they could both understand what Sam was asking, the same question Dean had been turning over in his mind since they had left the principal's office. He's the only one who could have done it, said Dean. The only question is how. I moved my wallet into my back pocket while we were in the principal's office. How could he have pickpocketed us between that time and when Ishiyama came to kick us out? Well, there's a few options, Sam said as they reached the Impala. 1. Danny and company are working with Danny Phantom, who stole the wallet by phasing through our clothes. 2. Danny or one of his friends is Danny Phantom, either through mojo or disguising themselves like Wes said. Or 3. They pulled some sort of Ocean's 11 stunt on us, possibly allying with Valerie. I'm pretty sure Danny Phantom was involved. Did you feel some weird chills while we were in there? I could have sworn I felt one go right through my butt when I put my wallet in my back pocket. Yeah, I felt a couple going through my what? Sam looked at his brother, concerned. Dean's mouth had dropped open, aghast. That little pervert, he said. What? Sam asked. That little pervert phased through my butt to get my wallet. Sam just started laughing. It's not funny, Sam, Dean said, very seriously, I feel violated. Well, can you feel violated over lunch? I'm hungry. Dean shot him a venomous look, but opened the driver's door. Just as the brothers slid into their respective seats in the car, a huge something rocketed by overhead, trailing green flames and almost skimming the Impala's roof. It pulled up so that it was hovering over the school and the brothers craned their heads to get a good look. It was a large, metal man clothed in black and riding a jetpack. From his scalp, green fire shot out in a line from front to back like a flaming mohawk. He had some high-tech half-armor covering one shoulder and, Dean had to scoff at this, a black choker with a skull on it. The man flicked something down over his eye and appeared to scan the school slowly from end to end. He stopped about midway and smiled cruelly. Meanwhile, Sam and Dean leapt out of the Impala and withdrew guns from their waistbands. Hearing the sound of the car doors opening, the flying metal man turned to them and grinned, the skeletal shape of his face giving the chilling impression that they were staring death in the eyes. I have business with the ghost boy. Run along home and do not interfere in the hunt. His voice was deep and echoey, making the brothers shiver involuntarily. Not waiting to see what their response was, he turned and dove straight through the roof of the school without leaving a trace. He's a ghost, shouted Sam, surprised. Not a moment later, they heard the ghost shout, I have you now, whelp. And the windows of the entryway to the school exploded in green fire. Then, Sam and Dean impersonate agents from the Board of Education to infiltrate Danny's school. They managed to talk to Valerie Gray, aka Huntress, and Wes Weston, aka the lunatic kid who thinks Danny Fenton leads a double life as a ghost. Meanwhile, Danny discovers the subtle art of pickpocketing, managing to steal the Winchesters' fakeids right out from under their noses or, in Dean's case, his butt. Once Principal Ishiyama finds out that Agents Abercrombie and Fitch aren't legit, she kicks them out of school. Sam and Dean immediately suspect Danny as the one who outed them, but can't figure out how he managed to get their badges from them while the only other person in the room was Valerie in alliance with Danny Phantom, perhaps. Or maybe Wes' theory actually holds water. With Skulker attacking the school, they might find out sooner than they thought. Now, Danny barely had time to transform in the hallway before the explosion of Skulker's ballistic missile sent him hurtling through 3 classrooms, stopping only when he slammed into the chalkboard of the third. "Rise and fall of the Roman Empire," shouted Mr. Lancer, who had ducked just in time to avoid Danny's hurtling body. "It's Danny Phantom," screamed a sycophantic voice that Danny recognized as Paulina's. A lot of giggling and crooning accompanied Danny's attempt to peel himself out of the phantom-sized hole in the chalkboard. Croons turned to screams as Skulker phased through the wall he had just blasted Danny through. "Today is the day, Ghost Boy," he said, aiming a gun at Danny. Danny just managed to roll himself onto the floor when a glowing green net shot out of the barrel and impacted the spot he had just been. Jumping into the air, he grinned at Skulker, masking his anxiety of facing this formidable ghost in a room full of cowering students. "I'm sorry, you don't appear to have scheduled an appointment," Danny said. "You want me? Come and get me." With that, he rocketed through the ceiling, hoping that Skulker would follow him. Skulker had no reason to harm his classmates, but Danny didn't want to give him any ideas that could hold them as hostages to lure him into a trap. Nor did Danny want them to end up as collateral damage. Danny positioned himself above the parking lot. All he had to do was extract Skulker's little wormy self from his robot suit and wait for Sam and Tucker to get there with the Fenton thermos. Simple. Hey, Danny looked around. Skulker hadn't made his appearance yet, so Danny figured it must be the 2 men in the parking lot who had called to him. He descended a little to get a better look at their faces, but recoiled quickly. It was the Winchesters. Why hadn't they left yet? "Hey, Phantom, Danny Phantom," Sam called, waving at him to get his attention. Danny didn't see any weapons on them, so he tentatively yelled back. "What do you want, strangers?" Dean and Sam exchanged a look. "We just want to talk." "No way," he yelled back, "you work with the Fentons and they want me dead even more than Skulker." Danny, distracted as he was, missed Skulker phasing through the roof of the school and taking expert aim with his wrist ray. The shot hit Danny out of nowhere, propelling him violently into the parking lot. He didn't have time to turn intangible, so he felt the full force of the blow. "Ow," he muttered, rubbing his head. Skulker zoomed towards him and Danny's eyes widened. Quickly, he phased into the ground, just feeling the tremor as Skulker impacted the asphalt where he had just lain. He popped up 20 feet away, putting himself in between Skulker and the Winchesters. As much as he disliked the brothers, it wouldn't do for them to get hurt because of him. "Kind of busy right now, guys," he said over his shoulder to Dean and Sam. "Please take a number and wait in line with the rest of the people who want to kill me." Skulker stood, turning to him with another one of his sinister grins. "That's more like it, pray." He pressed a button on his arm and an array of missile launchers rose out of his back, poising above his head like the tail of a scorpion. Danny mentally groaned. He wouldn't be able to dodge this without the Winchesters getting the brunt of the explosion. As the missiles launched, he gritted his teeth and manifested an ectoplasmic shield in front of himself. It wouldn't do much, but it would take a portion of the blow, at least. One after the other, the missiles impacted the shield. The first one rattled it. The second one cracked it. The third one broke through, exploding into Danny's gut and throwing him backwards with a loud oomph. The last 3 missiles hit him right before he reached the Winchesters, and he had the presence of mind to turn intangible and phase through the brothers before landing inside their car in a heap. The car rocked like a ship in a storm, but was otherwise undamaged. Groaning, Danny gave himself a second to breathe and make the world stop spinning before he dove out of the roof and hurtled towards Skulker from above, charging his fists with ectoplasm. "Go back to the recycling plant, you stupid tin can." He rammed into Skulker's chest with a satisfying rent of metal before firing. The blast sent Skulker into a somersault through the air, but he managed to land on his feet, ghostly engine oil leaking from the side of his mouth. "You've improved," he crowed like a proud parent, "that will make catching you all the more satisfying." Danny didn't have time to make a comeback before he was forced to dodge a flurry of ectoplasmic nets. His reaction time was too slow, however, and the last one caught him full in the chest, zapping him painfully while dragging him to the ground. He came to a rolling stop on his side, panting heavily and hopelessly entangled. Those missiles had done more of a number on him than he'd thought. He caught motion in the corner of his eye and looked to see a highly satisfied skulker stalking towards him. Desperately, he struggled to break free of the net, but he was only rewarded with another painful shock. I will invite the whole of the ghost zone to look upon your pelt where it will hang in front of my fireplace," said Skulker, exchanging his right hand for a wicked-looking Bowie knife. Hey! A shot pinged off of Skulker's metal head and he stopped, looking for the source. Both of the Winchesters had handguns out, pointing them at Skulker. "Let the kid alone," shouted Dean. Skulker frowned, turning towards them. "I told you not to enter." He was cut off as the Winchesters opened fire on the ghost. Danny took the opportunity to try and disentangle himself, but any movement sent another paralyzing electric shock through his system. Eventually, Skulker had the presence of mind to turn intangible, allowing the bullets to pass harmlessly through him as he stalked towards the brothers. "Sam, the Fentons, weapons," shouted Dean. Sam immediately dropped his gun and hurried to the trunk of their car, throwing it open and rummaging inside. Dean kept firing, his hard eyes betraying not a sliver of fear as Skulker continued to walk towards him. Batting his gun out of the way, Skulker seized Dean by the throat and hoisted him into the air. "I told you," he hissed, "not to interfere with the hunt." Dean could do nothing but choke and claw at Skulker's metal fingers. Skulker turned, tossing Dean right over Sam's head and onto the roof of their car like so much dirty laundry. Sam didn't turn around, continuing to rummage through the contents of the trunk. "You're next, tall one." Skulker aimed another one of his wrist rays at Sam's totally unprotected back. Sam whipped around, holding an ectoplasmic ray of his own. "That's my line," he said, firing the gun straight through Skulker's head. Danny jumped as the shot went off, the green projectile hurtling out of the back of Skulker's head and off into the sky. With a poof of smoke, Skulker's mohawk disappeared and his metal body crashed to the ground. Sam kept the ghost gun trained on his prone form as he called over his shoulder, "Dean. You good?" "Yeah." The reply was more of a groan than an actual word. Dean carefully rolled off the top of the car, landing unsteadily on his feet. After checking himself over and finding no serious injuries, he turned to look at Skulker's body. "You'd think ghosts would disappear after they got shot in the head," he mused, nudging the lifeless hunk of metal with his toe. From within the apparent corpse, a tiny angry yell startled him and he jumped back. "I just had this thing updated," squeaked the tiny voice. From the hole in the back of Skulker's skull squeezed the real Skulker, a tiny blob of green with a big attitude. "I told you not to interfere, you low-life humans," he screamed. Said Dean. Danny chuckled weakly at the ridiculous elephant versus mouse situation. The noise caught the Winchesters' attention. Dean pointed at him. "You hang on, we'll get to you in a minute." With that, he pulled a Fenton thermos out of the trunk. Skulker, recognizing the device, let out another squeak and phased right into the ground before Dean had time to aim at him. Reflexively, Danny tried to rip his way out of the net. He couldn't get caught. They'd rip him apart molecule by molecule. The net rewarded his efforts with a brutal shock, leaving him panting and exhausted, his vision flickering in and out. Between being blasted through classrooms, hit by missiles, and electrocuted by this stupid net, his consciousness was just about ready to put in its 2-week notice. Make that 2-second notice, he thought wryly. If he could just get out of this darn net. He closed his eyes, focusing on gathering his energy for one last push. He heard the heavy footsteps of the Winchesters, booted feet as they made their way over to him. Stopping right in front of him, Dean said, "We just want to talk, kid." Grunted Danny, "Sure." He was ready. With a mighty push, he released the ectoplasmic charge, shredding the net. Wobbling, he got to his feet and staggered away from the brothers who now had guns trained on him. Where were Sam and Tucker? "Stop, listen." He held out the hand that wasn't clutching his gut. "I haven't done anything to you, so why don't we just go our separate ways?" Said Dean, mimicking Danny's own words right back at him. He traded his gun for Fenton thermos. "Sure." Danny had just enough time to yell, "Crud," before he was sucked into the vortex of the Fenton thermos, disappearing into its cramped depths. When Sam and Tucker finally made it out to the parking lot to come to Danny's aid, they found only the ruined body of Skulker, some discarded bullet casings, and the dark streaks of tire tracks heading out of the parking lot. "What the hell was that, Dean?" Sam yelled from the passenger seat, holding the Fenton thermos as if it were a bomb with a lit fuse. Dean focused on the road, keeping an eye out for any more ghosts. "I don't know," he yelled right back, "it just seemed like the right thing to do." "We could have talked to him right there," Sam argued. Had some civil conversation, but no. You decided that we needed a POW in a Tupperware container and now he thinks we're his enemies. The whole school was about to come into the parking lot, Sam. We were gonna lose him again if we didn't do something. I was just gonna grab the net and chuck him in the trunk, but then he did that whole supernova thing and now, Dean waved angrily at the thermos. Plus, he's a ghost. We're already enemies. We don't know if he's a ghost. Sam exploded. We don't know anything about him except what we've heard from his obsessed parents, a girl who wants to rip him to shreds, and a boy who thinks Phantom is the ghostly equivalent of Batman. Sam's emotions got the better of him and he had to stare out the window for a moment to regain his composure. I don't know, man, said Dean. If it walks like a ghost and talks like a ghost, it probably is a ghost. It went through walls and the friggin' parking lot like they weren't there. Yeah, but we don't know for sure. This isn't our regular ball game, Dean. If we get this wrong, we could be killing off a teenager. Whatever, we'll see who's right. Either way, we need to talk to it. Him, Sam said firmly, assume humanity until proven otherwise. Whatever, Mr. Pre-Law. Like I was saying, we need to talk to him and we can't do that while he's inside the thermos. As soon as we let him out, he's going to fly away. Sam paused. He hadn't thought of that. Tell you what, Dean said, carefully looking both ways before pulling out into an intersection, why don't you call Bobby and see if anything's come up in the time since we last talked to him about these ghosts. He'll have researched more since then. We gave him an itch and he's got to have scratched it by now. But we don't know for sure he's a. I know, Dean finally snapped, but reined himself in quickly. I know, he tried again, much softer. But like I said earlier, he's got a lot of powers that are similar to these other ghosts, so it translates that if we're able to find a way to trap one of them, we can find a way to trap him, at least long enough for us to calm him down and talk to him. Capiche? Sam thought it over for a second. Fine, I'll call Bobby, but first, Sam proffered the thermos like it was a dangerous animal. Where should I put this? The cup holder, Dean said, peering as far as he could around a corner before he turned. He could feel Sam's stare on the side of his head. What? Nothing, Sam said hurriedly, placing the soup thermos in a cup holder. This whole situation is just bizarre. Tell me about it. Sam pulled out his phone, dialing Bobby's number. Hey Bobby, it's Sam. Do you remember that ghost we had problems with a few months back? The one you sent us to Amity Park for? Yeah, well we managed to capture a similar one and we were wondering if you had discovered how one of them could be contained. Sam paused as Bobby spoke on the other end of the line. The Fentons gave us something to capture the ghost, but we want to talk to him, it's complicated. Anyway, we can't talk to him right now. Have you found out anything new? Another pause, this one longer. Any idea where we can get those? Dean urged the Impala cautiously across another intersection as Sam listened to Bobby's explanation. I see, Sam said a little sarcastically, fantastic. No, we really appreciate your help, Bobby. Do you think any of the more conventional methods would work? I see, okay, thanks. He hung up. What did he say? Asked Dean as he changed lanes to turn into the motel parking lot. Sam let out a deep breath. We need to go to the store. Finally, near 10 o'clock that evening, almost 7 hours after the incident at the school, Dean and Sam had found an abandoned warehouse and set up what was undoubtedly the most complicated containment circle either of them had ever seen. Bobby had told Sam that the most effective way to contain ghosts like the one they'd caught was to use a rare type of flower called a blood blossom. He'd found an account from the 1600s that detailed the use of the flowers to contain a ghost for the purposes of killing it. There were two downsides to this method, however, as the ghost was always in unbelievable amounts of pain while contained in the circle and the flowers hadn't been seen since the time of the account. In lieu of blood blossoms, Bobby had suggested the tried and true process of elimination by drawing every other known containment circle concentrically on the floor, then releasing Danny Phantom and seeing what level of containment he stopped at when he tried to escape, using that for future. There was a devil's trap in the very middle, a ring of salt around that, a ring of words in a language and writing neither of the Winchesters had ever heard of, and about 5 more circles on top of that. The outermost circle was a line of pure ectoplasm. Not the black stuff routinely secreted by evil spirits, but the green variety found in the Fentons' ghost zone. There were, of course, flaws to this method. As far as they knew, the containment circles didn't interact with each other, but there was always the possibility that the new creature they were trying to contain would cause an unknown reaction. They might accidentally do away with Danny Phantom right here. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum, none of the circles could work and they would never get another chance to get this close to the ghost boy. But, Dean noted, it was either let him out and see if it worked, or keep him in the soup container until he actually turned to soup. Now all that was left to be decided was which of them would press the button to reverse the polarity of the thermos and let the ghost boy out. Dean slumped as he lost the rock-paper-scissors match, but Sam said it was only fair since he had put Phantom in there in the first place. Gingerly, Dean made his way to the center of the circles. Once he pressed the button, he'd have to hightail it across about 12 feet of delicately assembled containment circles. If he broke any of them, Phantom could escape. Dean wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead and counted himself down. 3, 2, 1, go. Dean pressed the button and sprang back, ballerina-like to where Sam was standing at the edge of the circles. Behind him, a towering beam of blue light ejected Danny Phantom straight up into the air. Phantom barely managed to catch himself before he hit the ground, hovering weakly in place. The two parties surveyed each other for a moment, suspicious. It was obvious Phantom was trying to conceal some sort of wound, because he had his hand pressed to his stomach and was wheezing heavily. Then, like a shot out of a gun, Phantom took off in the opposite direction, his legs morphing into a tail as he flew. He didn't make it very far. A few feet away from where he'd started, Danny slammed into a wall. He reeled back. There was nothing there, but there was definitely something there. Reaching out with a hand, he found that he could not pass beyond a certain point in the air. The Winchesters whooped in triumph behind him as he followed the invisible wall up until it intersected with the roof of the warehouse. He couldn't phase through the roof. What the heck, he muttered, pushing his hand against the barrier. Looking down, he noticed the concentric circles of apparent gibberish on the ground. He flew closer, partially by choice and partially because the adrenaline of being let out of his thermos was wearing off and his wounds were making themselves known again. Landing, he bent down to investigate the line of white granules that coincided with the edge of his invisible prison. It looked like sugar or maybe salt. He tried to touch it, but the barrier got in his way. Dean and Sam stepped up to the salt circle and watched as Phantom investigated his enclosure. Just like in the video, his hair floated unnaturally, like flames, and his eyes were brightest green. In the dim light of the warehouse, he let off a soft, ambient glow, and the brothers noticed for the first time that his skin was covered with very faint, green scars that looked like lightning. Even at this distance, they could barely make them out, but they were definitely there. "Hey, Phantom," Dean called after a minute. Danny turned, seeing the Winchesters standing on the opposite side of the circle. He didn't respond initially, giving them a good once-over. Neither of them were carrying any weapons that he could see, but that didn't mean they were unarmed. "Why can't I leave?" he asked. Dean pointed to the circle of white granules. "Salt circle. We weren't sure that it would work on you, but I guess some things have to be consistent between different types of ghosts." Danny could feel his energy fading with every second, his vision slowly darkening around the edges as the wounds he'd sustained from his fight with Skulker sapped his energy. He needed to get out of here. If he passed out from his wounds, he'd turn back into Danny Fenton and his secret would be out with perhaps two of the most dangerous ghost hunters he had ever faced. He surveyed the Winchesters with new eyes. They had been the first hunters to ever successfully capture him and, as he looked at the work they had done to contain him, remembered how easily they had taken down Skulker, and how cold Dean's eyes had been when he'd sucked Danny into the thermos, he realized just how much trouble he was in. The brothers stank of ruthless efficiency, lacking the obsession of his parents, the rage of Valerie, and the stupidity of the guys in white. Observing him with eyes made of stone, Danny knew that, to them, he must just be another job. Another ghost to kill before moving on. "What do you want?" he asked. "We told you," said Sam, "we just want to talk." "We've got a few questions," Dean chimed in. "And then you'll let me go?" Danny asked hopefully. The brothers exchanged a brief glance. "Depends on your answers," Dean said, finally. Danny's shoulders drooped. He trained his eyes on the ground, apparently unwilling to make eye contact, but actually studying the salt line for anything he could use to escape. "Well, it's not like I can go anywhere before then." "Shoot." He immediately backpedaled. "No, don't actually shoot. Just, ask your questions." Dean chuckled, crossing his arms. "You sure are strange for a ghost." Danny glared at him. Fine. First question, are you a ghost?" Danny quit studying the salt line for a moment to stare, gobsmacked, at Dean. "What, you just said I was strange for a ghost. Did you not see me fighting Skulker?" he asked. How could they not know he was a ghost? He was so confused. "Yeah, we saw you," said Sam, but we assumed that you were just a kid that had gotten his hands on some weird magic, so we just want to check before jumping to conclusions. That last part seemed to be directed at Dean more than Danny. Danny was stumped. Should he tell them? He was certainly in danger if they thought of him as a ghost. He was trapped, after all, and probably wouldn't be able to escape without turning into his human form anyway. But was he in more danger if they found out he was a boy and a ghost at the same time? Would they experiment on him like they'd done today with all their containment circles? Would they assume he was just a kid possessed by a ghost or a ghost that could take a human form at will? There were so many ways they could jump to the wrong conclusion. And what if they told his parents? He shivered, deciding against telling them. That way, if they decided he was their enemy, his secret identity would at least be safe. If he managed to live to use it again, that is. He couldn't just tell them he was a ghost either, though. They would shoot him on the spot. He recalled a word that some of his ghostly enemies had used to describe him and settled on it as the middle ground that might keep them distracted long enough for him to find a way out of this blasted circle. I'm a halfa, Danny said. The Winchesters looked confused. What's a halfa? Asked Sam. I've never heard of a halfa before. Dean shook his head. I got nothing. Maybe Bobby would know. They moved a little bit away before calling whoever this Bobby was, trying to keep him from listening in on the conversation. He took a deep breath, staving off the darkness that was eating up his visual field. His gut ached painfully, making him nauseous, and his head felt lighter than normal. He needed to get out before he passed out and gave himself away despite his best efforts. Resolutely, he put his hand against the salt barrier, pressing against it. He noticed that it did give a little bit this time. Maybe if he pressed hard enough, he could break through. He glanced at the Winchesters. Dean had put his phone on speaker and Danny could hear the sound of a gravelly voice on the other end even if he couldn't make out the words. Moving to the opposite side of the circle, Danny put both of his hands against the salt barrier and pushed with what little strength he had left. The wall gave a little, but not much. Danny pushed harder, summoning some ectoplasmic charge to his palms to amplify his efforts. The wall bulged outwards, but a strange pins and needles sensation started creeping up his arms. Danny panicked and jumped back, looking at his hands. They were more translucent than usual, flickering like white noise. Beneath the white gloves of his jumpsuit, he could see the pink of his normal, human skin, completely free of the Lichtenberg figures that covered his ghost form. What? The light from his palms must have been too obvious, because from behind him Dean called, "Hey! No funny business." Danny staggered back from the salt barrier, still staring at his hands. The farther he got away from it, the more his hands stabilized and solidified back into his ghost form's white gloves. What the heck? He muttered under his breath. In the meantime, Dean hung up with this Bobby person and the brothers approached the circle array again. Bobby's never heard of a halfa before, Dean said accusatorily. That's not surprising, Danny said, still examining his hands. There are only 2 of us in existence that I know of. He looked up when the brothers stayed quiet. So, Sam started after a second, you're not a ghost. It was more of a question than a statement. I'm Danny's own confusion didn't allow him to come up with a suitable lie in the moment. It's complicated. Dean crossed his arms. Well, uncomplicated for us. Danny felt his breathing speed up. What? How can I uncomplicate it for you if I don't even know? Let's put it this way, Dean said, drawing a familiar Fenton pistol from his waistband. This is one of those times where your answer determines if we let you go. He didn't aim the gun at Danny so much as hold it in front of him in a way that accentuated both its lethality and Dean's peace of mind with shooting Danny through the head and going to have lunch directly afterwards. Danny started hovering again in agitation, drawing his legs up in an unconscious effort to minimize the target area should Dean decide to shoot no matter what he said. While he was limited in the amount of room he could use to dodge, he could still make it difficult for them to hit him. Listen, I don't know what I am exactly. All I can tell you for certain is that it's somewhere in between ghost and human. Fine, Dean said, not moving the gun. Where's the other halfa? The brothers noted the disgusted look that crossed Danny's face as he responded, Wisconsin. Hey now, Dean chuckled, Wisconsin isn't that bad. No, just the Fruit Loops that live in it, Danny muttered. Sam had been thinking while Dean talked with Danny. So you're not a ghost and you're not completely human, but can you look like a human if you wanted to? Seriously, Dean thought, scowling in distaste. Going with that little nutball's theory. Danny tried to hide his expression of surprise and horror, but Sam caught some of it. No, Danny resisted the urge to facepalm when it came out as a question. The brothers perked up, sensing they were onto something. Dean took up the line of questioning again. Do you happen to know a Danny Fenton? Fortunately, Danny was saved from answering this question by a large explosion at the other end of the warehouse. Green smoke flooded the room as Sam and Dean both aimed real guns where the noise had come from. Working like a well-oiled machine, Dean made some hand gestures and they split up, Dean going left and Sam going right, both disappearing into the thick, spreading smoke. Left alone, Danny instinctively moved into his fighting stance. Pissed, Danny whipped around. Sam was crouched at the edge of the containment circles. Sam, he whispered back, floating down to her level. She beckoned for him to follow her. I can't. He pushed against the invisible barrier and pointed down at the line of salt. Sam looked confused for a second before moving swiftly over to investigate the salt circle. Danny crouched down too. Is this salt? Sam asked in disbelief. Apparently, Danny said. So what, should I just break it? Will it hurt you if I mess with it? I don't. They both jerked their heads around as the sound of a door being opened violently echoed across from where the Winchesters had gone. Sam's eyes widened. Tucker's smoke is going to dissipate faster with the door open. She stared hard at the salt line for a second before saying, get back. Danny flew hastily backwards. Sam took a deep breath and swiped her hand through the salt line. Nothing happened. Try again, she whispered, looking past him at the slowly thinning cloud of smoke. Danny floated hesitantly forward, extending his hand. It passed through the air without a problem. Gleefully, he zipped out of the broken salt circle. Quick, Sam said, holding up her hands like a child wanting to be picked up, fly us out of here. Danny obliged, taking the extra measure of turning them both invisible. As he picked her up, though, his abdomen throbbed painfully and he almost dropped her. Sam gasped and clutched his arms. Danny, what's wrong? Skulker has new missiles, he groaned, tightening his hold and flying for the far wall. If we can make it to Tucker, we can get you some first aid and get you home, Sam said, feeling irrational guilt for having mass that was affected by gravity. Behind them, they heard a sudden shout. Dean, he's gone. How? Came the exasperated reply. The salt line's broken. Dean let out a string of creative curses that were cut off as Danny phased himself and Sam through the wall of the warehouse. Where's Tucker? Danny asked, already breathless. He should be at the rendezvous spot by now. Where? Danny grunted, fighting off the encroaching darkness. Left, Sam said hurriedly, pointing. Danny executed a wavering turn and flew in the indicated direction. He was trying his utmost to keep them both in the air, but he could feel Sam's grip tighten every time he took an unexpected dip. I'm not gonna make it, he finally said through gritted teeth, turning abruptly into an alleyway. He tried to adjust his body to shield Sam's as he crashed to the ground, but he was unconscious before he hit and couldn't tell if he'd succeeded. Then, incapacitated by Skulker, Danny is an easy catch for the Winchesters with the help of the Fenton thermos. Via process of elimination, the brothers managed to contain Phantom in a salt circle, a surprise for all involved. They learn that Danny is a Halfa, but he isn't able, or, perhaps, willing, to tell them exactly what that means. As things start to look grim for Danny, Sam and Tucker stage a distraction in the form of a smoke bomb and get Danny out. He doesn't make it far, however, before he collapses, succumbing to his wounds. Now, the next day, Danny used Sam's makeup kit to conceal his cuts and bruises as well as he could. His ghost half accelerated his healing process, but it still took time. Tucker had found Sam and Danny just before Danny's 10 o'clock curfew and had taken him to Sam's house for a joint sleepover after informing Danny's parents. That was one good thing about having relatively absent parents, they didn't really mind when you slept at someone else's house so much. Tucker shook him awake at the absolute latest he could sleep without being late for school. When the boys got to the kitchen, Sam was already there with her parents and grandmother. Although her heavy makeup concealed most of her face, her friends could tell from the droopiness of her eyelids how tired she was. Without the makeup or the skills to conceal the dark purple circles under their own eyes, the boys were sure that they looked even worse. Danny didn't mind it as much as Tucker. Danny's eye bags hadn't gone away for months. Nevertheless, they had to appreciate the fact that Sam had gotten up extra early to smooth things over with her parents before the boys came down for breakfast. Sam's parents were some strange form of absent and overbearing, having no clue what went on in Sam's life and yet wanting to control every aspect of it. As the model citizens they styled themselves to be, They did not approve of two boys sleeping over at their house, even if Danny and Tucker had stayed in the guest room. Danny could tell from the look that Sam gave him that he would have to be on his best behavior over breakfast. Thankfully, Sam's parents were occupied with their morning routine, making coffee, washing dishes, watching the news, etc. Everyday people things. Danny, still shaking off the exhaustion of the previous day's ghost fight and subsequent capture, envied this normalcy. The three teens sat in relative silence as they chowed down on bacon and eggs, Sam alone eating something that looked like grass growing on a piece of cardboard. Sam's grandmother occasionally asked them questions pertaining to the crossword she was trying to do, but otherwise left them alone. Bored, Danny's attention drifted to the TV on the kitchen counter, where the morning news was playing. The volume was just high enough to be heard over the breakfast din, but not loud enough to be distracting. Tiffany Snow, the news anchor for Amity Park News on Channel 10, was in the middle of describing the devastation left after Skulker had appeared at the school. The scene cut to video taken from the parking lot that showed the crater Danny vividly remembered making with his butt and then panned to the destruction that had taken the place of the entryway into the school. Construction crews already littered the scene. The entrance was half rebuilt at this point, and Danny caught a glimpse of trucks from a glass company pulling into the parking lot to replace the windows. The constant property damage wrought by ghosts had made construction crews into rapid response teams to rival the fire department. Lance Thunder, the ever-charismatic field reporter, popped onto the screen, standing near the construction, but not so close that the noise would overwhelm his speaking. "Thanks, Tiffany," he said gravely. According to eyewitness reports, yesterday's ghost attack was perpetrated by none other than Inviso Bill, who apparently had a territorial dispute with the ghost known as Skulker. As Skulker and Danny's pictures popped up on screen, Danny sighed loudly. Why couldn't they get his name right? He'd have to have a private conversation with Lance if this kept up. Lance went on for another few minutes, even interviewing Mr. Lancer, who bemoaned the necessary purchase of yet another blackboard. The screen cut back to Tiffany before she announced a commercial break. "So, Daniel," said Mr. Manson, no longer occupied by the news, "what do your parents think about all these ghost attacks at school?" Danny knew this was dangerous ground. Sam had relayed to him and Tucker exactly what her parent thought of the Fentons' antics. "They're just relieved that no one was hurt," he said, trying for neutral territory. Without turning from watching the last of the bacon cook, Mrs. Manson said, "Isn't their ghost portal the whole reason that all these ghosts are here in the first place?" All three kids winced. While the Mansons never stooped so low as to say it's your fault in polite conversation, they certainly had a way of sticking the knife in and twisting when they really wanted to. Danny laughed nervously and decided not to respond. Besides, Mrs. Manson had made her point. On the TV, the screen suddenly went black. "What the hey?" said Mr. Manson, reaching for the remote as Danny tensed. But Danny's ghost sense remained absent. A voice started speaking on the TV and Mr. Manson and Danny both relaxed back. "Oh, the commercial's just black. How unique," said Mr. Manson. "Ever wanted to see the place where your worst nightmares come to life?" said the creepy voice from the TV. "Where clowns never smile and darkness reigns." Sam perked up, interested. From the black background, a skull-like face appeared, leering at the camera. It resolved into a man with glaring red eyes and a black trenchcoat. His hands were crossed over his chest, and in one of them he held what looked like a real, metal scepter with a glowing, swirling red stone set on top. "I am Freakshow, ringmaster of Circus Gothica, the place where all these things and more wait in store for only the most daring of viewers." The man backed up to show a huge black tent with a skull over the entrance. Spreading his arms, the man signaled a troupe of performers to come prowling and flipping out of the tent. They all looked strange. Each one was painted green and had red eyes. One woman was covered with tattoos with spikes on her head. One man, a dwarf, was tossed into the air by another man who was much bigger than any normal human being. "Creatures of the night," shouted the man, "unleash your dark side at Circus Gothica." "Unleash my dark side." Danny jumped out of his chair, cheering loudly. The commercial ended and the news came back on. Nobody was paying attention to Tiffany now, however. Everyone was looking at Danny. Danny," asked Tucker, "you okay there?" Danny blinked, realizing that he was not in his seat anymore and everyone was staring at him. "Me," he fumbled for a coherent thought process for a moment, hastily taking his seat again. "Young man," said Mrs. Manson, "I hope you don't support such evil things as that circus." She breathed venom with the last word and Danny could suddenly see where Sam got it from. "Me," Danny said again, looking to his friends for some sort of guidance. All he got back was a bewildered look from Tucker and a hard stare from Sam that said tread carefully in more ways than one. No, he said, looking back at Mrs. Manson, trying to find a way to get out of this mess without offending either Sam or her mother. I would never, Sam cleared her throat. I mean, I wasn't planning to go to anything like that, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing with the guy's energy, you know. Mrs. Manson gave him a stare that was extremely similar to the one Sam was giving him, informing him that he'd just barely managed not to step on any toes in this conversation. He felt like a politician. Quickly, he took his seat again, diving back into his breakfast as if it were water and he a man who'd been in the desert for a month without a drop of the stuff. Thankfully, it was soon time for school and the three teens could leave the overwhelmingly tense atmosphere of the Mansons' kitchen behind. As soon as they were out of earshot of the door, Sam whirled on him. What was that? She asked, incensed. You know I've been looking forward to that circus for months now. Now my parents will never let me go. Danny was just as confused as she was. I don't know what that was, okay. One second I was sitting in my chair, eating my bacon, and the next I was standing in the middle of your kitchen getting ready to unleash my dark side. He did exaggerated finger quotes before he realized that was the wrong move. Sam's face grew pale with fury, obviously thinking Danny was mocking her. Fine, she said, speeding up so that the distance between her and Danny and Tucker grew. Tucker and I will go to the circus opening without you. That statement hit Danny in the gut like a sucker punch. But isn't it happening during school? He tried. Like that's ever stopped me before, she snapped over her shoulder. The first part of the school day was absolutely miserable. Sam avoided him as best she could, even going so far as to change to a different desk at the front of their classes so that she wouldn't have to sit next to Danny. Tucker tried to stick with Danny, but Sam kept shooting the two of them dirty looks. Danny knew that something needed to be done and that something was the one thing he was loath to do as a younger sibling, apologize. Over lunch, he made a very tentative overture by purposefully sitting across from her at their normal table. She took one look at him and seemed to sense that he had a purpose, so she stayed seated, although her hands remained clenched around the edges of her lunch tray. I'm sorry, Sam, he said, getting the difficult words out of the way. For what? She asked, arching one eyebrow. She wasn't going to let him off easy. I don't know what came over me this morning, but I'm sorry I almost spoiled your chance to go to the circus. He gulped and cleared his throat. I would really like to go with you. Tucker's jaw dropped and Danny quickly added, and Tucker. You and Tucker. I would love to go with you both. Danny was so focused on glaring at Tucker, inwardly begging him to shut his mouth, that he didn't notice Sam's face fall just a little. She covered up the emotion before he turned back to her. Thanks, Danny, she said. The circus gets here this afternoon, so I was planning on going after Mr. Lancer's class to get the tickets. Sounds good, Danny replied, still shooting Tucker the occasional glare, can't wait. Mr. Lancer, however, had other plans. At the very beginning of class, he unfurled a flyer in front of them. Even though Danny couldn't read the small words from his seat, he could tell it was for the Circus Gothica from the red and black color scheme. Freak Show's leering face, along with his swirly scepter, were pictured on the front. Danny stared at the picture. The swirls inside the stone on the scepter almost seemed to be moving, it was so mesmerizing. It has come to my attention, Mr. Lancer said, stony eyes surveying the class, that some of you are thinking of playing hooky for the rest of the afternoon to go to the opening of this. He flipped the flyer around to reread the words, this Circus Gothica. He slapped the flyer down onto his desk like it was evidence in a courtroom. Please know that this will not be tolerated. Any students found sneaking out will be in for 5 hours of detention for the next 3 weeks with me. He smiled evilly, as only a teacher can. Now, back to our discussion on Tolstoy's Crime and Punishment. You all should have read Chapter 5 last night. Danny shrank down in his seat. He definitely had not had time to do any sort of homework last night. Halfway through class, Mr. Lancer's gaze turned on him and he was forced to admit this. Mr. Lancer sighed, tearing holes in Danny's heart. He really wanted to be a good student. He really did, but with getting attacked by Skulker and captured by the Winchesters, he just couldn't have spared the time. He pushed down a tiny seed of bitterness, telling him that Mr. Lancer should be grateful he had taken care of Skulker and that he spent his nights sleeplessly patrolling to keep Amity Park safe. It was because of Danny Phantom that the citizens of this city were able to sleep relatively undisturbed. Sighing and pushing that thought aside, Danny took out his pencil and started writing notes. He was quickly lost, however, not having any context for the discussion that Mr. Lancer was carrying at the front of the classroom, so he started doodling on his paper, his mind drifting into daydreams about Valerie and kicking butt and Valerie kicking butt. The bell rang. Danny looked up, surprised. Class was over. He'd been lost in his own mind for almost an hour. "Dude, what were you thinking about during class?" asked Tucker when the three of them got out into the hall. "You were almost drooling onto your desk." "Oh, really?" Danny asked, his voice cracking to an octave higher than usual as images of Valerie passed through his mind again. "I bet it was Valerie," Sam said with distaste. "Anyway, we need to leave now if we're going to make it to the opening of Circus Gothica." Tucker looked at Sam incredulously. "Didn't you hear Mr. Lancer? We'll get weeks of detention if we're caught." "Yeah," Sam said as she reached her locker and started keying in the combination, and Tucker looked at her and then at Danny. Neither of them saw the light bulb go off in his head. "And," he said, drawing out the A, "I'm not gonna go." "What?" Sam whipped around, blushing furiously. "What?" said Danny at the same time, completely oblivious to the obvious subtext of the conversation. "I thought we were all going to go together." "Yeah, Tucker," Sam said, "all three of us." Tucker hid a smirk. "No," he said lightly, "after Mr. Lancer's declaration of detention, I think I'm gonna choose life. Y'all have fun, though." And, with an extra skip in his step, he walked away to grab his books from his locker before the next class. Danny turned back to Sam. "Guess it's just us." Sam quickly stuck her head into the locker. "Yeah, just us." Was it Danny's imagination, or had her voice also jumped up an octave? Before he could linger too long on the question, she pulled her head out of the locker and slammed it shut with finality. "Anyway, we should get going." And she marched away. The Winchesters had barely gotten any sleep the night before. They had been awake until the ungodly hours of the morning scouring the warehouse district for Danny Phantom. He'd been wounded, surely he couldn't have gotten far. They had thought they'd struck gold when they found a trail of green ectoplasm droplets leading away from the warehouse, but the trail had gone cold in an indentation in an alleyway, where, disturbingly, the green was mixed with a smidgen of red blood. Had Phantom hurt someone on his mad dash for escape? Or was he actually Danny Fenton? The second option was looking more and more likely. The only person they had told about being fake agents had been Danny. Their Id's and Dean's still missing wallet had been stolen from a closed room with a single exit that they had been facing. Directly after they had been ejected by the principal, that big ghost, Skulker, had shown up and chased Danny Phantom like a rabbit from the front hall of the school, ultimately allowing the Winchesters to capture him. And now there was the suspiciously human-looking blood on the floor of the dead-end alley. The only variable they didn't know was Danny's location from the fight with Skulker until 9:45 p.m., when Phantom had escaped from the warehouse. And so, after getting in a few hours of much-needed rest, the Winchesters drove to the Fentons' house to see if Danny had an alibi. They knew he was at school at this hour, but his parents would be less likely to lie about his location the night before. As they pulled up to the curb outside of the Fentons' house, Sam asked quietly, "What do we do if Phantom really is Danny?" Dean didn't miss a beat as he shut off the car's engine. "We determine whether or not he's a threat." Sam didn't need to ask what they would do if they found that Danny was a threat. They had killed kids before. Dean's expression was more solemn than usual when he raised his fist to knock on the door. Sam's question had brought up dark thoughts that hadn't crossed his mind in a while. He knew instinctively that he would kill Danny if he needed to. If Danny turned out to be dangerous. It was his job as a hunter, the legacy his father had left to him. He glanced at Sam out of the corner of his eye, his father's last words again replaying through his head. He would kill anything and anyone who turned out to be a threat. Anyone, he thought, raising his hand to knock on the door again. Before his knuckles made contact with the wood, however, Jack whipped it open. "Winchesters, why the long faces? Come on in." Maddie made fudge. Sam and Dean started, trying and failing to clear their expressions. It wasn't often they let their hearts slip to the surface of their sleeves. How would they ever be able to face Jack again if they were forced to kill his son? "Fudge sounds great, Dr. Fenton," Sam said, in a small voice. "Dr. Fenton," Jack guffawed, ushering them into the house. "That's a title for my wife and my father. You can just call me Jack." "Hello boys." Maddie's bright voice came from the kitchen, raking like claws over Sam and Dean's souls. "Can I get you some fudge?" Jack answered for them. "They need the fudge, Maddie Kins. We have some long faces here today." "All right, be right out," Sam and Dean sank onto the purple couch in the Fentons' living room, dreading the upcoming conversation. The dread only grew worse when Maddie filled their hands with fudge and lemonade, then settled herself across from them with her husband. "So, what's the problem, boys?" asked Maddie, clasping her hands in front of her as only a mother could. Dean felt a zing of grief, but quickly pushed it down. Sam started, a little uncertainly. He trailed off, looking at Dean for confirmation that they really wanted to do this. Do we really suspect their son of moonlighting as a dead vigilante? Sam thought, looking back at the Fentons, smiling, concerned faces. It was ridiculous even to think. And yet Sam knew from cold hard experience that the most innocent of faces could hide fangs. Dean took a deep breath. Do you know where Danny was last night? Maddie gave her husband a look of confusion that he returned. Sam's house. For a sleepover with Sam and Tucker. Tucker called us just before curfew saying that they were having a movie night. Zombie Mall Cop 3 if I'm not mistaken. When is Danny's curfew? Dean asked. 10 o'clock on the dot, Jack responded. He's been good about his curfew the past few weeks, but it was a real struggle at the beginning of the ghost infestation. Oh really? Dean traded his own look with Sam. Inwardly, his heart was sinking. That was one more hole in Danny's alibi. Phantom had escaped just before 10. Maddie looked back and forth between the two brothers. Why, she finally said, did you see Danny somewhere else? Somewhere dangerous? Maybe. Dean thought privately. Out loud he said, no. We just saw him on the way home and he told us he might be getting home late. Guess he decided to stay over with his friends after all. Ah, yes, Jack said, his eyebrows furrowing, he's been doing that quite a lot lately. We've tried to be considerate with all this ghost madness going on, but I do think he needs to stay home a bit more. We miss seeing him in the mornings. And after school, he's always off with his friends studying or doing whatever else teenagers do these days. We didn't see him all of yesterday, you know. He went to school really early with Jazz and didn't come home after. Dean wanted to shove a pillow in Jack's mouth to get him to shut up. He didn't know the hole he was digging for his son. Dean's mind spun with the possibilities. Could Danny be staying over at his friends' houses more to cover up his late-night vigilantism? And Jack had said Danny had started getting distant right after the ghost infestation began. Could it be because he was fighting ghosts? Or was he just a busy teen who wanted to hang out with his friends during these hard times? They could ask his friends, but if Sam and Tucker were in on it as Wes had suggested, they would just lie to his and Sam's faces to protect Danny. What they really needed to do was talk to Danny himself. Not Phantom, not Sam and Tucker, and certainly, as Jack rambled on about what he wished he and his son could do together, not Danny's parents. No, they needed to confront the kid and wave his shredded alibi in front of him to see how he reacted. And if that didn't do the trick, well, they had one piece of evidence they hadn't used yet, Dean's missing wallet. Abruptly, Dean stood. I just remembered we have something we needed to do. He grabbed Sam, hauling him to his feet. Thanks for the fudge and lemonade. Wah! Dean didn't let his brother finish, simply dragging him towards the door, depositing his undeserved fudge and lemonade on the way. Ignoring the protests of the Fentons, he shoved Sam out the door and into the Impala, quite the feat, considering Sam had a full 3 inches on him. Rounding the car, he nearly dove inside before starting it and driving off. What was that for? Sam asked, straightening his rumpled jacket. That was getting us nowhere. We need to talk to Danny. Just Danny. Not his friends, not his family, not anyone at his damn high school. Danny. He's just going to lie to us. I know, Dean trailed off as he thought, absently putting himself into autopilot to head to the school. If we get him alone and confront him like we know for sure that he's Phantom, then he might come out and be honest. Plus, someone stole my wallet. The only one who would have wanted us out of that school to keep us from learning about all his secrets is Phantom. If we find the wallet, we find Phantom or one of his allies. When Sam and Dean showed up at Casper High with a forged note from Danny's parents, however, they found that Danny, along with a significant number of other students, had skipped class soon after lunch and hadn't been seen since. The Winchesters were careful to steer clear of the principal for fear that she would throw them out if she saw them, but she, along with a lot of the teachers, seemed to have also left. Where is everyone? Dean asked the charmed secretary in the front office. The poor woman blushed and withdrew a stack of flyers from a desk drawer. She laid them on the counter in front of the brothers. We've been confiscating these all day. It's some sort of weird circus that's coming into town today and having its opening show down by the tracks in about half an hour. Any students that go are going to have detention. A lot of it. Dean picked up the flyer and examined it, noting the Gothic font and edgy color scheme. I'll bet. Sam picked up a flyer too. Hey, he said, I think I recognize this. I saw another flyer on the bulletin board at the motel. Oh, are you staying at the Nevermore? Asked the secretary, wrinkling her nose. The couple that runs it is okay, but the rooms are all black and nasty, I've heard. Well, the beds are comfortable and that's all that matters, Dean said, sending a lascivious wink at the woman, who squeaked. Sam saw where the conversation was heading. Well, thank you for your time, but we'd better get going. He grabbed Dean's arm and towed him out the door. What? Dean drawled, things were just starting to get fun. Did you see how much she was blushing? I'm sure the next town over could see how much she was blushing, Dean. Sam ruffled the flyer in his brother's face. We should go here and see if we can find Danny. I'll go back and ask the secretary where the tracks are, Dean volunteered, immediately spinning on his heel and walking back down the hall. Sam sighed and followed him, resolving that he would wait outside the office this time. Then, Sam, Danny, and Tucker spend the night at Sam's to keep Danny's parents from finding out about their son's nighttime spat with the Winchesters. The Winchesters come to find out that Danny has spent many nights at his friends' houses when they go to the Fentons' house to see if Danny has an alibi for the day before. Despite how crazy Wes seemed, the Winchesters are slowly connecting the dots of Danny's secret. All they need now is to talk to Danny for some final confirmation, but when they arrive at Casper High, they find that Danny, along with half of the student body and some of the faculty, have quitted school to go watch the opening show of Circus Gothica down by the tracks. Now, Sam grabbed Danny's hand to tug him through the crowd. They both blushed, but didn't know that the other had too. Pushing and shoving, they made their way through the tight mass of people to get to the front. The black train of Circus Gothica had pulled into position. Amity Park didn't have a train station with a platform, but it did have a huge viaduct where all the tracks converged and clustered together to cut through the edge of the city. Across the tracks, Danny could see the warehouse district where he had been taken by the Winchesters the night before. He looked away quickly, the healing wound in his side twinging at the memory. Look, said Sam, pointing excitedly at the train as a huge door slid open on one of the box cars. From the car, the man from the commercial, Freak Show, emerged, his black trench coat waving in the breeze. Perched on his skull-like head was a tiny black bowler hat that would have looked out of place on anyone else. He was tall, looking down on the crowd from over a hooked nose, glaring with red eyes at the assembled high schoolers and community goths. A tiny smile seemed to always be on his lips as he looked around, making eye contact with as many people in the audience as he could as the silence stretched out. When he met Danny's eyes there in the middle of the front row of people, he stopped. Then, he moved his hands. Clutched in black gloves was the metal scepter with its swirling red stone that Danny and Sam had seen on TV that morning. Danny was instantly mesmerized. It was so peaceful, like he could let go of all thought and drift into the swirling red mist within the stone. Come to me, little ghost, whispered a tiny voice in his mind. Danny recoiled instantly, but something strange, and strong, grabbed a hold of his willpower, yanking him towards the voice. Come to me and be at peace. Danny thought peace sounded good. But something was wrong, very wrong. The thing in his mind seemed to lose its grip and he slipped back into himself just in time to feel Sam tugging on the sleeve of his shirt. Look, she said for the second time, pointing to the depths of the box car. Apparently Freak Show had been giving a speech of some sort and was now gesturing into the blackness of the car, directing his audience's gaze like a good ringmaster. Behold, he was saying, my horrors. Something shot out of the box car, impaling a telephone pole 50 yards away. The crowd gasped, jerking back from the rope that was now strung over their heads. From within the car, another something, this one human-shaped barely, crawled. It was a woman, or at least a spider in the body of a woman. She climbed backwards, hand over hand, down the rope, looking for all the world like a creative toddler had seen a spider once and then gone to play with its Barbie dolls and some glue. And some green paint too. The woman's skin was a pale, sickly green, and her eyes were red. The same color as the swirling ball. Danny's attention was drawn inexorably back to the scepter, still in Freak Show's hand. He found that it was much closer now, Freak Show's dramatic gesture having put it almost under Danny's nose. Again the tiny voice spoke to him, like honey dripping through his mind. Come to me, little ghost. Be at peace. You need not make any more hard decisions. Why not rest a while? Danny tried to recoil, but it was harder this time. He felt like he was trying to think through a fog made of molasses. But he thought, dazed. I need to think. I need to make the hard decisions. That's what it means to be a hero. The tiny voice laughed like the tinkling of bells. A hero? No, you are a ghost. Come to me, my child, and know who you truly are. Danny's ego bucked. Not a hero. Then what was he doing with his nights? Learning to play the banjo. He heard Sam's voice, as if from afar. Wasn't she right next to him? Looks like the Killjoys showed up. Danny shook his head to clear it and turned to look where she was pointing. Across the sea of goths and high schoolers was a gaggle of concerned parents and teachers carrying signs. If he squinted, he could just make out what some of them said. Protect our children. Leave our children alone. Too much black. Danny snorted with laughter at that last one. Oh my gosh, he said, squinting even more, is that your mom holding the too much black sign? Sam stood on her tiptoes to see, but then sank back down in abject embarrassment. Oh my gosh, it is. From the group of parents, a voice on a megaphone rang out. What kind of evil things are you doing here? Danny and Sam both recognized the voice as Sam's mother. Evil things. Freakshow chuckled, his voice carrying unassisted across the crowd. Everyone hushed to listen to his words. No. Dark things, yes. Disturbing things, absolutely. But evil, I'm afraid not. His grin was wide and simpering. Ladies and gentlemen, we have nightmares. He gestured and a woman walked out of the tent in a red cloak. She threw it off to reveal that her entire body was covered with the tattoos of small fiends and animals. Spikes stuck up from her pale green head in a mohawk. We have things here, continued Freakshow, narrating the transfixing spectacle that would boggle even the soundest of minds. The woman flung her arms out and the tattoos across her body began to shift, streaming over her skin until they flew off in a flurry, cackling and cawing and leaving her skin a blank, green canvas. But looking back towards the boxcar had brought the red scepter back into Danny's vision again, and he was immediately lost in its swirling interior again. He could tell that this was where the tiny voice was coming from. Dull shouts started back up from the direction of the protesters, but Danny didn't pay it any mind. The tiny voice was talking to him again and he found he wanted to listen. Come to me, said the voice, be mine. Now that Danny was giving it a second thought, doing what the voice said was sounding like a great idea. Why would he want to be his own person? That sounded exhausting. A hand on his shoulder ripped him back into the present. Danny, is everything okay? Asked Sam. Your ghost sense just went off. Danny felt the lingering cold sensation in his throat. Oh, I didn't notice, he said. The scene around him had changed slightly since he'd last looked. The mob of parents and teachers were slowly infiltrating the crowd, snatching away any underage children they recognized. Mr. and Mrs. Manson were at the forefront, occasionally yelling into their megaphone as they scanned the crowd. Nevertheless, there were no ghosts around that he could see. We need to get out of here, Sam muttered, shrinking down and looking for a way out. She reached back almost unconsciously and grabbed his hand to make sure they didn't get separated, but at the contact, Danny felt his face flush with heat and a storm of butterflies whirl in his stomach. The squeak he let out was thankfully lost in the noise of the crowd. Behind them, Freakshow brandished his scepter and slammed it onto the platform, quieting the protesters. Sam and Danny continued to try and shove their way through the throng, but with everyone so still, they were forced to slow to prevent drawing undue attention to themselves. Having stopped moving, Danny's gaze drifted back to the scepter. The swirling from the red globe on top seemed to fill his mind, and he sank into the sensation, feeling himself grow blessedly numb to the stressors of the world around him. That's right, said the tiny voice, just rest in me. I'll take care of everything. Danny thought that sounded all right. Why should he concern himself with morals if the red swirling orb would do it for him? He tuned back into the situation around him right as Freakshow began to speak again, but this time, he felt calm and confident. Whatever happened, he was sure that the swirling redness of the scepter would take care of it all for him. Look at these people, said the ringmaster, sweeping his scepter towards the protesters, here because they do not understand you, because they are revolted by you, because they fear you. Show them your true colors. And by that, I mean pure black. Danny felt the command ripple through him and immediately acted. Hey guys, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Sam jumped next to him and hissed his name. What are you doing? She asked, looking warily at the circle of open space that had just formed around them both. Danny ignored her. This was absolutely what he should do, the red sphere had told him so. We are Danny Fenton and Sam Manson and we skipped school today to come to Circus Gothica. And we're proud of it. Sam's mouth fell open, but she didn't have enough time to berate him before a goth separated himself from the crowd and sprayed Danny's white shirt black with some fabric paint, getting some on his arms and neck on accident. Danny whooped with the crowd, but they could both hear the horrified voices of Sam's parents over the din. Sam's face was a mask of embarrassment and anger, and she refused to look at Danny as her parents made it to the both of them in the crowd and dragged them away with promises of severe punishments in both of their futures. But Danny felt serene, proud even. He'd done what he'd needed to do and it had absolutely been the right thing. 20 minutes later in the principal's office, sandwiched between Sam and his father, Danny reevaluated his actions. Sam hadn't talked to him the whole way back to school in her parents' car, sitting with her arms crossed and looking resolutely out the window. Slowly, he had come to the realization that he had done possibly the worst thing he could have done in that situation, barring murder or arson. What had he been thinking? That was exactly what Sam wanted to know too as she twisted to face him, whispering so her parents wouldn't hear. "What on earth were you thinking, Danny?" "I don't know. I'm sorry Sam, I have no idea what came over me." He knew it sounded lame, but the sincere frustration and guilt on his face seemed to find a crack in Sam's tough exterior. In front of them, Principal Ishiyama steepled her fingers to keep them from shaking. The Manson parents always made her nervous. They were big-time benefactors of the school. Slapping on a smile, she said, "Some may call this rebellion a cry for attention, but here at Casper High, I call that a cry for detention." Clever, isn't it? She let the words hang in the air, waiting for someone to agree with her, but not even the barest of nods came from her audience. Clearing her throat to break the awkward silence, she continued, "As Mr. Lancer should have told you earlier today, skipping school to attend a perverted circus will not be tolerated by Casper High School and I'm afraid that means detention with Mr. Lancer for the next 3 weeks after school." There was instant outrage from both the Fenton and Manson parents. "Our Samantha wouldn't have been caught up in all this if your son hadn't dragged her to that thing," shouted Mrs. Manson. "Your son is a delinquent," joined her husband. "Danny didn't do anything wrong." Jack spoke up, not really surprising anyone by following that up with, "He was scouting out that dark circus for ghosts. That's just the place they would hang out." Maddie took a more reasonable approach, choosing to squelch her anger at the Mansons, but not willing to let them smear Danny further. "Pamela, whoever started what, both of them ended up at Circus Gothica without the consent of any of us. As such, I think this punishment is justified. After all, they were both warned." Principal Ishiyama almost melted from the support from Maddie. She wasn't sure she could have confronted the Mansons by herself. The Mansons, protests dwindled into a quiet undercurrent of grumbling, but there was something hard in Pamela's face that Danny didn't like. Both he and Sam had shrunk into their chairs at the outburst of anger and yelling. When her parents had started slandering him, Sam had placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Mrs. Manson noticed it now, and a hard look stole into her eyes that neither of the teens liked. "Whoever started it, it is clear that being close to Danny has only gotten Samantha in trouble time and time again. If he's not a bad influence, how else do you explain it?" Mrs. Manson didn't give Danny's parents a chance to respond before she continued. "I think it best that they spend some time apart. No more sleepovers, no more study groups, only school and detention. Maybe they'll come out better for it. Samantha is going to be grounded anyway." Both Sam and Danny's faces blanched with fear at the suggestion. If they didn't have the excuse of a study group or a sleepover, how would they get out at night to go ghost hunting? They glanced at each other, faces draining of color. But then Sam gave a slight nod, a determined cast overtaking her features. Danny blinked, not understanding at first, but then returned the nod. They would figure out a way around it. They had to. The safety of Amity Park depended on it. "Well," said Principal Ishiyama, raising her hands to try to diffuse the tension, "I think we should all go home and take a moment to cool off before their first detention tomorrow, but I'd say today has been a valuable lesson for the both of you. Hopefully you won't let your detention time go to waste." She looked sternly at the two teens who both returned baleful glares. Their parents steered them by their shoulders out of the principal's office and out of school to where their respective family cars were waiting in the parking lot. Mr. and Mrs. Manson turned their noses up at the Fenton family assault vehicle that took up 3 parking spaces on its own, courtesy of Jack's driving. They all but shoved Sam into the back seat of a sensible black sedan and drove off. Danny watched until they were gone, seeing Sam take a last look back as they pulled out of the parking lot. Her expression, which had been solidly defiant all through their meeting with the principal, was shot through with fear and sadness when she made one last moment of eye contact with Danny. He quickly smiled in what he hoped was reassurance, but the Mansons' car was already disappearing behind a bush and he couldn't tell if she had seen. Meanwhile, his own parents had started going through the pre-flight checklist before getting into the assault vehicle, determining that all of their weapons were locked and loaded before they hit the dangerous, ghost-infested streets of Amity Park. "Come on, Danny," his mom said as they finally assured themselves that they were ready to take on anything that might attack them on the road home. As he got in the back of the modified RV, his mom turned and extended her hand. "Phone," she said. "What?" Danny replied, more out of shock than anything else. "Give me your phone," she repeated. "You are grounded, young man." Danny didn't fight back. The only people he really used the device to communicate with were Sam and Tucker, and he could easily chat with on his computer, which his parents couldn't take away without depriving him of his homework. He found out when he got home that he had vastly underestimated his parents. "What?" he asked for the second time that day, as his mother fiddled with the computer. "But I need it for school." "And you will have it for school," Maddie said, not stopping, "but you will not have it for playing video games or chatting with friends outside of regulated times." Danny choked back a sigh of relief. So there would be some times when he could communicate with Sam and Tucker. "You will be allowed 1/2 hour a day where you can use your computer to chat with your friends. You may not play video games during that time. But we mainly talk while playing video games," Danny said. "Then you'll have to figure out another thing to do while talking with them. You will be grounded for the duration of your detention at school, and then, assuming you do well, you will have your privileges restored." Danny sulked for a moment, catching his mother's eye. Her voice softened as she continued. "Please understand, Danny, we don't want to do this, but your grades have been dropping for a while now and now you're going to dangerous places with Sam, skipping school. We want what's best for you, Danny." Jack put his huge arm around Danny's shoulders. "We really do, Danny boy." Danny pouted, but let his dad hug him. It felt nice to hear them say something other than phantom-related vitriol, even if they were in the middle of punishing him. Maddie continued tapping away on the computer. "Once you finish school, you'll head straight home and work on your homework until dinner, after which you may use your computer for that half hour with your friends. If you finish your homework before dinner, you can come spend time with us in the lab or play board games or read. After your time with your friends, you will be in bed by 10. Lights out." Danny felt like he was in a dream. 10 o'clock bedtime, was he in heaven? Of course, he would need to immediately violate that to go out on patrol. He would have to use his time on the computer to coordinate with Tucker and Sam where they would meet so he wouldn't have to literally do it on the fly. This was just a new challenge to overcome, and maybe now his grades would finally get the attention they so desperately needed. Maybe this was for the better. "Little Ghost," the tiny voice was barely audible, but Danny was very happy that it hadn't left him. He'd have to see if he could talk to it some more later. Sam and Dean lingered across the street from the black train of the Circus Gothica long after the crowd had dispersed. The green-tinted performers were busy now setting up a giant, black tent with a skull on the front. Neither brother knew what to make of Danny's sudden performance in the middle of the crowd of goths earlier. On the one hand, they had thought he was a generally smart kid, able to sneak out of school without alerting his teachers or parents. On the other hand, they grudgingly had to respect his guts. He was so going to be grounded later. Which would mean, "Hey, Dean," Sam said, watching an unbelievably strong green man hoist a pole the size of a street light onto his bare shoulders. "Yeah, if Danny's parents ground him, he'll be really easy to ask questions of." Dean took his eyes off the green lady that had let the tattooed animal stream off her body. "I do love interrogations." His grin was almost predatorial. Then, Danny and Sam have a great time at the opening of Circus Gothica up until the point that Danny announces to the world that he is going to go goth, earning both himself and Sam 3 weeks of detention. His parents take the extra step of grounding him, only allowing him to communicate with Sam and Tucker outside of school for half an hour per day. And no video games. Every teenage boy's nightmare. Meanwhile, Sam and Dean find Danny's situation akin to the expression "a sitting duck" and can't wait to exploit it the next day. But whatever happened to the little voice from the circus? Now, come one, come all to the circus. Where delights are our mainstay and suspense our bread and butter. Prepare to be amazed, aghast, and amused. In store for you today is a story whose heart-throbbing power has not yet crossed the palate of humankind. Without further ado, Please direct your attention to Ring 1, where the spotlight lands on the brothers Winchester and an unexpected early morning call for aid. Sam and Dean arrived at the scene of the crime, pulling up behind the Fenton family assault vehicle. The sidewalk outside the jewelry store was neat and clean aside from the yellow caution tape barring the entrance to the store. Loud voices came from inside, but the brothers couldn't quite make out the words until. Good golly, man, this crime scene is obviously the result of some form of ectoplasmic devilry. We're ghost hunters. Let us hunt down the ghosts who did this. Jack Fenton's unmistakable voice carried perfectly across the still morning air. Dean slowly bowed his head to the steering wheel, letting the coolness of the leather soothe away the tired thrumming of his skull. It's too early for this, he grumbled. Sam, the bright and sprightly morning person that he was already halfway out of the car and barely heard Dean's mumbling. Come on, he said, reaching back inside to poke his brother in the shoulder. At least this way we'll have something to do until Danny gets out of school. But I need coffee. We'll get some after. After is too late. I need it now. Sam poked him hard enough that he yelped. After. In, fine. Dean got out of the car, feeling each and every one of his 27 years. Lifting the caution tape up with the back of his hand, Sam was the first one into the chaos of the jewelry store. Where the outside was serene and undisturbed, the inside was full of broken glass and jewelry scattered across the floor. Hey, a flustered cop turned away from barring the two Fenton parents from intruding further into the crime scene to glare at the two of them. You can't be in here. This is a crime scene, Dean finished, raising his eyebrows condescendingly. Wow, I almost missed it. Sam elbowed him in the side. The Fentons asked us to come, he said in a much nicer tone than Dean could muster. Oh, the cop reassessed them with slightly more disgust in his gaze, then jerked a thumb over his shoulder. They're over there. As the brothers passed him, Dean caught the edge of the exasperated look that the cop threw them. Huddled in the back corner of the store, next to a jewelry case that looked like it had been stomped on by a giant, were the Fentons. They had obviously just gotten permission to set up, still pulling miscellaneous equipment out of duffel bags. As Dean and Sam approached, Jack looked up and spotted them. Boys, he shouted, jumping up and enveloping them in a bear hug. So glad you could join us. Maddie turned around then too, smiling. Once they had been released and had caught their breath again, Dean was able to ask, so, what happened here? A ghostly robbery, Maddie supplied, turning back to her investigation of the broken case. Phantom and 3 other ghosts came in here last night trying to deprive this store of several pieces of jewelry. Thankfully, they seemed to have become occupied with infighting and the 2 officers were able to scare them off. 2 officers? Sam asked. There were witnesses. Maddie waved vaguely to the other side of the store, where Sam and Dean now noticed 2 very tired officers standing with steaming cups of coffee. Yes, but they didn't give us much other than that. Let me see if I can get anything else from them, Sam said, moving away. Dean evaluated his options. He could stay here with the 2 crazies, or he could go with Sam and potentially disrupt any interview he was trying to get with the witnesses with his grumpy attitude. Sighing, he planted himself down on his haunches and tried to see what the Fentons were doing. Maddie was slowly scanning across the glass with a complicated-looking piece of equipment. It beeped slowly until something lit up bright green on the display, and she bent closer, pulling out a pair of tweezers. Gently, she extracted a small piece of glass and turned to put it in the stage of a mobile microscope they had apparently plugged into the wall. Dean had to marvel at the adaptability of their equipment. From what it looked like, they had managed to transport most of their lab capabilities into the middle of a crime scene. He sidled closer, his interest piqued despite his tiredness. What are you looking at? Ectoplasmic residue, Maddie answered shortly, occupied by her task. Jack turned to explain for his wife. When ghosts fight, they tend to leave ectoplasmic residue behind when they are wounded. We can use this residue to see how many ghosts were here and even get a read on what type of nasty they are. Huh, Dean said, watching Maddie examine the residue under her microscope. What does that bit that you found tell you? This was a large ghost that got injured here, Maddie said. Probably a strength component to its powers, based on what I'm seeing. Pretty vanilla, actually. Dean nodded in agreement. Ghosts were generally much stronger than humans in his experience. Maddie got up and moved to another spot on the floor, bringing out her scanner again. Something pinged again and Maddie again carefully extracted a broken piece of tile and placed it under her microscope. After fiddling with a couple switches on it, she peered inside. Another ghost. Different one. Looks like, basic, low-level animation powers. Again, very vanilla. Dean noticed that Jack was dutifully taking note of what his wife was reporting on a tiny pad. Maddie looked up and around at the jewelry store, squinting suspiciously. It's strange, dear, she looked at Jack. Phantom doesn't normally go for accomplices that are so, milquetoast. Dean chimed in. What do you mean? Well, we are used to seeing Phantom associating with ghosts like Technus or Skulker. Big shots with powers magnitudes of times more complex than the ones I'm seeing here. Dean remembered the beatdown he had witnessed Phantom take at the hands of Skulker just a couple days before. Are you saying Phantom is on the same team as Skulker? He asked, disbelievingly. Why of course, said Jack. They do fight a lot, but that's just some routine territory disputes. All ghosts are on the side of evil. Dean stared at Jack for a moment, waiting for him to laugh and follow up with something more rational, but Jack just turned back to taking notes. Dean continued to stare for a moment, floored by the level of idiocy he had just witnessed. You know what? He stood, not able to take another second of the feeling of his brain cells dying. I'm going to go see how Sam is doing. Sure thing, Jack said cheerily. Dean moved quickly over to where Sam was still interviewing the two officers. Somehow he felt more tired than when they had first arrived. He stood slightly behind Sam, making sure to stay out of his way as he continued to question the cops. Slowly, he put their story together. They'd arrived on the scene late last night to find that a fight was taking place within the jewelry store. Phantom and 3 other ghosts, just like the Fentons had said. When the cops had arrived, the store had already been trashed. When they busted onto the scene, the 3 unknown ghosts had instantly disappeared. So fast that neither of the cops could say what they looked like beyond green and freaky. Phantom, apparently, had stayed put, covered in stolen jewelry as one of the cops had tried to make him put his hands in the air. After rolling his eyes, he had simply phased through the floor, leaving the jewelry behind. Why you tried to arrest a ghost is beyond me, said one of the cops. I told you already, said the other one, I was following standard procedure. What would you have done? Shot him. No way. The way his eyes were lit up red, it would have just made him angry. As the two of them started up what seemed like an old argument, Sam stepped away, turning to Dean. Looks like Phantom was either fighting to rob the store first or to keep the other ghosts from robbing it. The fact that he was holding a bunch of jewelry when the cops walked in is pretty damning, Sam said, looking around the jewelry store. Dean looked around too and saw something in the middle of the floor. A pile of very expensive-looking jewelry. He pointed at it. Yeah, but the fact that he didn't take it with him even though he most certainly could have points pretty convincingly in the other direction for me. Sam took a couple steps closer to examine the pile. As he bent, Dean continued. And Maddie said that this sort of thing doesn't fit Phantom's profile. Dean hesitated to use the word accomplices, but he couldn't think of anything else. His accomplices were low-powered, basic run-of-the-mill ghosts instead of ones like that guy with the missiles. Well, Sam said, straightening up again and surveying the scene as he thought aloud, if Phantom is actually helping Amity Park with their ghost problem, it could be that these were just new ghosts to town who were trying to rob the store and he was trying to stop. I mean, the cops walked into the middle of the fight. It could have just been a case of wrong place, wrong time for Phantom. Dean looked at the pile of jewelry as if it held the answers he was seeking. Something just feels off about this whole thing. He paused, putting his thoughts together. Did you notice that the cops said Phantom had red eyes? Not until you said something about it. Yeah, so maybe this wasn't Phantom at all. Just another ghost impersonating him. Or Phantom, who can shoot laser beams out of his hands and fly, can turn his eyes red, and this is just the first time we've heard about it. Dean hummed in discontent. They were missing something. He could feel it. They really needed to talk to Danny. Guess we'll just have to be on our guard and wait till Danny gets home from school. Sam sighed, nodding. Great. Dean clapped his hands together, brightening considerably. Now for some coffee. Such conflict, such indecision. It's a good thing our ignoble hunters don't know what's happening in Ring 2, otherwise, they might have chosen a more violent option than watch and wait. Sam looked over at Danny where he sat across from her in Mr. Lancer's class, gently snoozing into his classwork. The dark circles under his eyes grew more pronounced every day, and she couldn't help but notice how he looked more and more like a corpse with each midnight ghost hunt. His cheeks had lost their baby fat only a few months into this whole ghost hero thing. She and Tucker fed Danny as much as they could, trying to keep him from going from thin to hollowed, but it was like playing tug of war with a monster truck. Danny shifted in his sleep, his sleeve moving up his arm to reveal the brown edge of the bandage she had put over a gash last night after the attempted jewelry store robbery. He'd hit his head too, although there hadn't been any wound, which had blurred the night's events. She chewed on a fingernail. Danny tore himself up and ran himself down, carrying on with uncorroded altruism. She secretly wondered if there existed a fight too big or a challenge too great that would break that spirit. She secretly hoped that she would never have to find out. And underneath all her worries for her crossing friend. Yes. Friend. Neither of them needed the stress of whatever the other option was. Underneath her worries for him was a storm of questions like sharks in bloody water. Was Danny dead or alive? Or somehow both? Had she killed him the day of the portal experiment? Was her encouragement of his vigilantism the thing making him wear himself out night after night protecting the city? Even worse, was his defense of Amity Park attracting dangerous ghosts rather than driving them away? What would his future look like? What would hers look like? What would their future? No, none of that. She deliberately looked back at the whiteboard, having lost the line of Mr. Lancer's explanation of romantic literature completely. Normally she would be interested. Romantic poetry was full of emotions that she could relate to. Despair, anger, guilt, unrequited love. Huffing, she tried concentrating on something else, doodling a black cat in the margins of her mostly empty notes. All of a sudden, Danny started, sitting bolt upright. This made everyone around him jump and look around. Even the dumbest person in their class had noticed that when Danny got agitated, ghost attacks tended to follow immediately after. Knowing what to look for, Sam watched the air next to Danny's mouth for his telltale wispy ghost sense. But it didn't come. She frowned as Danny raised his hand, asking Mr. Lancer in a robotic voice if he could use the bathroom. Mr. Lancer sighed in resignation like he always did and let Danny go with the bathroom pass. Sam watched Danny carefully as he turned the doorknob and left, but couldn't tell that anything was overtly wrong. Maybe, for once, he really did have to go to the bathroom. When Danny didn't return for the next 3 periods of class, however, Sam knew that she had been mistaken. She caught up to Tucker in the hall outside the cafeteria. They had the period before lunch separately. Tucker, have you seen Danny? Tucker shook his head. Where do you think he went? He leaned in so he could whisper, ghost. Sam pulled Tucker to the side so they weren't standing in the flow of hungry students heading in for lunch. I don't know, she said, letting her worry shine through. He's not responding to texts or calls. And he's been acting weird ever since the thing at the tracks. With the circus. Tucker had pulled a gadget out of his pocket and was typing away furiously. Luckily, he said absently as he tapped the screen, I installed GPS locators in all of our phones so we can find each other if needed. Sam moved to stand beside him. A map popped up on the screen with a loading symbol rotating above it. She couldn't help herself. Come on. She didn't know why she was so worried. Danny disappeared on a regular basis. Off to be the hero. But there was something they were missing. She could feel it. The device beeped, honing in on the location of Danny's phone. The tracks, Tucker said, mystified. The circus, Sam whispered. Circus Gothica, what's he doing there? I'm not sure. The show isn't until tonight. We were going to go together. Oh real. Sam kicked Tucker in the shin. Shut up. Now is not the time. Tucker yelped, hopping on one foot. Maybe he dropped his phone when y'all were there the other day. Maybe it was a distinct possibility. Listen, Tucker said, gingerly testing his weight on his foot. Danny runs off all the time to do ghost stuff. Maybe he just got caught in something that's taking a bit longer than usual. I didn't see anything on the news, so it can't be anything that's serious. We can go to his house after school and see if he went home. We can't afford to miss any more classes based on a hunch or we'll be in detention until the day we die. Fine. Sam took a deep breath. You're right, we don't have proof that anything's wrong. We'll go to his house after school and he'll be there. Right. And now, dear audience, the brothers Winchester and our intrepid teenage sidekicks close in on Ring 3. But before the finale can start, we must visit the home of the Fenton family where all that is hidden begins to come to light. Dean pulled the Impala up to the now familiar curb outside the Fenton's house after school let out. They were a little late. Dean had taken a nap after their early morning crime scene adventure and had accidentally overslept. Sam had been doing whatever he was doing and had missed the passage of time. On their way over, they watched carefully to see if they could spot Danny walking home. After all, if they could give him a ride, it would be much easier to question him. But they didn't see him. They hesitated before the door of the Fentons' house. It was never easy to upend somebody's world. And although they didn't know for sure that Danny was involved with Danny Phantom, Dean could feel it in his gut that he was. As a hunter, Dean trusted his instincts, so when he finally raised his hand to knock on the door, it was with the resignation of an executioner raising his axe. Before he could touch the door, however, it was ripped open. Dean and Sam, nerves strung tight, both jumped back, hands going for weapons. Jack stood in the doorway, just as surprised to see the Winchesters as they were to see him. "Hello," he said, finally. Then he looked over their heads, scanning the streets, uncharacteristically worried. Dean felt his stomach sink. "Don't tell me," he said, pulling his hand away from the gun in his waistband, "Danny isn't home." Eventually Jack's gaze came back to them. No," he said, distracted. "Maddykins and I have been calling him for the past half hour or so, but he hasn't picked up." He sighed. "We thought he was taking his grounding seriously. I can't say I'm not a little disappointed." Dean and Sam exchanged a look. "Maybe he got held up at school," Dean said. He didn't know why he was standing up for Danny, but his hunter's gut told him it was the right thing to do and he trusted it. Jack looked over the street again. "Maybe you're right. Tell you what," Sam said, an idea taking form, "we'll go to school and see if he's there. Then we can pick him up and bring him home." No, Jack said, waving the offer away distractedly, "you don't have to do that." "We insist," Dean said, putting on his most reasonable expression. "That way, you can be here if Danny gets back while we're gone." Jack hesitated, so Dean clapped him on the shoulder and pulled out his car keys. "Don't worry, we'll have him back in a jiffy." The Winchesters pulled away from the curb, finally feeling like they had gotten a step up in the quagmire of mysteries surrounding Danny Phantom, even if they still hadn't talked to Danny. That feeling disappeared instantly when Sam spotted Danny's friends trudging up the sidewalk a few blocks from the school. Dean slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car. "You," he said. Sam facepalmed and bustled out of the car to do damage control. Dean stalked towards the teens. "Where's Danny?" The kids both looked wary at this question. "Why should we tell you?" said Tucker. "You literally got kicked out of school for impersonating federal agents the other day." Sam Manson added, "You may know Danny, but that doesn't mean we trust you." Dean looked at his brother and a silent agreement passed between them. Sam took a deep breath and looked back at the teenagers. "Look, we know Danny is Phantom." The Manson girl let out a snort of laughter. "Do you know how often we hear that from Wes? Try again." "Trust index is decreasing," muttered Tucker in a sing-song voice just loud enough for the brothers to hear. "Listen," said Sam, raising his hands in a calming gesture, "we just want to talk with him." Manson and Foley gave each other an exaggerated "yeah, right" look. "We just want to know if he's a ghost or a human. If we should help him or not." "You mean, or kill him," sneered Tucker. "We've heard it all from his parents, so save your breath." Sam Manson exploded. "Danny isn't the enemy here." Dean saw his opening and jumped on it. "Danny Phantom or Danny Fenton?" Sam shut her mouth, turning bright red. "So, are you going to help us or not?" Sam Winchester said, pinning the two teens to the sidewalk with his gaze. Across town in canvas darkness, Danny knelt before his savior. Red mist seemed to swirl all around him, comforting and cool. He didn't have to make the hard choices anymore. He could give all those decisions to the voice in the mist. It was a little nasally, to be sure, but Danny had never heard anything more melodious, more beautiful, more absolute in his life. "You are a strange one," said the voice. "The ghost crystal has never had this much trouble holding on to a spirit." Danny felt a presence move around him, observing him. "We'll just have to make sure you stay closer to home than the others, at least at first. My own personal ghost boy. What a treat." Danny's vision swelled with static and the red mist pulled back to reveal the shadow of a man standing in front of him holding something glowing red. The light illuminated the edges of boxes crowding the edges of Danny's vision. It also revealed the planes of the man's pale face and wide, intense eyes. "Treat?" Danny asked, woozily. Who are you?" "Ah, you're awake." The man smiled widely, revealing bright teeth and an impressive expanse of gum. "Time for your first lesson." The man squatted down so he was level with Danny, the red glow coming with him. Danny's gaze was drawn inexorably towards the swirling mist within the orb and he felt his world fading again. But that was okay. The voice had said it was. All was as it should be. "I am Freakshow," said the man. His wide eyes seemed imbued with the red color of the mist. "And I am your master. Do you understand?" Danny blinked. Far removed from his old life, ensorcelled in a beautiful calm and blessed by this wonderful voice, he knelt before his master. Yes. Yes, what? Yes, master. Take me to the big show, take me anywhere but here. Where's Danny? Put me in the front row, make my problems disappear. You may know Danny, but that doesn't mean we trust you. Drag these high wires, without a safety net. He's not responding to texts or calls. And he's been acting weird ever since the thing at the tracks. With the circus. For the present admission, I wanna witness life or death. Far removed from his old life, ensorcelled in a beautiful calm and blessed by this wonderful voice, he knelt before his master. Plain white tees. Cirque Dans LaRue, Wonders of the Younger, Hollywood Records, 2010. Now, he's not at home and he's not with you, Dean said, massaging the bridge of his nose, so where the hell is he? Sam Manson looked at Tucker in that secret, silent language they seemed to share. Dean was fed up with it. Listen, you rebellious, emotionally congested assholes, Danny could be very much in danger here. We want to work with you to help him, but you've got to cooperate with us and work as a team, otherwise he's on his own. That sobered the little twerps up. Danny's not at home, Tucker asked. Dean shook his head. We just came from there. What do you want to know? Asked Manson. Dean took a deep breath, everyone in the group sensing him sinking into his role of oldest sibling. Okay, he said, running over the events of the past few days in his mind, finding the gaps he and Sam hadn't been able to fill in. Danny goes missing from our trap. Which Danny are you talking about? Asked Tucker, laying the faux innocence on so thick that Dean could almost smell it. Dean threw up his hands, turning away, not trusting himself to even look at the little bastards. By all that was good and holy and righteous in this world, he was never having kids. Through the pounding in his skull, he could hear murmurs of Sam trying to reason with the brats behind him. He took a few more steps down the sidewalk, breathing deeply and trying to think. In spite of him and his temper and Danny's friends' distrust, Danny was still missing. And he could be anywhere. Dean slowed to a stop outside of a restaurant, one of those with an open patio. No one was outside right now, but the restaurant had a TV out there, shielded from the weather by what looked like a repurposed umbrella taped to the back. The TV was tuned to the local news station. Apparently Amity Park only had the one. And only like 2 reporters. Weird, but that was a small town for you. Dean thought it spoke to the level to which Sam and Tucker had managed to rile him that the ostentatious, nasally voice of Lance Thunder managed to calm him down. Thanks, Tiffany. Thunder had just started his segment. Dean squinted. It looked like he was by a train yard. I join you today from the entrance of Amity Park's latest scandal, Circus Gothica. For those of you that were hiding under your recliners yesterday, the circus has been attracting controversy literally since its ringmaster first stepped foot off their train. The scene cut to a shot of what looked like a flock of alabaster coat racks with black leather jackets on all jumping up and down. Dean realized with a start that it was a crowd of goths. As Dean watched, the camera was lifted above the heads of the goths to expose the full tableau. Adults in relatively normal clothing stood with signs at the edges of the group, protesting the circus. Suddenly, a large space formed in the middle of the crowd and the camera had a clear shot of Danny Fenton. Danny raised his arms above his head. We are Danny Fenton and Sam Manson and we skipped school today to come to Circus Gothica. And we're proud of it. Dean blinked, staring at Danny. He didn't know the kid well, but that didn't seem like his style. Maybe it was the tension of the situation, but Dean's gut felt off. On screen, as someone stepped up to spray Danny's shirt black, Danny glanced towards the camera and Dean caught a flash of red. But then it was gone. Dean growled and whirled back towards the group, whipping the keys to the Impala out of his jacket. Sam was talking with the kids still, but Dean whistled, jangling the keys as he headed for the car. Get in, losers. We're going to the library. Crammed around a computer at the library, the Winchesters and Sam and Tucker watched Danny making a fool of himself over and over again. Dean had pulled the clip from the earlier news segment up and zoomed in as much as he could to focus on Danny's eyes, mere pixels in the grand scheme of the video. There. Dean stabbed his finger at the screen. Sam grimaced, rewound it and played the video again, stopping where Dean had indicated. Sure enough, Danny's eyes appeared red. What? Sam asked, sitting back and crossing his arms. You dragged us out here for some red eye effect on a random news CIP. News cameras don't have red eye effect, murmured Tucker. Dean nodded like he'd known that. Right, and guess who else had red eyes? No one answered. When we went to the crime scene at the jewelry store this morning, one of the witnesses said that Phantom had red eyes too. Sam and Tucker glanced at each other. Dean sighed, trying to tamp down his frustration. Does Danny, has Phantom ever had red eyes? Is that like a power of his? Going all Superman with the lasers or something? No, said Sam Manson, hesitatingly, he's never done that before. Dean was about to continue his line of reasoning when, to his surprise, Manson continued. He started acting weird the morning the circus came into town, she blurted, saying stuff like that. She gestured to the video, to my mom and dad over breakfast after a commercial of the circus came on. Sam, Winchester this time, gently elbowed his way to the keyboard of the library's computer and started typing away as Manson continued behind him. He's never been that outgoing in big crowds of people when he's, she paused, looking at Tucker as if for confirmation. When he's Fenton, she looked back at Dean, making eye contact with him so he could feel the significance of the trust she was putting in him and his brother with just those words. He knew my parents would punish me if they found out we were at the circus opening, but I thought he was just being I don't know what I thought. I was just angry. But, looking back on it, he was distracted the whole time we were there. He kept looking up at the ringmaster, that freak show guy. Aha, Sam pushed himself back from the computer, letting them see past him to the screen. He pointed to a black Circus Gothica flyer he had pulled up. I remembered seeing this when we came to Amity Park a few months ago. It was at the motel we were staying at. So, I looked up the towns the circus went to before coming here and, get this, he switched to another tab, then another one, and then 3 more. The articles on each tab had one thing in common, a headline about a jewelry store being robbed. Each store was robbed at night. No alarms were triggered, but all the cases and vaults were cleared out completely. As if someone had just reached through the glass and taken the pieces. Like a ghost, Manson breathed. Dean leaned forward. The Fentons and the witnesses mentioned 3 other ghosts that were with Phantom in the store. Danny didn't steal any jewelry, said Tucker defensively. I didn't say that, said Dean, but what about the other 3 ghosts? They sat for a moment, connecting all the dots. So said Tucker, breaking the silence and looking at Dean. The Sams also looked at Dean, waiting for what he would say next. Dean felt the responsibility of those gazes settle heavily on his soul. He glanced at the computer, where Danny's frozen, pixelated image peeked out from behind the articles and the weight increased. So, sounds like we need to pay a visit to this circus. Sam Manson pumped her fist in the air, letting out a silent cheer. Sam, Tucker said, betrayed, they are robbing jewelry stores with ghosts. Yeah, but they're still cool. Dean raised an eyebrow. No, he said finally, shaking his head, just no. Manson opened her mouth to argue, but Dean raised a hand, a gesture he knew was infuriating, and shook his head. Anyway, it's a tent, so point of entry can be the walls. Actually, Manson said, digging around in her backpack. She drew out 2 crumpled bits of black paper. I have tickets. I got them before my mom grounded me for going to the opening ceremony. One for you, obviously, but who was the other one for? Asked Sam. To Dean's delight, the goth blushed and looked away, stammering. Tucker leaned in, a smug smile on his face, ready to give it all away, but Manson tagged him in the shin with her boot and he shut up. It was okay though, Dean thought, looking at Sam who raised his eyebrows slyly. They all knew exactly who the other ticket had been for. A friend, she said as Tucker swore and hugged his shin. Said Sam. Anyway, Manson said, forcefully pulling the conversation back on track, to pacify the parents that were protesting at the opening ceremony, Freak Show is holding a special show just for the concerned parents. Tonight, you two, she pointed at Sam and Dean, can infiltrate the audience while Tucker and I sneak around backstage and try to find Danny. A conveniently timed bathroom break and we can help, Dean said, nodding along. Exactly. Now all we need is a rendezvous point, Sam said. Easy, said Tucker, pulling up a picture on his PDA, we can meet at the train. It's big, distinctive, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It was indeed distinctive. Huge, black, and covered in spikes that were probably not altogether legal. It was the beginning to a pretty solid plan, all things considered. But then again, the walls of Jericho were pretty solid too. Sam held out hope through the rest of the afternoon that Danny would turn up. He would float through the wall, chuck his backpack on the floor and tell her about the crazy day he'd had chasing ghosts. His whining about getting punched in the face would make her forget about the hurried conference she and Tucker had had in the library with the Winchesters. They would talk about school assignments and whether or not her parents would get arrested at the circus, and she wouldn't have to worry about him. At least for the evening. But, as the sun set over Amity Park, her hope faded with the daylight. As it got darker, red strings of lights lit up the train yard where Circus Gothica was just waking up. Circus music in a minor key, slightly out of tune, drifted across the street to where she and Tucker were hiding, waiting for the Winchesters' signal. Minutes after the music started, they heard the telltale rumble of the Winchesters' car coming down a side street. Out of sight, the car must have parked, because the rumbling stopped and they heard car doors close. Sam and Dean walked out of the side street, hands in pockets, radiating nerves. It was all an act, Sam knew, and they were pulling it off very well. They had agreed that the brothers would pose as concerned dads that had heard about the protest and wanted to come see the circus before they let their teen daughters come the next day. Sam had been skeptical about whether or not their story would be believable, but watching them wring their hands and scrunch their eyebrows with worry renewed her faith. Tucker moved beside her and she whipped out her arm, stilling him. "Wait," she hissed. The Winchesters made it to the ticket booth, digging through their pockets and presenting Sam's tickets. A part of her cringed. Those tickets had meant the world to her. And now two dorks in leather jackets were squandering them just to get up and leave in the middle of the show. It hurt a little more than she had thought it would. She and Tucker watched carefully as the Winchesters crowded close to the ticket booth, their anxious voices getting louder and louder as they escalated to the signal. "I'm just so worried about my little girl," shouted Dean. Bingo. With the brothers crowded around the booth, blocking the line of sight of the Ticketmaster, Sam and Tucker were able to sneak past and blend into the shadows behind the first couple of stands. Dead ahead lay their goal, the big top. They snuck forward as the Winchesters roamed aimlessly around the stands, playing various games while waiting for the show to start. Eventually, they made it to the high canvas walls of the gigantic tent. Stakes the size of their arms with cables thicker than their fingers anchored the structure. Careful not to trip on either of these things, they made a circuit of the tent, coming to a side entrance. If worse came to worst, Dean had given them knives to cut their way out, but they didn't want to give away that they were here too early. Sam did take comfort from the weight of the knife down the side of her boot. It was a nice knife. If they all made it out of this okay, she was planning on asking Dean where he'd gotten it from. They crept inside the big top, sticking to the haddos. Kneeling behind a large crate, they saw that the large backstage area went in a circle around the edge of the tent and was sectioned into individual areas for performers to get ready. "Let's split up," whispered Sam. Tucker blanched. "Are you crazy? We've got very little time until the show starts and this place is going to be crawling with people. We need to move fast and we can do that better if we split up." Tucker gulped, but nodded, and they separated. Sam went left, Tucker went right. It was eerily quiet in the big top, the creepy circus music confined to outdoor speakers on the other side of the tent. Sam tiptoed as quietly as she could, poking her nose into anything large enough to contain a teenage boy. Of course, she thought wryly, a soup thermos could contain this particular teenage boy. She found no suspicious metals, nothing glowed the green of ectoplasm, and she heard nothing aside from the muffled music. She hoped Tucker was having better luck. Her hope decreased steadily as she continued. She pushed aside another curtain and stepped into a new space. She froze when she saw a figure hunched in the corner. Black jumpsuit, white boots, a white head of glowing hair. "Danny," she almost yelled. Then again, more quietly as she rushed towards him, "Danny." Danny turned groggily, blinking with half-lidded eyes. "Sam," he managed before she threw her arms around his neck. When she'd had her fill, she pushed him back to arm's length, giving him a once-over. He looked exhausted, but otherwise okay. "You look like crap," she said, smiling. "Come on, let's go." Danny grinned, then his eyes shifted past her and grew wide with fear. Well," said a nasally voice behind her, "what do we have here?" She whipped around. Freak Show stood just inside the flap Sam herself had pushed through mere seconds before. He was all dressed for the show with a spiked black and red trench coat, his signature scepter in hand. He was smiling as he did on all the posters, TV ads, and billboards, but there was a note of something in his expression that put Sam on edge. She thought fast. "Sorry," Sam said, grabbing Danny's wrist and pulling him to his feet, "my friend got lost. We'll get out of your way." She tried to drag Danny towards the flap, but Freak Show casually extended the scepter across the exit, blocking her way. So you know my latest acquisition, Freakshow said, his voice soft. He is quite the ghost, don't you think? Unfortunately that means you are a loose end. And loose ends need to be tied up. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly Danny's wrist was no longer in her grasp. She looked back to see him standing with his head in his hands. Danny. He looked up, his eyes flashing green and red like Christmas lights. Sam. Then, he crashed to his knees with a yell. You will serve me, ghost, said Freakshow, extending his scepter towards Danny. Abruptly, Danny stopped shuddering, becoming deathly still. He looked up. Sam gasped and stepped back as she saw his glowing red eyes. Yes, master, he said. Then he lunged at Sam. I forgot how much of a chicken you are, Dean said, munching on some cotton candy. Sam cringed away from yet another clown. It's just like you in airplanes. It was moderately okay because Dean was with him, but still, the clowns were creepy. Yes, Dean acknowledged, but planes are deadly machines. Man is not meant to fly. Man isn't meant to wear ruffly collars and big red noses either, Sam said, trying to hide behind his carton of popcorn. And we've been around enough killer clowns to know they are just as dangerous. That was, like, a two-time thing. 2 times too many. Dean bumped Sam in the shoulder to get his attention. Looks like the big top is opening. Let's go. They headed inside the tent, which was mercifully free of clowns. Dean hoped that Sam and Tucker had made it. They took their seats on the edge of an aisle so they could make a hasty exit if needed. The crowd of parents slowly filled in the rest of the spaces and the lights dimmed, signaling the start of the show. A spotlight exploded into life overhead, illuminating a sharp circle in the closest ring. A man stood there, looking at his feet in a dramatic fashion. The brightness of the light cast his face in dark shadow. In his hands, he held a scepter with a swirling red sphere attached to the top. Dean huffed. Overkill. Suddenly, the ringmaster, for that was who he must be, spread his arms. Magnanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, he paused for effect, to Circus Gothica. The show proceeded, performers zipping through the rings on wheels of fire, backwards, forwards, upside down. Dean noticed several of them were green. Paint, or ghostly pallor. He was about to grab Sam's arm to make their way out of the stands to the train when Sam elbowed him. Dean, look, he hissed. Dean followed his gaze up towards the shrouded roof of the tent where a tightrope was strung between 2 of the large supports. 2 shadowed figures were balanced on one of the platforms leading onto the rope. One of them was in a long, flowing robe holding something with a blade that glinted, sharp and deadly. The other figure was being forced backwards onto the rope in clunky combat boots. Sam Manson. There was no net below them. Damn it, he said, scrambling from the stands, hoping he was fast enough. The Manson girl's life depended on it. The road so far. After a chance encounter with a new type of ghost, Sam and Dean come to Amity Park, ill searching for answers. Instead, they find 3 teenagers, 2 mad scientists, and 1 apparent portal to the ghost zone. They sabotage the portal and leave, checking off the episode as just another hunt, but little do they know that they had tripped the switch to a fated story. Danny Phantom, the alias of Amity Park's hero, or villain, depending on who you asked, is born from the wreckage of the portal. He quickly builds a reputation for himself by fighting to keep the ghost zone from completely engulfing his home. A reputation, as it turned out, that reaches much farther than the city limits. The Winchesters catch wind of Danny's exploits, however distorted the rumors had become by the time they reach the roadhouse, and set off for Amity Park while waiting for news of the yellow-eyed demon from Ash. When they arrive, they are immediately embroiled in a drama involving the nature of humanity, death, and life. They have one question on their mind: was Danny Phantom a monster or just a 14-year-old boy caught in his parents' strange machine? As it turns out, they are not the only ones interested in Phantom. Freakshow, the ringmaster of Circus Gothica, quickly catches on to Danny's power and puts him under the spell of the red orb he keeps with him at all times. The Winchesters team up with the reluctant Sam and Tucker in an attempt to rescue Danny from the clutches of his mind control. Which brings us to now. Sam wobbled on the tightrope, arms out on either side to keep balance. She had heard once that the more you moved, the more likely you were to fall, so she tried to keep her movements as small as possible. The scythe swished in front of her again, forcing her to slide backwards a little more. Danny, she shouted at the cloaked figure on the platform. Danny pushed the hood off his hair, revealing his glowing red eyes. Danny's not here right now, he sneered, swiping the scythe at her again. She slid backwards, but her center of balance was off and she had to flail her arms to stay upright. She made the mistake of looking down. There was no net and the ground was very, very far away. "Danny, I'm going to fall," she blurted, her panic leaking through. Danny laughed. It was a sinister laugh and not one she had heard from him before. "That's the point." He flicked the end of the scythe and sneered at her again. "Get it?" Sam rolled her eyes internally. Even possessed by an evil clown, Danny was still making stupid jokes. He swung the scythe towards her again and she was forced to duck. Instead of standing back up, she hung onto the cable of the tightrope with her fingers in what she felt was a more stable position. Her brain went a mile a minute, trying to figure out how to escape. Theoretically, Sam and Dean should be in the crowd below her, but she couldn't count on them seeing her or being able to get to her in time. Tucker was who knew where, so she couldn't count on him. And Danny was acting bizarro weird, so no help there. She was on her own. Something pricked the side of her ankle. Well, she and Dean's knife were on their own. An idea sparked in her mind. Quickly, she pulled out Dean's knife and started sawing at the cable, hunching her body so it would be less obvious to Danny what she was doing. He could swing at her with the scythe again and she wouldn't see it, but this was her one chance to escape, so she forced herself not to care. Dean's knife was sharp, but the cable was made of thick rope, hardened by years of use. The knife barely made a dent. If she could just get the rope to break, she could swing down and away like Tarzan, out of Danny's deadly reach. Above her, Danny laughed. "Lowering your head for the execution? Don't mind if I do." She heard the swish of the scythe as it descended and jerked backwards just in time. She lost her balance and dropped Dean's knife as she just barely managed to grab the cable with both hands. It was too late. Her feet slipped off the cable and she was suddenly dangling 100 feet above the ground. Death above, death below, she thought as the shock finally started setting in. "If I live, I'll make that the first line at the next poetry slam I go to." "What the?" Danny said. She looked up in time to see two things. The first was Danny shaking his head, his eyes flickering red and green again. The second was the cable, twisting and fraying where Danny had cut it with his scythe while trying to hit her. She swore. Danny's eyes turned fully green and he looked at her. "Sam." Then he saw the rope. "Sam." He lunged for her as the cable snapped, just missing her outstretched hand. Sam realized rather quickly on her downward arc that when the rope straightened fully, she wouldn't be able to hold on. Her grip was tenuous and the rope was large and fairly frictionless from use. She was only reducing the number of feet she would fall. Maybe she wouldn't die when she hit the ground. Only be horribly mutilated. Maybe she'd land on something soft. She closed her eyes. Something cold and strong snaked around her waist, lifting her up. Gasping, Sam opened her eyes. Danny, free of the black robe and scythe, was carrying her gently towards an empty spot in the stands. His eyes were a bright, beautiful green. "Danny," she cried, throwing her arms around his neck, all that unrequited crush business flying out the window. She was just happy that he was all right. "Ow," he said, muffled by her shoulder. She let go quickly. They landed in the back of the stands, Danny's hand remaining on her shoulder to keep her invisible. Sam breathed and was in the middle of checking Danny over when he tapped her and pointed at the 3 rings. Sam looked up. The circus was in complete chaos. The only reason she hadn't noticed it before was because she'd been 2 seconds away from dying and losing Danny to a crazy goth clown. The performers had revealed themselves to be ghosts, something Sam realized should have been obvious in hindsight. They were green for heaven's sake. The woman with spikes coming out of her head, previously tattooed, had animated her tattoos and was letting them fly around the room and terrorize the crowd of parents. A strong man and a dwarf ghost were also present, wreaking havoc by throwing things, including the dwarf, into the audience. Danny moved as if to fly out and fight the ghosts, but stopped as Jack and Maddie Fenton jumped into the fray. The 2 teens watched, flabbergasted, as guns appeared out of every nook and inconceivable cranny to fire at the onslaught. Sam tore her gaze away and looked around the tent, realizing it was strangely empty aside from the audience. "Where's Freak Show?" she asked Danny. Danny looked too, but his eyes widened as his hazy memory came back to him. "He's making off with the stuff he stole." In the faint distance, they heard the tooting of a train horn. "The train," they said in unison. Without hesitation, Danny grabbed Sam under the arms and phased through the side of the tent. They went straight through the Winchesters and Sam just barely stopped Danny before he flew past them. "Dean," she said. Dean jumped a mile high and whipped out his gun. Seeing it was her, he lowered it. Then he looked behind her and saw Danny. "Kid," he said, and even though the gun stayed at his side, Sam had a sinking suspicion that he was having to try really hard to keep it there. So you didn't die. Danny saved me, she said a bit defensively. Wait, you told them? Danny whisper yelled at her. Yes, she whisper yelled back, giving him a look that said we'll talk about it later, but right now we need to kill EHEM, apprehend a psychotic circus goon. Okay, so let's get Tucker and go, Dean said, sliding his gun back underneath his jacket. We can't, said Sam, Freak Show is getting away with all the stuff he stole. I thought Danny stopped the jewelry store robbery. Danny finally spoke up. It's stuff he stole from other places, in Amity and before he got here. We have to stop him. He has that orb thing. The freaky scepter? Asked Sam Winchester. The freaky mind control scepter, yeah, Sam Manson said. Oh, said Sam Winchester, paling. Don't worry, Danny sighed, it only works on ghosts. He caught Dean's eye and hurriedly amended. Not that I am a ghost. I'm a halfa, which isn't a ghost, but it's not exactly a human. Dean held up his hand. Explain later, first we've got a psycho to catch. A phone rang. The sound was so divergent from the present situation, that at first, Dean didn't realize it was his own ringtone. He took it out of his pocket and flipped it open. Yeah, kind of busy, right, Ash? Wait, slow down. He moved slightly away from the group, nodding and making noises of understanding. Sam looked at the other Winchester. Really, do we have time for this? Sam Winchester just shrugged. They all waited for Dean to hang up. Danny Winston rubbed his temples. Mind control was killer on the brain. But the pain kept getting worse. Red fog started clouding his vision and whispers invaded his brain. Danny staggered to the ground, clutching his head, trying not to listen to the sweet oblivion the whispers promised. Not again. Sam went to her knees beside him, shaking Danny by the shoulders. Fight it, Danny. Danny let out an agonized yell with his last rational thought. Get back. Without hesitation, Sam Winchester grabbed his name mate and the two of them lurched away from the ghost boy. For some reason that Sam Manson could not divine, Sam Winchester raised his hand towards Danny, like he was reaching for him. Danny looked up, red eyes flashing as he grinned. Freak Show sends his regards. He waved at them before shooting into the air and off around the tent. Sam dropped his hand, looking confused. The train, Sam screamed. She shook off the hands that held her and sprinted after Danny as fast as her boot-laden feet would carry her. Halfway around the tent, Sam slammed into Tucker as he lurched out of the big top. They both went down. Sam, quickly, we've got to get to the train. Freak Show has Danny. Where are the Winchesters? Sam blinked and looked around. The Winchesters weren't with her. She leapt to her feet and started running back. She found them where she had left them, Dean speaking urgently to Sam, holding him by the arm as if to prevent him from running away. Sam's eyes were wide as he listened to what his brother was saying. As Sam Manson pounded closer, they looked at her, and she could see the guilt in their faces. What are you doing? She asked, breathless. We've got to catch that train. Sorry, said Dean as he barricaded the guilt behind a wall of practiced indifference, we've got to go. Sam's heart sank through her feet. In its place, anger flared. Got to go, she yelled, we've got to help Danny. We've got to stop Freak Show. What do you mean you've got to go? Hey, said Dean, pointing an accusatory finger at her, we don't owe you anything. We don't have to do anything. We, he pointed to himself and Sam, have to look out for ourselves. In the distance, a train horn tooted again. They could all hear the screeches of the giant metal monstrosity starting its slow acceleration down the tracks. Tucker caught up to them as Sam stood there, nostrils flaring as her ragged breathing heaved with rage. She looked back and forth between the brothers. Fine, she finally said, levelly, and the younger brother actually flinched, unable to make eye contact, go look out for yourselves. But if I ever see that sorry excuse for a car in your raggedy, lying backsides in Amity again, I will take you out like yesterday's trash. She spat, on sight. She turned and pushed Tucker ahead of her. Let's go. What about? Tucker started to ask, stumbling as Sam pushed him. They're not coming, Sam snapped, let's go get Danny. Something in her tone kept Tucker from asking more. Dean watched the two teens sprint off around the tent towards the train. Everything in him wanted to race after them. But his hand around Sam's bicep kept him anchored to his true purpose, to protect his little brother. He still held the open flip phone in his other hand, long since disconnected from Ash's call. The yellow-eyed demon a mere 3-hour drive away. This was his chance to save Sam, to get their dad back, and to set everything right again. It was almost too perfect. Too perfect to pass up, anyway. Ow, dude, Sam yelped, jerking his hand out of Dean's grasp. Dean realized he had been unconsciously tightening his hands into fists. The flip phone creaked in his grip. He took a deep breath and forced himself to relax. He shoved the phone back into his pocket and turned back to the entrance of the circus grounds, which were deserted now. Let's go. Are you sure we should leave, Dean? Sam asked, hurrying to catch up. They really need our help. Yeah, well we gotta help ourselves first, Dean growled. But, Dean whirled on his brother. Don't think I didn't see you back there. You were trying to use your powers on the kid. You've been drinking that damn demon blood again, haven't you? Sam recoiled in shame, but defiance immediately took its place. I thought it was a demon. I was trying to help. You don't get it, do you? Dean was up in his face, eyes blazing. Dad, and then he stopped, suddenly. Dad said I had to kill you if I couldn't fix you. What? Sam snapped, pushing Dean away. What don't I get, Dean? Come on, I know I was a disappointment to Dad, but I didn't know I was a disappointment to you too. So, what? Come on. He beat a fist across his chest in a tough guy gesture that was so juvenile that Dean was immediately reminded of a younger Sam and a younger Dean in a motel room with a younger, still angry John. Dean recoiled inwardly. Sam was talking to him how he used to talk to their dad. Had Dean really become so cruel that Sam felt he had to resort to his old defense mechanisms? Forget it, Dean said, much more softly. It's the yellow-eyed demon. He will always be our first priority. We can't let him get away again. Then he turned and started walking towards the car again, trying not to look as defeated as he felt. After a second he heard Sam's heavy footsteps following him. The road they took out of Amity Park didn't follow the train tracks, but Dean still thought he heard the whistle in the distance, even once they had driven an hour away. He turned the music up loud, but he couldn't drown out the instinct that kept telling him to turn back. So, he turned the music up louder and they drove on into the night. End of Part 1. Bonus content. The one where nobody wins. One Halloween many years ago and many years from now, there popped into existence a ghost. He didn't know where he came from, who he had been in his past life. And so the other ghosts called him Nobody. He thought it fit, so it stuck. One of Nobody's favorite haunts was a small house on the corner of Acorn Road and Chestnut Drive. It was blue, if he remembered the color correctly, with white trim. He didn't know why he liked the place. It just felt right. And there was a little girl in the house that he visited every year on Halloween, the only time he could get out of the afterlife. She was very small when he first came. So cute in a puffy pink princess dress to go trick-or-treating. He followed her as she went, standing by her shoulder and whispering to her which pieces of candy were the best. He came back the next year and found she had dressed up as a black cat with a bottle brush tail. The next year, she was a cowgirl with spotted chaps and a wide, purple hat. He loved her costumes and he loved her, he didn't know why. There were plenty of other puffy pink princesses and purple-hatted cowgirls out every Halloween, but Nobody only had eyes for the little girl from the blue house with the white trim. The little girl had a mother. He thought he remembered what mothers were, but he was never 100% sure. The mother wandered with her daughter every Halloween around the neighborhood and, until she got too big, carried her home when she got too tired to walk anymore. Nobody walked with them until they got back to their house. Without fail, the mother would put her little girl to bed and then pour her candy bag out into a bowl in the hallway. At this point, Nobody would leave, the excitement waning from the night, and the veil thickening again as Halloween came to an end. But, as the years passed, Nobody gained a strange fascination with the mother, too. He started staying long after the daughter was put to bed to sit with her on the couch as she watched a movie or read a book before turning in for the night. He could swear that he knew her from somewhere. Maybe his previous life. Nobody got excited about that and reached up on this most recent Halloween to touch the mother's face. The woman started, jerking back, her hand flying up to her cheek where his ghostly fingers had touched. Her eyes were wide and Nobody was afraid that he had scared her, so for the first time in all his years of visits, he spoke to her. "It's okay," he said, "don't be scared." He realized the irony of telling someone not to be scared on Halloween a second too late. "I'm not going to hurt you," he amended. "Joshua," she asked the air, not quite looking at him. Nobody started. "Joshua." The syllables curled around his insides, the way that the mother's tongue had wrapped around the phonetics resonated within him and he knew. Joshua was his name. "I'm here," he said, and reached out to touch her cheek again. Tears sprang from the woman's eyes as his hand brushed her jaw. Abruptly she got up and went to the table where she kept the candy bowl. Nobody followed, noticing for the first time that the table was covered with pictures in tidy wooden frames. The woman plucked one up off the table and stared at it. It was a picture of a man with a severe haircut, smiling in bright sunlight. The woman stared at the picture for a second before clutching it to her chest. "Did you see your daughter tonight, Joshua?" said the woman. "Goodness, it's so good to say your name again. Joshua, Joshua." More tears rolled down her face. She whispered, "I miss you." "I'm here," said nobody. "Joshua." "I think you're here," she said. "I am," said Joshua, "just for a little bit. I have to go back soon. But I'm here for now." He felt the veil closing again as the final minutes of Halloween ticked away. On an impulse, a familiar one. How many times had he done this before? He stretched his vaporous arms around the woman. The mother. His wife. "Laura, I'm here. I love you." Laura gasped as the chill of his presence enveloped her and held her for a second. And then it was gone. The antique clock on the mantel chimed midnight. Even though she couldn't see him leave, she felt that he was gone. "Goodbye," she whispered into the moonlit night. This short story is dedicated to all the families who have lost a loved one. Around this time of year, even if you don't believe in an afterlife or in spirits, it can be comforting to think of our loved ones drawing near as this dreamlike Halloween passes. Tune in next time for the continuation of Amity Park, A Nice Place to Live. In the middle of a rescue operation to save Danny Phantom from Freakshow's control, Dean receives a call from Ash saying that the yellow-eyed demon is a 3-hour drive away from them. Anxious to save his brother from demonic influence, Dean pulls the Winchester brothers from the mission and drives off, leaving Sam and Tucker alone to save their friend. Almost a year and a half later, Sam and Dean have all but forgotten about their strange adventures in Amity Park, having been through literal hell. With the fate of Danny, Sam, and Tucker unknown, the brothers continue on, saving people, hunting things, the family business. "Now, what are we thinking?" asked Sam from the passenger seat of the Impala. Dean squinted at the abandoned storefront they had been staking out for the past few hours. Reports in the news and from the police said weird things had been happening on this lot for the past few days. Banging doors and flying objects. Typical poltergeist. Which was all well and good, but they had dug back to before the town had been founded and Dean didn't think he had ever seen a purer patch of land. No deaths, robberies, or kidnappings. Not even the barest hint of money laundering. There was always the possibility that someone had brought a cursed object or an object tied to a ghost to this location and left it here, but something in Dean's gut still felt something was off. Only one thing to do. "Let's go say hi to old Ghosty." He got out of the car, Sam following his lead. They entered the building carefully. The glass doors had been broken years ago, so the metal frames were light as they pushed them open. Crunching glass with each step, they made their way through the interior as quietly as they could, Dean holding his EMF meter before him. It blipped lazily down in the no-ghost zone. Granted, it was approaching evening and the ghost wouldn't be at its strongest until nightfall, but he should at least get something. Glancing sideways, Dean saw Sam across the room with the other meter, also not having a lot of luck. Then suddenly his own meter was screeching wildly, the vibration almost making him drop it. Instantly, Sam was at his shoulder, shotgun raised and cocked as Dean turned to face the closed door of a supply closet. If he hadn't taken a moment to check on Sam, he felt sure he would have noticed the extremely obvious green glow coming from beneath the door. Something tickled the back of his mind. He pushed Sam's hand away before he could touch the knob. "Does this glow look familiar to you?" he whispered. "What?" Sam glanced at the floor. "Oh," he screwed his face up for a moment, thinking. "Yeah, actually, it does. But where?" Dean kept his own shotgun aimed at the door, but he didn't move to open it. EMF going off. No sign of violent history. Bright, toxic waste-looking green light. He looked back at Sam. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Sam nodded. "Fenton ghost." Dean jerked his head towards the exit. They needed to look back through their journals to remember what they had done for the last Fenton ghost they had encountered. As they cleared the store and made their way back to the Impala, Dean thought back. It had been many months since he had even thought of Amity Park or its strange occupants. To be fair, a lot had happened in the WoW, it had only been a year and a half since then. Sam had died and come back. Dean had been to hell. Angels were apparently real and one of them wore a trench coat and had an annoyingly innocent view of the world. And now the world was halfway to ending. Absently, he touched the handprint-shaped scar on his left shoulder. It had been a while since they'd seen Castiel too. Not that he was in a hurry to see the stoic angel again with his bad tidings of doom and broken seals. Lucifer, the Lucifer, was now an imminent threat on the horizon, and the angel was always coming around to remind Dean and Sam that it was their job to fix things. That Dean owed him for dragging him from hell. Dean shuddered involuntarily, memories of fire and pain and blood flickering just below his consciousness. Something hit him on the shoulder. Dean jumped. "Hey," Sam said, his face wrinkled with concern. "You good?" Dean blinked a few times to dispel the visions. "Yeah, fine." He hastily got into the Impala, pulling a journal out of the glove box. A few seconds later, Sam opened the passenger door and stepped inside. Dean flipped through the pages of the journal. It wasn't their dad's. It was Dean's own, a new one he had had to start after he'd filled the rest of John's. He flipped back to some of the earlier entries looking for the sketch he'd done for Bobby. Not wanting to draw the Fenton ghost again, he'd simply taped the piece of legal paper into his journal. Eventually he found the entry and started reading it. He dimly noticed that Sam had pulled out his laptop and was tip-tapping away searching for who knew what. He read and reread the entry, memories coming back to him slowly as he went. Salt hadn't worked. The only thing that had done the trick was fire. So they would just have to jerry-rig a flamethrower again. It wouldn't be that difficult. He thought he recalled a dollar store a few blocks from downtown. "Dean." Sam's voice had that tone in it that told him it was urgent. Dean looked over. Sam had a news website pulled up. Dean leaned a little and saw that it was the home page for Amity Park News. Dean couldn't read the tiny print on the screen from where he was. "What, Sherlock?" Sam gestured to the screen. "Anything look funny to you?" Dean thwacked him on the arm. "It's too small to read from here, dumbass." Sam sighed long-sufferingly and passed the laptop to Dean. Without waiting for him to take a proper look at the website, Sam said, "There haven't been any entries since October of last year." Dean took a cursory glance and then handed the computer back to Sam. "Well, maybe the station went under." Sam pushed the computer back at him. "There isn't another news station in Amity Park. I checked. Why would a town's only news station suddenly disappear?" "I don't know." Dean shrugged and dropped the laptop back into Sam's lap without waiting for him to grab it. "Hey." Sam scrambled to catch the laptop, but Dean was already plugging the keys into the ignition. "Dean." "What?" Dean asked, slightly annoyed now as he mapped a route to the dollar store in his mind. Truth be told, he didn't really want to think about Amity Park. It was just another thing to feel guilty about. He had left teenagers to fend for the fate of their friends so they could chase the yellow-eyed demon, who hadn't even been there when they had arrived. It was a sore spot, no doubt about it. "What are we doing?" Sam asked. "Going to the dollar store to DIY a flamethrower." "To do what?" "Get rid of the Fenton ghost." "And then what?" "And then we move on." Sam crossed his arms. "You're not the least bit curious about what's going on in Amity Park." Dean came to a stop at a red light a little more abruptly than was absolutely necessary. "No, Sam, I'm not." "What if those kids need help?" "Sam, Tucker and Danny." "What if something happened?" Sam watched Dean's stony face. Ever since he'd come back from that place, he had been different. Understandably so, but Sam was worried that the whole experience had changed his brother into someone closer to their dad. Dean didn't laugh as readily as he used to. Car trips were often spent in heavy silence, Dean's gaze lost in the distance. But when Sam tried to talk to him, to see if he could help, he was rebuffed by this wall of bare minimum answers. Sam would have bet money that the next thing out of Dean's mouth was going to be an explosion. He was right. "We don't owe them anything, Sam. We were helping out of the goodness of our hearts, and when we had to pull out to chase the yellow-eyed demon, we were looking out for our number one priority, us." "Me," Sam thought. "You were looking out for me." Sam remembered that difficult conversation before the whole gates of hell thing had gone down. Dean had told him about the task their father had set for him before he died. How he was supposed to fix Sam or kill him. In the end, Sam had died, but not by Dean's hand. And, true to his nature, Dean had given up his soul to resurrect him and have just one more year with his little brother. Sam still wasn't sure he could forgive Dean for selling himself for Sam's sake, but it was hard to have a hard heart when he could see the invisible scars that still haunted his brother. "Okay," he said, settling back into his seat. He would have to broach the subject again later. It really hurt him that they had left Sam, Danny, and Tucker to the whims of Freak Show. With all that had happened since they left Amity, he hadn't really had a chance for the guilt to sink in, but now it was hitting him with full force and he wanted to do something to make it right. Even if it was just a convenient drive through Amity Park on the way to somewhere else, he opened a new tab on his laptop and started searching for something, anything, that would get them to drive in that direction. Turns out he didn't have to. He gave Dean a second to cool off by himself by staying in the car when they got to the dollar store. He used the time to look for cases near Amity Park that would make them drive through the city to get to them. What he found instead was a wealth of social media posts and backwater news articles about a disappearing city. Amity Park was weird for years, Sam read from one of the posts. I knew one of the teachers at the high school and he was always telling crazy stories about ghosts. Well, I haven't heard from him in months and now people are telling me that Amity Park never existed. He found a trending hashtag #AmICrazy. Following it down the corresponding rabbit hole, he discovered dozens of posts of people asking the World Wide Web if they were crazy for thinking that Amity Park ever existed. Some people claimed to have friends who lived there or to have even been there themselves. But, scrolling through the comments, he found many people rebuffing them by saying they had just recently driven through that part of Illinois and there was nothing there. Sam even found a few pictures. He recognized the barren, scrubby grassland that Amity Park had inhabited and it was glaringly empty of the small city. Sam reviewed his own memories of Amity Park, the ghosts floating through every available surface, the superhero-esque fights between Danny Phantom and his enemies, Danny himself, half kid, half ghost. It was all very surreal in hindsight, and had Sam not been a Winchester, he might very well have given in to the internet gaslighting. But he was a Winchester and, guilt or not, an entire town disappearing constituted a case. He kept his mouth shut when Dean got back into the car, but his brother's older sibling instincts must have tingled, because a few minutes into their drive back to the haunted storefront, Dean sighed and rested his head on the steering wheel. "What?" he snapped. What, said Sam, trying to inject some innocence into his tone. "Don't, what, me, Sam. You got something to say it." Sam hesitated, knowing this was going to be a fight. He thought about the 3 teens they had left behind, and his resolve strengthened. "I kept looking into Amity Park and..." Dean slammed his hand on the steering wheel. "Damn it, Sam." Sam plowed onward. If he could pique Dean's interest in the case, he would have it in the bag, but he had to be able to finish his sentence to get there, and it seems like the town actually disappeared. "What?" asked Dean, in spite of himself. "Like, poof, gone." Then he waited. "You couldn't rush this part." They sat in silence for a few turns and Sam began to lose hope when they pulled up to the curb in front of the store. Dean turned the car off and looked like he was going to get out of the car. Sam held his breath. After an extended moment of staring at the broken glass of the store entrance, Dean finally sighed and said, "What did you find?" Sam handed over his laptop, pointing to the various tabs he had open. "The news site went dark, but I already showed you that." "But people posted stuff like this." He let Dean scroll through the pictures and posts in silence for a minute before he asked, "What do you think?" Dean's brow scrunched as he thought. The city was definitely there. We were there. Right, and it just up and disappeared. Cities don't do that. How is this not national news? Sam pointed helpfully to the comment section of the post he was looking at. Gaslighting. People are saying Amity never existed or that it was a government hoax. It's not helped that Amity had a large, high-tech R&D center for Axiom Labs. That's just adding to the mystique. Finally, Dean found the picture of the empty grassland where Amity Park used to be. "What the hell?" he said under his breath. "So," Sam said, unable to resist any longer, "we should go check it out." Dean sat for a second longer, glaring at the laptop screen. "We've gone places a lot farther for a lot less," Sam said, barely able to breathe from the suspense. Dean grumbled and slammed the computer shut. "Fine, first we light this ghost's ass up, then we go to Amity Park." Sam smiled. "All right, _" It was approaching dusk when they made it to the stretch of grassland where Amity Park used to be. Dean drove down the road, a 4-lane highway, up until it disappeared into the grass. The brothers got out and looked around, EMF meters extended just in case. The meters went wild immediately after they switched them on. "Well, something's definitely going on here," Dean said, dryly. They put away the meters and switched to good old manual sleuthing, spreading out with DIY flamethrowers held before them. They searched for a few hours in each direction, and Sam was becoming discouraged. Just as they were about to give up, though, Dean found some tire tracks. He called Sam over. The tracks were wide and deep. Something big and heavy had come through, although not very recently. They looked like they had been gouged into the ground while the ground was wet, and had since dried. The tracks extended back towards the highway in a diagonal line, and then forwards towards where Amity Park used to be, before they stopped abruptly, disappearing completely. Just like the highway. They stared at the grass ahead, serenely empty of human interference. Perhaps suspiciously empty. Dean bent down and picked up a rock. Standing, he tossed it past the end of the tracks. Neither of them had dared to step past the harsh demarcation. The rock disappeared. There was a clunking sound. And someone said, "Ow." Instantly the world went from a windswept grassy plain to complete chaos. A hole opened up in the air before them and a wall of sound blasted out. "Put your hands up. Get your hands where I can see them," was shouted by at least 5 people. People in white armor reminiscent of stormtroopers poured out of the rift in the air, brandishing very large, very dangerous-looking guns. Sam immediately put his hands up, as did Dean a second later. The stormtroopers approached them, guns still up, and pulled out handcuffs. "Hey," Dean took a step in front of Sam. "Who the heck are you? You're not the police." As he moved, 2 larger guys bolted forward and grabbed his arms, forcing him to the ground and pulling his hands behind his back. Dean was forced to close his mouth or otherwise fill it with grass. Sam immediately stepped forward to try and pull the armored men off his brother, but a loud cocking of many guns stilled him. He raised his hands higher just in case. 2 more men peeled off the main group and approached him, pulling out handcuffs. "Who are you? Do you have the authority to arrest us?" He tried, taking the barest step back. "Does it matter?" As the cuffs were tightened around his wrists, Sam saw 2 men in formal white suits step out from the throng of stormtroopers. "We've got the guns in this equation," one of them said. They were both bald, one black and one white-skinned. Even though their wraparound sunglasses prevented Sam from seeing their eyes, he could feel their gazes on him. The black one reached into an inner pocket, pulling out a badge that was too far away for Sam to read clearly. "But, if you really must know, we are the GIW, a branch of the federal government. And you're under arrest." The white one raised 2 fingers. "Get the tow truck. We need that car off the road." Dean staged an immediate revolt as they raised him, freshly cuffed, from the ground. He received a swift strike between the shoulder blades for his trouble. "Calm down, sir," the white-suited man said, "we won't scratch it much." Dean started swearing like a sailor, promising curses upon curses on their heads. The black white-suited man made a curt gesture to the soldiers holding Dean and one of them pulled a crackling green taser out, jabbing it into Dean's ribs. "Dean," Sam jerked reflexively, but was held back by his own pair of soldiers. Dean stiffened, then fell limp but breathing into the grip of the 2 men holding him. A couple seconds later, he wobbled to his feet, groaning. "Again," repeated the white-suited man, "calm down, sir. It will be better for you if you do." "Operative K," said the black white-suited man, "we don't have any facilities for holding human prisoners on site." "Noted, Operative O. We'll put them in the holding area for ectoplasmic entities. That way we don't have to waste resources guarding them." "Roger, Operative K. I'll call HQ and have them send a chopper for transport to a max security lockup. These 2 obviously can't be trusted with freedom now that they know we're here." "Agreed, Operative O." "Wait," said Sam as the stormtroopers started pushing him and Dean towards the rent in the air, "we don't know what you're doing here. We were just curious why the road ended." "A likely story," said Operative K, taking point to lead Sam and Dean into their territory. As they passed into the hole in the air, what was revealed on the other side was nigh on apocalyptic. On the outside, the land had appeared flat and undisturbed. Here, on the other side of what Sam could only assume was a huge shield of some sort, there was a gigantic crater in the ground, at least several miles wide. Around the edge of the crater, the GIW had set up their camp. Large vehicles, mysterious metal towers, and hundreds of personnel were spread around the basin of the crater. Amity Park was truly gone. "What?" was all Sam could say. Unfortunately, Operative K heard him. "Blindfold them," he said. The stormtroopers hesitated. "With what, sir?" asked one of the soldiers holding Dean. Operative K whirled on them. "Do I have to make every decision for you? Use your brains." After a few minutes in which Sam used every second to observe his surroundings, the stormtroopers managed to find a suitable set of blindfolds which turned out to be someone's dirty shirt cut into strips. Sam tried not to breathe and through his nose as they tied the cloth around his face. "This reeks," he heard Dean say. "I find that insulting," came one of the soldiers' voices. "Shut up," Adam, said one of the other soldiers, you have some serious beau. Adam, shut up. Operative O yelled from the front of the line, all right, let's get these two in containment. The soldiers pushed Sam and Dean forward. The ground was much more uneven than it had been outside the shield, and they kept tripping. The only reason they didn't fall were the soldiers gripping them by their arms. Eventually, they heard a door being opened in front of them. They were led inside the interior of some structure and the temperature around them dropped remarkably. It reminded Sam of when they had entered haunted houses and the ghost suddenly appeared. Sam could hear Dean being secured nearby, but his own stormtrooper escort moved away, leaving the stinky blindfold. Dean apparently noticed the trend too. Hey, he said from somewhere to Sam's left, aren't you going to take off the blindfolds? Back in the direction Sam assumed the door was, Operative O replied, absolutely not. Sam heard the stormtroopers' footsteps retreating. Just behave and the chopper will be here to pick you up in a few hours. Then it will be a nice cushy cell in maximum security lockup. And then the door slammed and they were alone. Dean cursed quietly, but then he and Sam both started rubbing their heads against their shoulders to try and dislodge the blindfolds. Well, said an echoey voice in the darkness, look what the cat dragged in. The brothers froze. Who's there? Asked Dean. You wouldn't know me, said the voice, but in a way, we've already met. The voice chuckled, and Sam noticed that, although it had a slightly malevolent undertone to it, it was very weak. You got a name, wise guy? Dean asked, rubbing harder against the blindfold. I do, said the voice, you can call me Dan. Then, after forgetting the existence of Amity Park in efforts to banish the guilt they felt for leaving Danny and company in the hands of a mad circus freak, Dean and Sam come upon a ghost that reminds them vividly of their time with the Halfa. On a whim, Sam searches for news about Amity Park online and finds that it has simply ceased to exist. The brothers visit the vast field where the city used to be and encounter the guys in white, who promptly arrest them for trespassing on government property. Behind the government-issued camouflage lies a giant crater where Amity Park used to be. After being blindfolded and stuffed in a building to await extraction to federal prison, a voice speaks out of the darkness. Their cellmate introduces himself simply as Dan. Now, Dan, Dean said, returning to scraping off his blindfold with a little more urgency, where have we met before? I'm pretty good with names, but I don't remember yours. Not that it isn't the most generic white guy name in the entire US. Dean thought. Oh, another time, another place, said the voice. How vague. I can only aspire. Dean felt the blindfold move a little. The thing with thin cloth like a t-shirt was that it was thick enough that you couldn't see through it, but thin enough that it was difficult to slide off. After a few more minutes of struggling, Dean finally stopped. The blindfold was going nowhere. Damn it, he sighed. Any luck, Sam? Sam grunted, obviously still trying. Nope, what a shame, said Dan, if only you had someone here with the willingness and ability to help. Shut up, asshole, said Dean. Maybe he could get the cuffs undone from their wrists and then they could the hell. He felt around the metal a little more. Are these things magnetic? Indeed, said Dan, helpfully. Sam, any luck? He could hear Sam scrabbling around. Finally, a sigh of defeat. No, damn it. Dean leaned his head back against the metal pole they had been leashed to. Dan chuckled. Ah, such mighty hunters, vanquished by a sweaty t-shirt and some bits of metal. Would you shut the hell wait? Dean's brain went into overdrive. How did you know we were hunters? Like I said, Dan purred, we've met before. The three of them lapsed into silence, the brothers desperately racking their brains to think of where they knew Dan from. So, Dan elongated the O to an annoying length, still want to go to maximum security lockup for the rest of what I assume will be your very short lives. Dean gritted his teeth, he couldn't see a way out of this. If they couldn't get out of the cuffs in the next couple of hours. In case you're thinking of using the next few hours to figure out how to get out of those cuffs, I will have you know that it takes a Black Ops helicopter about 1 hour to get here from DC. Dean could hear the sinuous smile in Dan's voice. And, by my reckoning, it's been about 20 minutes since they threw your sorry asses in here. Agent O said it would take a few hours, Sam said. Agent O is an idiot with a badge, responded Dan, smoothly, much like you two, but without such fine hair. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Dean hated making deals, especially with an unknown entity with unknown intentions. He viciously beat back the screams in his memories that tried to remind him of the last deal he'd made. Sam was taut as a bowstring at his back. Dean couldn't make Sam go through Dean's 1 month in hell again, but if anyone would be making a deal with this Dan person, it would sure as hell not be his baby brother. Sure, Sam said, shocking Dean out of his thoughts, we'll make a deal with you. Sam, Dean spat, shut the hell up. No, Dean, if we go down together. The hell we will. The Winchesters fell silent as Dan started to chuckle. What would Jazz have called this? Codependency. Anyway, I don't care who makes the deal. I'll hold you both to it since I'm helping you both escape. Now, the terms. I will help you both escape from here in return for your help getting me out into a specific location that I will lead you to after we get out of here. Hold on, how come you're only helping us escape and we have to help you with transport too? Sam asked. Dan grumbled in frustration. Because I'm helping two knuckleheads escape and there's only one of me. As such, I think I'm owed a slightly bigger portion of the benefits. Capish. Now, to keep you from going back on your word, since my part of the deal will be accomplished first, I have information that I will give you once we reach my drop-off point that I will only reveal once we get there. What information could you possibly have that we would be interested in? Asked Sam. Dean could feel Dan smile even if he couldn't see him. I know what happened to Amity Park and everyone inside, Dan said. Dean opened his mouth to say something, but Dan continued. Even a certain Alpha and his little friends. That's why you're here, isn't it? Are they dead? Asked Dean, hardly daring to breathe. First of all, spoilers. Secondly, no, not yet, anyway. Dean felt a weight lift off his heart that he hadn't noticed had settled there since he'd seen the giant crater outside. In his subconscious, he had already accepted that Danny and his friends were dead and gone. Nobody could have survived whatever had scooped Amity Park out of the ground. Except apparently they had. He itched to ask more, but had a feeling that Dan had reached the end of his generosity. Okay, we agree. You help us out of here, with my car, and we'll get you out and take you with us wherever you want to go. When we get there, you give us the information about Danny and his friends. Agreed, Dan purred, but the car is optional. The car is mandatory, or no deal. Sam sighed. Fine, Dan chuckled, the car comes too. Now, stay still. Dean heard Dan grunt and felt the blindfold move on his head. He froze. A green glow enveloped his vision and he shut his eyes. A few seconds later, the blindfold drifted off his head. You can open your eyes now, Dan said, breathily. Dean opened his eyes and saw their prison for the first time. It was a moderately sized metal room full of miscellaneous equipment that Dean couldn't name. Everything was silver and green and highly reminiscent of the Fenton's lab. The space was dimly illuminated by the room's centerpiece, a large, green-tinted glass globe about 4 feet in diameter that hung suspended in the air between two very complicated-looking pieces of humming metal. The light wasn't coming from the glass itself, but from its contents, the largest man that Dean had ever seen, crushed and cramped into the globe. The man looked young, but had strange floating hair that looked like white fire. His skin-tight jumpsuit was black and white with accents that made Dean think of Batman. He even thought he saw a cape curling down the man's back. Dean looked closer. The man's eyes were red, glowing along with his blue-green skin and white hair. Dean jerked back. You're a Fenton ghost, Dan, for that was who the man was, cackled wheezily for 30 long seconds until a cough cut him off. You have no idea. He smiled tiredly and closed his eyes. Dean scanned him again. He was roughed up, certainly, with holes and skid marks across the white parts of his suit. There were also dark circles forming under his eyes and a weird hollowness to his cheeks. Did ghosts need sleep? Maybe. We don't make deals with monsters, Sam said. Which is why I haven't fulfilled my end of the bargain yet, said Dan, flicking open his eyes. He smiled again, baring long fangs. You'll notice the magnetic cuffs are still attached. Shit, Dean muttered. Indeed, Dan purred again. So, what'll it be, Winchesters? Maximum security prison or a shot at finding out what happened to Amity Park and all of its inhabitants? The brothers stayed silent. Grimacing, Dan sat up and turned, gesturing a long, clawed finger towards the floor. I snagged the key to those cuffs as they were leaving. It is, conveniently, out of reach of either of you. Sam, the closer of the two, lunged with his legs, sliding down the pole so he could reach farther, but sure enough, the key card was just out of reach. Dan laughed softly again, settling back against the globe. It's been 30 minutes since you were locked up in here. How would you know? Snapped Sam, still trying to finagle his legs to reach farther. Let's say I have an intimate understanding of how time works and leave it at that. Dean watched Dan closely. Leaned back against the wall of the globe, Dan had one of his large hands splayed across the center of his chest. As if he was hiding something. You wounded or something? Dean asked. Dan looked him up and down, then smiled slowly. Not here. He dropped his hand, grinning at Dean expectantly. Dean took in the stylized D on the ghost's chest. What? You got the first letter of your name monogrammed on your fancy suit. The cape already told us you're a narcissist. You don't recognize it? Dan looked down at his own chest, confused. But you would have no, I remember. You wouldn't know. Know what? Sam snapped, standing again. I'm afraid that falls under the banner of information I am honor-bound to give you at the end of our deal. Dan sat up suddenly, almost cracking his head against the top of the glass globe. His ears, pointed, Dean noticed, perked and wiggled like a cat's honing in on a sound. And you've got approximately 5 minutes to decide. What? The helicopter is almost here. I don't hear anything, said Dean. That's because your hearing is crap and I have superpowers. Now, decide, or we'll all be damned. The three of them stayed silent for a moment, the Winchesters trying to hear the helicopter blades over the hum of the machine keeping Dan contained. Do you want my help or not? Dan slammed his fist against the glass and yelped as it shocked him. Cradling his smoking fist, he glared at them both. Dean imagined he knew what the hulking ghost was feeling. So close to freedom that you could almost taste it only to find yourself yet again in someone else's power. Dean, Sam said in a low voice, even though the privacy it brought was an illusion, we need to know what happened to Amity Park. What if we can help? Dean stared hard at Dan. He didn't trust the creature completely, but Dean trusted the look of desperation in his eyes. And Sam was right, they needed to help Danny and his friends if they could. Fine, deal, wonderful, Dan said, his eyes lighting up, let's get this done then. We need to move quickly. He pointed at the key on the floor and his finger began to glow green along with the key. It was a hesitant glow, flickering in the dim room, but it was there. Dan grunted, ghostly sweat breaking out on his forehead. He bared his teeth, concentrating. Dean stayed still, watching. Slowly, the key slid across the floor towards Sam. Sam slid down the pole again, getting his fingers as close to the floor as possible. The key scooted across the floor, closer and closer. Suddenly, Dan yelped, the glass globe shocking him. The key stopped moving. In the silence, Dean heard a dull and very quiet thump radiating through the wall. It was the helicopter. Come on, he said, jerking against the cuffs. Dan pointed his smoking hand at the key again. This isn't as easy, he said through gritted teeth, as it looks the key was once again enveloped by the glow and started moving. Sam's long fingers stretched towards it as it came near. Just as it came in range of Sam's questing digits, the globe shocked Dan again and he fell back against the glass, panting and steaming. Sam shimmied back up the pole, key in hand, and tapped around until the key passed across the sensor on Dean's cuffs. With a cheerful beep, they popped open. Dean chucked them to the ground and turned to help Sam. When they were both free, they turned to the globe, surveying the complicated mechanism that made it hover. How are we supposed to get you out of here? Dan sat up again, looking more haggard than ever. You can't, he said, bracing his palms against the glass. It's bulletproof ectoglass made specifically to contain me. Well then how are we supposed to help you escape? Asked Sam. I'll get myself out of this globe. After that, I'll need your help getting out of this camouflage field and past the GIW. Now, listen very carefully. There is a store of rubber aprons, masks, and hair nets in that cabinet by the door. Put them on and grab that thermos on the counter above it. You are familiar with it, yes? While Sam went to the cabinet with the aprons, Dean grabbed the thermos. Sure enough, it was the sci-fi Fenton thermos. Dean smiled at the memories. Yeah, I'm familiar. What do you want me to do? I would have thought it was obvious. I'm a ghost. That's a ghost-catching thermos. Right, but why am I capturing you in the thermos? Dan rolled his eyes, bracing his palms more firmly against the glass and gathering himself. It may have escaped your notice, but I am larger than both of you and quite heavy. I suspect our chances of getting out of here would be much improved if I were in that thermos instead of propped between the two of you, because I will likely not be conscious after getting out of this thing. Now stop asking stupid questions and get dressed. Dean huffed, setting the thermos back down, but obeyed. He and Sam were soon covered from head to toe in lab PPE, effectively disguising their jackets and plaid. Sam got out a hovercart and loaded it with bits and bobs that they could push like they were GIW agents. Meanwhile, Dan had begun to glow bright green, closing his eyes and breathing deeply. Does he even need to breathe? Dean wondered. Okay, glowstick, what now? He asked, pulling up the armpit-high rubber gloves. Now, said Dan on an exhale, you need to get behind something. We'll have about 15 seconds to get out of this building before they come in here to investigate the noise. After we get out, drive north. North, got it, said Dean. What noise? Asked Sam as he and Dean ducked behind a lab bench. This one, and Dan blew up the sphere in a bright flash of green. Dean and Sam sheltered behind the bench as a long scream, the snapping sound of electricity, and shards of smoking glass pelted past them. When it stopped, Dean peeked around the bench. The humming from the pieces of metal had stopped and the glass sphere was gone. In its place, Dan was sprawled on the floor, little arcs of green energy still playing across his smoking back. He was, indeed, huge, and Dean was very glad for the thermos he now leveled at the ghost. Dean had never actually used one of the Fenton thermoses, but he figured the concept was simple. He aimed and pressed the big green go button on the side. Dan disappeared in a tube of blue light. Behind him, Sam had righted the cart, reloaded it and was already pushing it towards the door on the other end of the room. Dean pulled up his mask and followed, opening the door in front of Sam. As they were shutting the door, they heard the other one being opened and many booted feet running into the room. They quickly, but casually, walked away from the building, heading towards where they had last seen the Impala. They made eye contact with and nodded at everyone who approached them, but kept on towards their goal. It was only a matter of time before they would be found out and they needed to be inside the Impala and halfway to wherever Dan wanted to go before that happened. Where are you two going with that cart? Asked a passing soldier. The two of them froze. To the transportation, shed, sir, said Dean, pointing at a building ahead of them. The soldier scoffed. Didn't you pay attention in your onboarding brief? The transportation shed is that one. He pointed helpfully at a building to the right of the one they'd been heading for. Oh, right, said Dean, nodding, thank you, sir. And is that where they keep the confiscated civilian vehicles too? Confiscated? Oh yeah, you must be talking about that piece of crap they pulled in from earlier. Dean's blood pressure elevated a few notches, but he smiled tightly with his eyes and nodded. Yeah, that piece of crap from earlier. He felt a part of himself die. Yeah, that's over there too. They put it in the back if you want to go look at it. Dean nodded. Thank you, sir. They started off. Hey, yelled the soldier. The brothers froze. Yes, sir, asked Dean, turning. Where's my salute? Sam and Dean snapped as smartly into a salute as they could. The soldier laughed at them and then saluted them back, continuing on his way. Relaxing, the boys continued on, aiming for the correct building this time. They were almost there, maybe 50 feet away from the side door, when an alarm started blaring. Code Pink, Code Pink, we have prisoners on the loose. Code Pink, all personnel report to perimeter stations. In the confusion that followed, Sam and Dean sprinted for the transportation shed, leaving the hovercart behind. How are we going to get past the perimeter now? Huffed Sam as they blew through the door of the shed. In response, Dean chucked him the keys and the thermos. Start the car, I'll be right back, Dean. But Dean was gone, dashing across the space to a wall of very large guns. Sam obeyed and found the Impala at the back of the lot. He jumped into the driver's seat without checking the state of their weapons in the trunk and shoved the keys into the ignition. He couldn't see Dean from where he was, so on instinct, he didn't turn the keys. He loved their car, but if he started the engine when they weren't ready to go, it would be a dead giveaway to their location. Stomping footsteps echoed through the garage and Sam ducked behind the dash as a squad of soldiers jogged past the Impala. He stayed down until he was sure they had passed and then peeked up over the steering wheel. Where was Dean? Out of nowhere, Dean slammed against the passenger side of the Impala, yanking on the door handle. Drive, damn it, drive, he yelled. Sam lunged for the ignition as Dean tore the passenger door open and hopped inside. The door was barely closed before Sam floored the gas and started whipping through the garage. They almost collided with a few soldiers, but they dove out of the way just in time. Bullets started hitting the car, and Sam swerved to throw off their aim. Eventually, the garage door came into view, huge and closed. Dean, Sam asked, panicking. It was one thing for other people to fire at the Impala, but it was entirely another for Sam to run Dean's car through a garage door. Keep driving, yelled Dean, rolling down the passenger window. Sam gritted his teeth and urged the car to go faster, squeezing his eyes shut as the garage door neared. Open your eyes, dumbass, Dean yelled. Sam opened his eyes just before the Impala hit the door, smashing through the light metal like a bullet through paper. He saw Dean flinch out of the corner of his eye. Sorry, Dean. Outside the garage, the GIW base was in pure chaos. Soldiers scattered before the fury of the roaring Impala. To add to the mayhem, Dean leaned out the passenger window with something that Sam couldn't see. Bracing his feet in the footwell, Dean jerked. A second later, something exploded. Sam looked in the rearview mirror and saw the transportation shed go up in flames. Sam swerved around a stunned soldier and took a quick glance at Dean. Is that a bazooka? Sam yelled over the screaming wind. In response, Dean yelled, "Yeehaw!" and fired again. Sam didn't really remember the next few minutes as they weaved around gawking soldiers and agents. There were a lot of explosions, a lot of yelling, and a few more yeehaws from Dean as he depleted the bazooka rounds he'd stolen. Eventually, Sam bumped the Impala onto pavement and gunned the car north. Nobody pursued them. Woo! Dean ducked back inside the Impala and rolled up the window. That was exciting. It's not every day we get to blow things up. Yeah, said Sam, still white-knuckling the steering wheel. Alright, pull over so we can get Glowstick out of his soup thermos and figure out where we're driving to. We can't stop yet, said Sam, slightly scared of how Dean would react to all the scratches on his car. We need to get farther away. Dean thought for a minute. You're right, but we need to know where we're going. He took the thermos out of the footwell where Sam had tossed it and aimed it at the back seat. He pressed the button and Sam was momentarily blinded from the light reflecting through the rearview mirror. He almost swerved into a car before correcting back into the right lane. When he could see again, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw one of Dan's huge forearms cresting the backseat and resting against the back window. Is he awake? Asked Sam. A groan came from behind him. Oh, good. Where are we headed, Glowstick? Asked Dean, capping the thermos and chucking it into the glove box. Madison, Wisconsin, said Dan, withdrawing his clawed hand from the window. His voice was faint and tired. The Dairy King's castle. Sam heard a little exhale, and then the long inhale of someone asleep. Did I hear that right? Sam said, keeping his eyes on the road. Dean slid down so he was sitting correctly in the seat. I believe so. He pulled out the road map and started trying to figure out where the hell the Dairy King lived. Just keep driving towards Madison and we'll find a library to get directions to the, castle, I guess. Sam nodded, checking his mirrors. There was no pursuit behind them, but Sam was going to take a few back roads before he felt safe. He was just turning onto a country road to skip a few highways west when he was forced to swerve around a pedestrian standing in the middle of the road. Dean swiveled around in his seat. Castiel. Ended.